This meeting is being recorded and live streamed to YouTube. I will now do a roll call of council for the benefit of the public watching this meeting. I am Councillor Martin and present and chairing this meeting. Mayor Shantz,
I'm here.
Councillor McMillan,
Present.
Councillor Merlehan,
I'm present.
Councillor Redekop,
Present.
Councillor Shantz.
Present.
Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. We are dealing with report DS 25, 2021, official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment for 1226 Maryhill Road, 1175 Forester Road, 1195 Forester Road, and 1472 Village View Road for capital paving. I will ask Mr. Vink to provide council with an overview of the report, and then he will answer council's questions about the report. Mr. Vink, please go ahead.
Thank you, members of council, Mr. Chair. So going over the report, as you are aware, this is the zone change application, official plan amendment for the capital paving application just south, somewhat south of Maryhill. It deals with those few pieces of land that were already mentioned. In total, it's about 93.5 hectares of land that's proposed for the area of extraction, the licensed area. The area of extraction is proposed to be about 68 hectares. They're proposing to annually extract no more than 500,000 tons per year, although they're anticipating that they're going to be leaning more towards 250,000 tons a year, not 500, but they're leaving room for flexibility if they have larger projects. There is estimated to be amount of about 3 million tons total on the property. Extraction will remain above groundwater table, which means 1.5 meters above the high water mark. So they'll be staying above the groundwater table. The deposits are between 1 meter and 15 meters in thickness, and will vary in depth across the site, because the site does change a little bit in height and elevations. It's estimated that the lifespan of the pit will be about 10 to 15 years in length. They will be proposing to use a haul route through the site over to an old former haul route, a previous gravel pit route, over to Shant Station Road, and then Shant Station Road down to Highway 7 and then over to Guelph is their main direction for the haul route. Extraction is proposed in 5 different phases, with the processing mainly taking place in phase 1, including offices, scale house, fuel storage, etc., and a wash pond. At max capacity, they're looking at about 9 truck trips per hour. That's based on a number of scenarios we'll go through later. And as mentioned, they're going to use Shant Station Road for the location for the haul route. Site will be rehabilitated back to the agricultural for the majority, other than a small portion that's not going back to agricultural, that is going to environmental features. So that's moving over to an environmental to gain just improved environmental connections. So the majority will be being rehabilitated back into agricultural uses. Just moving into the report, I know it's a bit lengthy. We tried to be as detailed as we could, but as short as we could, but it does get a bit lengthy, unfortunately. However, just moving through the provincial policy statement and the regional official plan, just moving through those policies, just to note that the provincial policies, both the provincial policy statement and the place to grow, have very similar sort of policies around the extraction and allowing gravel extraction in prime agricultural areas. It subject to going through rehabilitation, addressing the natural heritage features on the site, and protecting what is necessary to get the aggregate to market as close as to market as possible, but going through all those various policies in there. In addition, the regional official plan, a little more detail in their policies. Again, they're going through some various studies and reports that are necessary to be completed. The region has given us regional staff comments now that they are satisfied that the region's official plan has been met and that they have no further concerns, and they have withdrawn their issues with the application. Moving forward to the various studies and reports, just trying to work our way through them a little bit, just in terms of the geological resource. and that's the material. I just want to get into that a little bit. So the applicant did do some studies on site and determine that there is sufficient material, that there is aggregate there on site. Now, I just want to touch on how this connects with the provincial policy statement. So provincial policy doesn't really determine whether, how much is there. It doesn't care how much is there. And it actually doesn't even really speak to that it has to be high quality. It's just saying if there's a resource there that should be taken, it should be reviewed and determined if that should be removed from the site. So similar to our policies in both the region and the regional official plan here, the region looks at it too, saying, there is a map. They do have a map in their official plan that says this is areas where we're likely to find aggregate, but it doesn't in their policies prohibit aggregate being removed in other areas. So it does identify in their policy saying that there will be aggregate in other areas and there is potential to remove them from non-mapped sites. They don't require any regional official plan amendment to go through that process. They just stated in their policies that if the resource is identified and determined to be there, that extraction as an opportunity is subject to going through the regional official plan policies. In our official plan, we have an extra step. We say, here's the map. We refer to the map and regional official plan where identified areas of where we think aggregate should be underground, but it is not exclusive because obviously we can't see underground everywhere. So it does identify if there is resources identified elsewhere, they would go through an official plan amendment. And that's what's proposed in this case. It's not in an area that's mapped. So they are proposing the official plan amendment to allow extraction to take place on this property in this location. And then they have gone through the various reports identified and required in our official plan. So just to identify, they have estimates of how much material is there. They have done some work on calculating the approximate amount of material that is there. And that is what's the main key, is just determining whether there's a resource. And this is also, just to be clear, is also next to previous gravel pits that have been in the area just to the north of the site. So it's not unlikely that we would have seen gravel in this area, that there was that potential, but until someone did the work and the analysis, we wouldn't have known. Moving forward to the hydrogeological, that's the water analysis, where the water table is. So they are to remain 1.5 meters above the groundwater table, and they have started monitoring back a number of years ago in 2017 approximately, and have continued their monitoring until now. And they, if approved, would continue monitoring until the life of the pit is completed. So that is one of the requirements in the ARA processes, that they continue to monitor the groundwater table and maintain the distance above that. So, and they've also did some review of wells in the area as part of that. So being above groundwater table, generally speaking, obviously, is they're not getting into the groundwater or touching the groundwater, and they're going to be maintaining surface and groundwater flows. So they're not changing any of those things below the water table. So there shouldn't be impacts to groundwater in any form or fashion, because the water should still be seeping into the ground as necessary and still be going off to neighboring wells as typical and was in the past. The only thing that is a bit different here in this case is a wash pond. Not all operations have a wash pond. They will have a wash pond. That's permitted under the ARA license to have a wash pond in a situation like this, in above groundwater table extraction. It's a closed loop system, which means it's not connected to the groundwater system below. They have to pump water in and get license from the province to pump the water in and move water in and around. So closed loop doesn't connect to anything else in the groundwater. Also tied to the hydrogeological, just to note, recycling and fuel facilities, et cetera, are to remain higher, set above the groundwater table than the extraction. So there are some requirements in the ARA guideline, in the ARA licensing requirements that they will maintain as part of this, to stay 2 meters above that groundwater table for those items that are stored there, to just protect them, as well as best management practices for the fuel storage, just to protect the groundwater sources. Moving forward, also transportation wise, to the next report, I should note the hydrogeological was peer reviewed. So many of these reports were peer reviewed, not all, but the majority were, and the ones where we had the biggest concerns, and we wanted to make sure the reports were done properly. So hydrogeological was peer reviewed, and the peer reviewer has signed off and was satisfied, for example. Transportation, this gets into movement of the equipment. trucks in and out of the site, obviously. We're talking 500,000 tones per year at maximum. Like I said, they're not necessarily going to be doing 500,000 tones each year. But they determined that based on the number of trucks used to haul that material, they'd be looking at 9 truck trips per hour. So that's based on the number of hours they're working in a day, over the number of days of the year that they typically be hauling, and the types of trucks they were utilizing. So they were saying at max 9 truck trips an hour. That's about 60 truck trips per day, give or take. And I said there, and again, the maximum is what they're anticipating, that there's about their maximum. Normally they are anticipating to be less than that because they don't think they'll hit the 500,000 tons per year. Also noting, as I mentioned already, they'll be using the haul route internally on site to go to Shant Station Road. The exit onto Shant Station Road was reviewed by the region. The region is a regional road. The region reviewed all that. The region is satisfied that at the entrance there is a deceleration lane required, and the region is satisfied with everything that is proposed, that they have no concerns with the use of Shant Station Road, which is a regional road. For the operation, it makes good sense in our terms too. Also, we prefer them to access onto a regional road than a township road. Regional roads are built a little more robustly to handle more traffic, and Shant Station Road is one that can continue to handle more traffic. It is not at capacity. It is able to hold more traffic, and it would be the better choice to have on there than the township road. Just touching on that, there was additional review done back and forth to determine what was the best haul route site, haul route choice, versus, what should they have gone to, maybe Forester Road or Village View Road versus Shant Station Road, which was the best location to choose. So additional analysis was done that way, and it was to the region's satisfaction that Shant Station was the best. Part of that review was done because they're looking at the haul route on site and trying to determine what was the best route, just given the environmental features there, to determine, based on the environmental impacts, which was the best choice. Moving forward, also noise, just touching on noise. So a noise study was done. Again, that was also peer reviewed. So we can just, note along those lines. The noise analysis looked at the types of equipment that were proposed on the property, where they be operating from, the different phases that would be running. So they were doing all that analysis, looked at all the neighboring properties that were in the vicinity. It was even updated to accommodate the one new house that was built during the process, which wasn't originally identified in the original noise study, so it was updated. So they were looking at all the noise issues and implications, and the peer reviewer is satisfied that noise issues have been addressed, that all the nearest receptors, the noise levels will be met using berms as some ways to mitigate some of that noise level, as well as the stockpiles. So, which is typical in any gravel pit operation, to utilize berms and stockpiles to minimize any noise impacts and to bring it down to acceptable levels. So again, that is proposed in this case. Tied to that, in the ARA licensing that proposed, they would do noise monitoring throughout the process. So at each phase, they'd be doing monitoring about noise to make sure they're meeting the requirements, not just assuming they will. They have to monitor and check. If they bring in new pieces of equipment, they would have to check for noise monitoring again. So that's all written into the ARA license, and they would have to do that to the province's satisfaction. Just going to jump into noise a little bit here too on the haul route. Part of the noise study was for them to do a noise analysis along the haul route. That is a requirement of the township, not of any other agency. So our requirements require them to review the noise along the haul route. So that means down Shant Station Road, what the implications would be, or even along Highway 7. I'll touch into those a little bit later, but that was part of the haul noise route, the noise study that was completed also. And again, the peer reviewer was satisfied with everything, that all the noise could be addressed adequately and everything would be handled. And there was no concerns in that sense. Moving forward to the agricultural, that's so looking at the agricultural components of the site. So we're looking at the site. What is the overall agricultural nature of the site? What's the level of quality of the prime material? So it's all prime agricultural lands. So they have to review the material, what quality of fields these are, And then the rehabilitation requires, as per the provincial policy and all the other policies, that they bring the property back in rehabilitation to that same average quality or for the growing of crops. So they did the analysis. The agricultural impact analysis was completed. It was peer reviewed. In fact, even the ratepayers had their peer reviewer review it. So it's been looked at by a few different sources in this case. So essentially it was determined that through the process, once the site is, as they rehabilitate each phase, they will be doing some works that will bring the soil level back to the average overall agricultural quality or that it is today. So that there and again, the peer reviewer was satisfied that the policies and the intent of everything was met and they'd be compliant to the requirements of rehabilitation. Environmental impact, this one was significantly reviewed. So this is the natural heritage features. There's a few environmental features here that we're talking about. There's some wetlands where they're coming through the haul route. That's the existing haul route that was used by the man pit years ago, which they're going to reutilize. They're going to cut through the wood lot on the property. That is a core environmental feature by the region, so that required approvals. The north end of the site does have some ponds on the neighbors, sort of the neighboring properties. And then over to the east side of the site is Hopewell Creek. So there's a number of environmental features that had to be reviewed and protected. So there was a lot of review that took place. So this involved the GRCA, Regional EAC, the Environmental Committee, and the Ministry of Natural Resources had to review, as well the region had a peer reviewer review. So a lot of review in this case around the environmental. All of the different parties are now satisfied that everything is going to be handled and that everything is going to be adequately addressed to protect the necessary functions, the wetlands, the environmental features, any of the, there's some turtles, there's other different types of flora and fauna, and everything else has all been reviewed and protected in that sense, and they'll be addressed appropriately. In terms of bringing the environmental area back, where they're going to cut the road through in the core feature, that will be rehabbed at the end of the process, which the region is now satisfied with. As well, there's going to be that enhancement along the north end. So part of what I said is they're not bringing everything back to agricultural, so there'll be some environmental enhancements that will take place. So some lands will be receive a lot more tree plantings. So we'll connect that provincially significant wetland near Sean Station over to the Hopewell Creek and kind of connect it to with some environmental connect these features better than they are today. So in the end, we'll hopefully have a better product environmentally connecting these features together, which aren't connected as much today. Visually, visual impacts, that was also peer reviewed. The township staff had that peer reviewed. Herein, we're looking at the impacts from roads, from the neighboring properties, including the golf course in this case, as well as we had them review any impacts from Maryhill. So those were all reviewed and taken into account. Berming, for the most part, will minimize any spots where there is any concerns for visual. So that's either from the road or especially the golf course or some of these properties. Typical, the peer reviewer was satisfied that berms were adequate and appropriate and they wouldn't be out of character either for the community. So again, berming would be taking place in phases too, because as each phase moves along, we'd be considering how different things would be seen from different phases. So the berming would move around the site too as phases move along. So in the aggregate resource licensing, it talks about what happens in each phase. So in each phase, they'd be putting in berms and then taking berms away as they complete that phase and put up new berms as they move to the next phase. Cultural heritage, this is where, we're talking some of the properties here that we're dealing with, these farm parcels here. There are some historical structures that needed to be considered. So this was done and completely peer reviewed again, also by our peer reviewer for the township. There is recommendations here that they have to do conservation plans for two of the properties, for two of the retained dwellings, just to protect them. They do have some heritage significance. So again, that's going to be spelled out that they will be doing the conservation plans and they'll be moving forward with those at some point as they move through the process. So that's put into the ARA plans too, that they will do these conservation plans to protect these houses and reinstate any driveways or impacts, just to bring it back to the state it needs to be at to kind of consistent with everything. The peer reviewer was quite satisfied with everything. There was no additional concerns there. Archaeological work was done. So there's been the phase 1 and phase 2 done. It has identified that there's 2 pockets that need some additional work. Those 2 pockets are identified in all the plans, and the region has reviewed that also, as well as the province, just stating that when they move forward into those areas, additional work will be done. They'll be monitored and reviewed as they move through those stages. They'll have experts going through those lands a little more carefully. There's a holding provision that's being applied in this sense too from the region, saying, once you get there, you can't extract until we left the holding provision and protect, and you've done the proper work to complete the next step of the archaeological assessment. So there's work there to be done, and that will be taken, and they can't do the extraction until they complete that and left the holding provision. And that gives council a chance to look at the holding provisions at that point with that in that component. Also, in terms of noise study was done, also peer reviewed. So noise around the site was assessed to the nearest locations. As I mentioned, to the nearest receivers, to the houses, to the properties around the golf course, everything was reviewed and peer reviewed. Noise levels are going to be acceptable. Doesn't say there won't be impacts, but there will be acceptable. Noise along the haul route, and this is where I touched on. There'll be along the haul route side, going down Shant Station Road. They did analysis of what would these trucks would be like, having these trucks coming and going. Basically, they determined that there would be a decibel increase for anything along Shant Station Road from about 3 to 5 dBA. But they determined that it wouldn't be, as a result, significant to cause any concerns, that there was any issues. And they determined that this was an appropriate, it was okay then from a noise perspective to have truck traffic using Shant Station Road. There was even less of an impact to anything on Highway 7 because it only went up by 1 dBA. So just the amount of traffic and the type of traffic just changed the dBA a little bit there. But nothing that would prevent them from utilizing Shant Station Road, although there would be some increases. Hours of operation are also reviewed. They're captured in the ARA site plans, generally Monday to Friday, 7 to 7. There is some opportunity to haul material out on Saturdays, but they wouldn't be processing on weekends. And they're closed on statutory holidays. Dust air quality, one of the other studies, again, was also reviewed. So the analysis is done to ensure that basically operations take place, that dust and air quality is mitigated on site, so it doesn't mitigate off site. So all that was done, that they'll be doing various mitigation measures on site to keep the dust on the property. It definitely shouldn't be going off site, and therefore shouldn't be impacting any agricultural properties nearby in terms of farm fields, nor should it be impacting any of the adjacent neighbors with any significant dust. One of the concerns that comes up sometimes is the crystalline silica. That was also noted in the dust study. They reviewed it again. There was no suggestion that any amount coming off the site would be of any significant concern to anybody or anything. So there's no concerns around on the silica side either, and the peer reviewer was satisfied in that case also, that between the mitigation measures directly on site around the various sources, as well as the berms and tree plantings, would mitigate all that dust on site. As noted, the site will be rehabilitated, and that's done in phases. The value in that sense is not the whole pit is open, so there's less exposed areas, but also it means they're reverting the site back to agricultural quickly. So the more we can see the site move through and back to agricultural, the better it is. The less we want to open at any one point in time is preferred, but 5 phases is appropriate. It seems relatively appropriate and a good way to move around the site and get it back to rehab as soon as possible. Cumulative impact. So there aren't any generally in the township of Woolwich gravel pits in the vicinity. There is one pit outside the township in the county of Wellington, outside of Maryhill there. It is the Keyswetter pit, as it's called. It is a smaller pit, extracting 200,000 tons per year. From what we understand, that pit is nearing its life expectancy in the next few years, so it's not anticipated to go much longer. So there would be minimal overlap between the two pits. That pit is also an above groundwater extraction, so there shouldn't be any hydrogeological impacts because neither one of them is going below water table, so there should be no cumulative impacts. So generally, there is nothing significant to say there be any major impact, any cumulative impacts really of any nature. That we could say that there's any significant concerns, even truck traffic from the Keys River pit, minimal will be coming down Shant Station Road to suggest there'd be much of an overlap or of any concern. And then even still, it's a regional road, we would anticipate regional traffic on a regional road. So that's not unnecessarily unpredictable or unexpected. There was a planning report that was also done, kind of summarizes all the issues, goes through everything, just talks about the land compatibility, which most of the studies go through again there. So I'm not going to get into that because it kind of reiterates a lot of the elements from all the other reports. As noted, the various agencies have gone through all of this, whether it's the MTO, the region, GRCA, Ministry of Natural Resources. All of them have been involved and done their various report comments, and everybody pretty much also signed off. In terms of all the other agencies, they have all, all their issues have been addressed and they're now satisfied. I have also in the report kind of went through some of the key issues from the community. I tried to capture the majority of them as best I could. Again, going through things like dust, air quality, traffic issues, concerns, water, the school, the clinic, etc. So trying to hit on all those in the report, but best we could, but not repeat everything. So there are some responses there. As you note in the document, the applicant has provided their summary of how they've responded to everybody and all their concerns and the issues. So there is the dialogue in the report to show how what the issues were and how that they've responded or addressed the issues. So in the end, we have the official plan amendment in front of you. The official plan amendment just to recognize that the geological resources there. So the amendment be site specific to this site, to this property, to say that gravel could be extracted in an area that's not identified on the region's mapping. The zoning portion is, again, there's going to be a zoning to allow the extraction on this parcel within this licensed area. Just want to make a few things clear here. In the past, sometimes we've, council and township have looked at things like need. We can't do that anymore. The province a few years ago took that away. So under the provincial policy statement, we cannot demand need. We can't seek need information. The province says that's their job, not the township. So we're not allowed to request that under this process, nor can we do vertical zoning. So the province took that opportunity away. So there's no vertical zoning. So we can't limit extraction by depth. So just to be clear, that's why that's not coming into zoning. Lastly, we can't do sunset clauses any longer. So that was also taken away. So we used to put in sunset clauses on gravel pits to say they have to be done by this point or they come back. That can no longer take place either. So those items are not in our current zoning bylaw as you see in front of us because we can't do them any longer. We don't have the authority. But staff has proposed a holding provision. It is a bit of a stretch that the holding provision says they can't go below groundwater table unless they come back and do all the studies and reports and update them. Okay, so that would mean the hydrogeological, the geotechnical. They would have to redo all those studies or update them, not necessarily redo them, but update them to determine if there's any impacts and give council a chance to review and determine if there's concerns. It pushes the envelope, it does, but because we're not prohibiting extraction, because the vertical zone is not prohibiting extraction, it says extraction can take place, you just have to do this first. So that's what's happening. So we're allowed to do this. The applicant has agreed, okay? So we did say we're proposing to do this and ask for that vertical, in some ways a vertical zoning, but it's not, to say, look, if you're gonna wanna go below water table, we wanted the additional studies. They agreed to do that. They say they have no intention of going below water table, so it wasn't a concern to them. But it was a bit of a contentious issue. They could have challenged us on it, but they have agreed to allow it to stay in. So in front of you, you have the holding provisions for both the archaeological from the region and then the depth of extraction in there. So in front of you, you have the final report with the recommendation to approve the approve this whole application because it has met the tests, the provincial policy statements, the regional official plan has been met, the township official plan policies have been met, the studies have been submitted, the majority have been peer reviewed, and the peer reviewers are satisfied. Basically, staff is satisfied that everything is being completed, to that they have addressed everything, that the impacts can be minimized. That's the test. Whether they can be minimized doesn't mean there won't be impacts, but they've been minimized and addressed, and that the use can proceed in regards to those, and that therefore staff recommends that the application be approved to approve the official plan amendment, the zone change, and to withdraw our appeal from the Ministry of Natural Resources in regards to this pit operation. If there's any questions from council, I'd be willing to answer them at this time, or we can wait till later.
Thank you, Mr. Vink. Council, do you have any questions for Mr. Vink? Mayor Shantz?
Thank you, Chair Martin. I'll just pull this a little closer. So I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Vink or Mr. Brenneman, but before we get into the delegations, could one of you clearly outline, and I know Jeremy, you touched on this, but there have been a lot of reports and a lot of peer reports and a lot of information provided. What authority do we as a council have to reject this, say?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Shantz, the authority of council is to make a decision based on the policy framework in front of you, and based on our staff. Staff is giving you a recommendation, but you have to determine whether that's been met as council. So you have to determine whether the policy framework that has been put in place, which is the provincial policies, the regional official plan, the township official plan, if those have been met, essentially, if then you would state, like any other planning application, that it would be an appropriate land use to take place, like any other planning application. If you don't think those have been met, or you disagree, or for any reason just do not support the use, you can do that. That's council's purview. If they so desire, even if you think they've met everything, you could turn it down. It just sets us for the stage of going through Ontario Land Tribunals, trying to defend the position at the end of the day. So staff wouldn't recommend turning something down necessarily just because it doesn't, somebody doesn't like it. The legal ramifications will be challenging them to address. So, but obviously, council, in front of you, your task is to determine whether the policy frameworks are met and all the information in front of you is adequate to make a decision.
Any other questions?
I think maybe Mr. Brenneman wants to address that question as well.
Okay, Mr. Brenneman?
Thank you, Chair Martin, through you to council. Yeah, I would just like to further add some context. I think that's important because as a township, we've seen this question or this issue arise before because we've had previous gravel pit applications. And I believe what the mayor is asking as well is, what is different, if anything, when council deals with planning decisions as to other decisions council has to make throughout its term. And this is where the whole planning system is unique. Mr. Vink touched upon a number of these areas. And so unlike, for example, let's just take, for example, let's say that council is dealing with pushback from residents regarding paving a gravel road, and people on the road are opposed to it. Certainly council in its wisdom can make a decision strongly on the basis of whether it's supported by the community or not. The difficulty, as Mr. Vink has pointed out in the planning side of things, is the fact that with any planning application, council ultimately has to consider the technical merits of the application. And as it's been noted, you do that on the basis that your professional planning staff are asked to prepare a report with recommendations. In the past, where we've had gravel pit applications in, say, West Mount Rose or Conestoga Widderburn area, one of the common misconceptions that we often hear from the residents is, well, we voted council in, so they should go with whatever we're saying as a community, or we pay staff salaries, so they should be recommending what the community wants, etc. That's where, again, the planning system, as we've explained to many residents groups in the past, is different in the sense that professional planning staff, based on their accreditation, are required to give their best technical analysis and information. And as well, once it comes before council, council needs to consider strongly the technical merits. And if you want to move something to the Ontario Municipal Board, typically now under the new system of the Local Planning Appeal Tribunal, it's important to make sure that you have a strong technical case by which you don't support the gravel pit application. So I just wanted to give that extra context because, again, throughout the township's history in the last 10 years of many gravel pit applications, there's been that common misconception that this is no different than many other decisions that council makes, but it is fundamentally different because of the way the provincial planning system works. The closest thing to this, for council's reminder and benefit, and even the public's, is you have a chief building official. The chief building official must go by the Ontario Building Code. Council can't make a decision to say, you issue a building permit because we require it, or you don't issue a demolition permit because we don't support that. So we do have little idiosyncrasies within our system whereby there are some staff, like in the planning system or the building code side of things, or even the fire side, where decisions are a little bit different in the grand scheme of things. So I just wanted to add that context.
Thank you, David. Councilor Redekop.
Yes, through you, Chair, to Mr. Vink. So everyone sort of signed off on it except for the holding provision under the archaeological. What are the main flashpoints that you see will be difficult for capital paving to work inside this planning application? Could you highlight them, or is that too difficult? Is that too general a question?
Through Mr. Chair to Councilor Redekop, in any gravel pit, there's that ongoing element that take place, and that's put to in the ARA plans that you're also accepting and approving, that we're agreeing that the plans that they presented to us with amendments reflecting from comments from the peer reviewers, they're going to abide by and follow through, and that's tied into their license with the ministry. So the biggest things that they're going to have to continue to deal with is groundwater monitoring, which is regardless, they'd have to do that, but they've got to keep the monitoring in place. And if for some reason the water table fluctuated dramatically upwards, it could cause some challenges for them. But they'd have to address that. The same as if for some reason something did happen to the groundwater in the area, if they were found responsible, they'd have to deal with that. So there's some challenges there that potentially that's a touch point that they have to make sure they're always monitoring. And that's why we have this base monitoring in place already from 2017. The same as they're going to be doing monitoring on noise. So those are touch points that, if they're for some reason out on site and realize the noise monitoring isn't coming back for some reason, they might have to adjust things to meet the noise levels. So there's various things they're going to be doing through the phases of this site that is going to be where they might have to make minor adjustments to make sure they meet these tests or meet the reports that they've submitted to us and they promised to meet. So those are things they're going to be challenged by doing and completing as they move forward till the site is rehabilitated completely.
Okay, thank you. Can I have one follow-up question? In your report, Mr. Vink, you talk about financial implications, and you sort of a general comment. So what do we as a township, is it just the tax that we, the property tax So we don't get any extra income from allowing this gravel pit to go forward. Is that right in my understanding?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Redcop, actually, we received some monies based on the amount of material that's removed from the site. So there is a extract. I'm not sure how much it comes to. Our Patrick might have that number better than myself, but we do receive a small stipend from the gravel pit industry for depending on the amount of material they remove from the site. So they present that to the province. The province just gives us a check or gives us the money each year type thing. So we don't know exactly what comes out of each site, but we do get some funds beyond taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Merlehan.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair Martin, to Mr. Vink. I have two questions that I was hoping you could clarify for me. The first is about the studies and the peer reviews. And it's basically, I guess I'm looking for how the peer review studies are done. And I'm asking, because in other planning applications in the past, they've also gone through these processes of the company does studies and then, you know, the municipality asks for a peer review, and it's basically they check to see if the math is right and whatever else they do, and then give it its blessing. In a previous gravel pit application, when we just look at the water table hydrology, the hydro study, excuse me, you know, all sorts of studies were done, years of monitoring. It was peer reviewed, and then, you know, lo and behold, the water was, you know, the water table was right, not where it was supposed to be at all, and that was peer reviewed. Another planning application for a subdivision, we had studies, noise studies that were found out to be errant, and the data that was used was errant, and all the peer reviews here and at the region used that data and, you know, just said, well, it all checks out. How do we know as council, and how would people here in this area have confidence in that the data that is being supplied by Capital to the municipality to be peer reviewed, that data is correct in the first place, and not have, you know, like even the noise study, you know, could there be, they put some sort of noise mitigations in the back end data, like was what happened with the Hawkridge homes, you know, by, you know, or are the peer reviewers actually going out and testing the science and getting their own data to fill in the holes there? I'm just wondering if you can shed a little light on that process for us.
Sure, yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor Merlehan. So generally speaking, the peer reviewers are going to review everything that was given to the municipality, the background information, and check to determine what the methodology was correct. Okay, so it's one thing, they're going to look at methodology. How did they go about this? What are they measuring for? Did they pick the right classifications? Did they pick the right information? Are they going through that? And then they're also going to look through some of the mathematics, but sometimes they're models and they're numbers. So unless they have the full model in front of them, they can't double check everything. Even still, sometimes, like you say, there could be some errors, right? But they go through everything. They are experts in the field. So they are people who are generally doing the same thing themselves, clear across the country, across the province. So they are double checking the work. So it's just an extra set of eyes to help us make sure we're trying to catch those errors before we go too far. So look at it from that perspective is an extra assurance that we've had an extra set of eyes on things to make sure we're hopefully better off not to have another error. Does it mean there won't be errors, there won't be issues? I'm not going to guarantee that, and I don't think anybody can, because there's errors and we're human and things happen. But therein is the ARA license, and in the ARA license and in those notes and the requirements, that's where we get back into the hydrogeological has to be continued to be monitored and given that, you know, we can review that to say, what are the numbers at this year? What changed? Is there an issue? Let's adapt. Same with the noise, continuing to monitor. So even though they've done modeling, you're going to model it, you're going to monitor on site. You're going to actually physically through each phase, make sure that you meet that monitoring that you proposed in that modeling. So there's going to be extra catches along the way through this process to kind of catch any issues if they are, and just then mean they have to fix it. So under that ARA process, if something's wrong, we would rely on the province to address the concerns and to fix the problem, or they will be trying to address it with us or then the province to address those concerns. So in terms of confidence, you know, those sometimes things happen, but most peer reviews are fairly well done. And like I said, there is now we also have the extra step of them monitoring over time to make sure they still comply as we move forward into the future. So.
Yeah, okay. I guess I would wonder where the accountability is then in the case of the previous gravel pit that, you know, clearly studies weren't even close to accurate. They got their gravel pit and, you know, I feel like, you know, if you supply data that's not right, I mean, there should be some sort of recourse for the municipality, and we know that didn't happen. My second area that I just wanted to focus on before we start hearing from delegates is why are we going through this process? I know this is a typical planning process, and we're waiting to hear from the public so that they can, you know, have their input. But if this is a series of checking boxes that, you know, you've been doing, peer reviews have done, what can I guess the people that are lined up here for the next several hours, what can they expect of their comments landing an impact if council can only look at the technical aspects of the report that you and the recommendation that you put in front of us?
Yes, through you, Council Chair Martin, to Councilor Merlihan. They have the right. It's a planning process. Council's first job is to make sure that everything has been addressed, that the policies are being followed. Sometimes policies are not as black and white. They are policies. There are competing policies and interests at times. So sometimes council has to wrestle those competing policies and interests and determine which direction you think is more accurate. I can give you my staff opinion, my professional opinion, but council ultimately, as a planning process, has to make that end decision, and that's what it comes down to. In a lot of all these planning decisions, is it's not just checking boxes necessarily, but are we balancing all those interests and all these policies? Are they being met? And these competing elements, are they being balanced appropriately? That council is satisfied. You have competing interests here of environmental impacts to the gravel extraction. Can these two elements be mitigated and work together in this process? We think they've addressed that. So there's things here that council does have to wrestle with, and to some extent, you'll have to wrestle with all these policies and weighing them out. So I think what sometimes people wrestle with more than others is sometimes they think I want to play one policy versus the other. I think this one's more important than another policy. And it can't always be done that way. They have to be balanced out and taken in their overall perspective. And that's council's job to weigh that out. There was another element to your question. I think I've forgotten. So that's what council is going to be anticipated. That's what the community is going to come in front of you tonight with. Just maybe tell you that they disagree with the report, or maybe one of the comments or something in there, and they think the policy should weigh heavier to one element or another. And they might raise some concerns that you may wish to say, like, I think, you know, this is maybe my concern still is outstanding, and you're not satisfied some of the policies are met to your standard, or that you think one policy isn't met well enough and council could weigh it a different way. So that is your decision you have to determine, and that's something that they have to make the case to you as the community.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Through you to Mr. Vink, and I have a number of questions if I could. The first one is, we talked about the sunset clause and we talked about below water table. And I understand the sunset clause and I understand the below water table, but if capital paving in this case is not interested in going below the water table, could something not be written into this agreement that says they will not? And would that not be legally binding going forward if they decide they want to change their mind?
So yes, through you, Chair, to Councillor Shantz. You could ask them to do that, but what you'd set ourselves up for is a bit of an argument from the aggregate gravel industry, even and ministry, saying we've done something that we have no jurisdiction to do. So as much as the applicant might agree to that, let's say they did agree, there are other bodies out there that say you have no legal authority to do that, you have no right to do that, there's nothing binding, and they could take us to the Ontario Land Tribunal and say you've overstepped your bounds as a municipality. You have no jurisdiction to do that. So no, I wouldn't recommend trying to go that route, because you're setting us up for something that legally we're not allowed to do, and sets us up for a big legal battle with either the sand and gravel industry and then even the province. In the past, the province has fought us on these types of things, so I would not recommend it.
Okay, thank you. And a couple of more questions if I could. We work hard on the official plan and the regional official plan. And so then somebody wants to change that and they just come along and make an amendment to that. How does that work?
So yes, again, to Councillor Shantz, generally anybody can come in and make an amendment to our official plan. Yes, we work hard to set in what we're looking for. It just adds an extra set of tests in this case, or in any case, it sets an extra set of tests, an extra set of standards that they're going to be reviewing against. So in this case, we have our official plan, we have the policies in there saying, identify, where is this? Is there a source here? Tell us what the source is, how much is there? Some of that was taken away from us by the province to say you can't get into need and you can't really get into quality and quantity as much, but everybody has the right to make an official plan amendment. The tests for the official plan amendment are: do you meet the provincial policy statement? Are you conforming to that, to the places to grow? Are you consistent with the regional official plan? Those tests have to be met. So anybody can make an application to say they meet those tests to amend our official plan, and that's what we'd be reviewing them under.
Okay, and just a couple of more questions if I could. They're maybe a little more practical. And did we talk about, or did you talk about with the region about not using engine brakes on Sean Station Road to try and mitigate noise? And another thing I've seen in other areas where they do not have parking in the mornings in front of a gravel pit, so that there's not a bunch of gravel trucks lined up waiting to get in the pit, idling in the morning in front of people's houses. And I guess the third part of that is starting the operation at 6 o'clock in the morning instead of 7 o'clock, loading trucks. And why would we accept that? I think our bylaw says that we shouldn't be starting work until 7 o'clock in the morning. So I think that's all I have for now.
So yes, that to you, Councillor Shantz. In terms of engine brakes and parking, I didn't address that with the region. That's the region's roads, and as up to their jurisdiction what they determine is safe. So we don't usually get into the region about telling them what to do with their roads. It is something they could have been asked. I don't think the region usually puts those types of restrictions in place on their roads unless there would be, like, for example, the engine brakes, if trucks were slowing down somewhere, but there was no reason along Sean Station Road that they'd be slowing down other than to pull up to the site, which there's not a whole lot of houses right in that vicinity. So I'm not sure the need for the engine brakes is a big concern in that sense. Parking, you know, that's if the region wants to do a no parking there, again, it was fairly rural, so I'm not overly concerned. And they would have the turnoff lane that they could park on and wait in the mornings. In terms of the hours of operation, you know, staff did kind of go back and forth with Capital Paving on it. We were struggling around the hours, but there's nothing in our bylaw our noise bylaw that prohibits them from loading and unloading at that time period. So they're following our noise bylaw requirements at this point. So they're following what we've set in place.
Any other, Council McMillan?
Thank you, Chair Martin. Through you, Mr. Brenneman had talked about the decision-making process. And I was wondering if we could get a little bit more information about that, specifically about whose authority is it that lays out that process? So is that process laid out by our township staff, by the region? Is it by the Ministry of Natural Resources? Is it through the Planning Act and the provincial government? Or is that a federal government thing? Whose authority is it that lays out that decision-making process?
So yes, to you, to Councillor McMillan, the Planning Act process is laid out by the province in the provincial in the Planning Act. So it gives us the authorities under the Planning Act and says you follow, you know, you should meet the provincial policy, you have to meet provincial policy, regional policies, and your own policies to make decision making. Simultaneously to us going through this process, they are actually also going through the ARA process with the province. So there's two processes going on simultaneously. So that is through the province, that is through the Ministry of Natural Resources, where they are going to approve the aggregate resource licenses. That's why we have to withdraw our objection. So they will finalize the licensing on the pit. So without that, they can't, they could still move forward without our approvals if they deemed it appropriate, but the province makes a decision on the pit license in the end of the day. They usually take in the various comments from the agencies to put those comments in and put everything together in the ARA license. If for some reason there is an appeal, both things would come together in front of the Land Tribunal, Ontario Land Tribunals, and they will deal with everything comprehensively as one appeal and deal with the planning and the aggregate resources license together. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, so to simplify, that process is laid out through the Planning Act and the provincial government. It's not our bylaws, it's not the region, it's not the federal government, it's the provincial government through the Planning Act that lays that process out. Thank you, I appreciate that. And a follow-up, please, Chair. Excellent, thank you. Mr. Vink, you talked about, through you, Mayor, Mr. Vink talked about council weighing competing priorities, and we're not going to be able to satisfy the environmental interests to 100%, and we won't be able to satisfy the aggregate extraction to 100%. It's about finding a balance. So if council and the residents fall on the side of the environment and saying that's more important than the aggregate, and the professional planners and Capital Paving fall on the other side, who ends up being the tiebreaker?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor McMillan. Just in this case, it's not really a tiebreaker. Now, don't look at the policies you get to pick one versus the other. The provincial policy statement has a lot of policies in it, and you're not supposed to pick one over the other. You're supposed to see if they're coming out with a balanced approach. And did they meet all the requirements of all of them? Did they go through each and every one of them and address all of them adequately and comprehensively? And it's not the test that there be no impact again. The test is, did they minimize the impacts? It says you're allowed to extract in a prime agricultural area, but here's what you need to do. Go through the rehabilitation, do these noise, we put them through a lot more noise and analysis and other studies than other places, and it's typically required. So you're gonna start looking at that and say, did they complete everything to the satisfaction of the provincial policy statement, the regional official plan, and our official plan? Did they meet all of those policies? Not to pick one versus the other, say, I want you to focus on this one, but you didn't do it good enough. That's not the way it works. They should be looking at all of them. Council should be looking at all of them.
So, thank Chair, may I follow up on that? Thank you. So I appreciate that answer. And I get that that's your professional opinion and your recommendation that we're, finding the balance and the applicant has reached that balance. I think we're going to hear a few hours of delegations here tonight that suggest that that balance is not being found. And if council agrees with the delegations and not the professional opinions of the planners and the peer reviewers, there would be some conflict in that assessment of whether balance has been found. And if there's conflict, what is the ultimate tiebreak on that conflict?
Yes, to you, Councilor McMillan. Ultimately, if council determines to deny the application, for example, it would go to the applicant would likely appeal it to the Ontario Land Tribunal, who would make the ultimate decision. Okay, and they would base it on their, they'd be basing on meeting those policy tests to determine did they adequately get addressed and met. And if that was the case in that scenario, you'd be hiring experts to justify your end argument. In that case, if you turned it down, why you turned it down, say you didn't meet these tests, you'd have to find experts to defend that in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. Conversely, if council approves it, the neighborhood or the ratepayers have the opportunity to also appeal in front of the Land Tribunal and make that decision and take it away to the next body. So it just moves up to the Ontario Land Tribunal to make that decision at that level and to adjudicate the issue and determine here's the end answer at the end of the day. And they'll make that decision for everyone at the end of the day, depending on who appeals.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Any additional questions, comments? Okay. All written submissions received by our Planning Service Department after the report was made public have been attached to the agenda for public reference. Instruction for delegations. We have many registered delegations wanting to speak for this topic. Speakers, please be as concise as possible and avoid repeating at length what those before you have already said. Each delegation has a maximum of 10 minutes to speak. We have a lot of people to hear from tonight, and we encourage speakers to use less time if possible. Our first two applicants have requested that we don't ask any questions of them until the last one is spoken. And I'm going to go on a first name basis here, keep it very informal, make it easier for me. So we have Neil from MHBC Planning, and we have George from Capital Paving. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of council. My name is Neil DeRuyter. I'm a planner with MHBC Planning here on behalf of Capital Paving. First, I just want to thank the township for allowing us this opportunity and bringing forward a recommendation report. There's been a lot of work that's been done on this application over the last 3 years, and we certainly appreciate the efforts undertaken by the township and also the community in actively engaging on this matter. I just want to quickly highlight a bit of the overview of the proposal. A lot of this was touched on by Mr. Vink, but there's just a few things I would like to focus in on. And the first is that this is an application to operate above the water table. And as Mr. Vink notes, that means extractions limited to occur 1.5 meters above the water table. The site will have to be actively monitored to ensure that extraction remains above the water table. The second thing, the map that I've included on this slide, the boundary that's shown in red is the license boundary, and the area in black is what's known as the extraction limit where extraction will occur. The site's been broken out into 5 phases, and a couple reasons for that. First is to limit the areas that are disturbed at any one time, but also to recognize sort of the areas where processing would occur. And the main aggregate processing plant would occur in phase 1 on the north end of the site. This is the area where it's closest to the trucks coming in. So that's the area will remain where the active processing is occurring. Because this site is prime agricultural land, the site will have to be rehabilitated back to farmland. And the phasing also ensures that this is done in a sequential basis and that it's not left to the final moments when extraction has been totally completed. What I would note is Mr. Lorenko from Capital Paving will give you examples of how Capital Paving has successfully rehabilitated extraction sites back to farmland. Capital Paving has confirmed that there are about 3 million tons of high quality aggregate resources found on the site. This was done on the basis of 50 test pits that were dug across the site and then sent to their accredited laboratory for assessment on the quality of the material. The pit is being applied for a maximum of 500,000 tons, but Capital anticipates that it will be about half that amount. The projected lifespan of the pit on that basis would be about 10 to 15 years. With respect to the haul route, all trucks will exit onto Shant Station Road and then head south to Highway 7. And I should note the majority of trucks that will be leaving this site are destined for Capital's asphalt plant, which is located in the township of Puss Lynch. There will be no truck traffic on Forester Road, no truck traffic on Village View Road. Shant Station Road is a designated truck route. It's actively used by trucks and it's designated accordingly by the region to accommodate truck traffic. The only trucks that would be going through Maryhill would be those that are destined for local projects within the Maryhill area. With respect to the application, I believe this was touched on by council in their questions to Mr. Vink, but there have been extensive studies undertaken with respect to this proposed application. I'm not going to go through all of them in detail. What I've tried to do here is just highlight with respect to the studies that are listed in bold, what has been peer reviewed. And these were peer reviewed not just by the Township of Woolwich, but also by the region of Waterloo. The region's Ecological and Environmental Advisory Committee was also involved extensively in reviewing the application. All of these application materials, including all of the correspondence with the peer reviews, which is quite extensive, was made available both on Capital's website and the Township's website. In addition to those expert reviewers, and I would note with regarding the expert peer reviewers, these are experts that are qualified within their respective discipline and have experience in reviewing aggregate applications in Ontario. So in addition to those peer reviews, here's also the list of agencies that have been involved in reviewing this application. There's been 5 provincial ministries that have been involved in reviewing this, as well as the Grand River Conservation Authority. I'd also note that Capital Paving's directly consulted with Indigenous communities, which included meetings and fieldwork and site visits with Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation and Six Nations of the Grand River. With respect to community consultation, I just want to highlight that because we have 2 processes ongoing right now, one under the Planning Act, one under the Aggregate Resources Act, is that there's 2 parallel public processes that have occurred, both of which have standard requirements for how the community is to be consulted. With respect to what Capital has undertaken, this tries to identify, and George will speak to this more directly, about some of the additional consultation efforts that have been undertaken. And this included setting up a project website with information that was posted regularly. The township also put the information on their website, but it also included regular newsletters to the community that were distributed over the last few years. We've also held in-person and virtual meetings with interested residents and landowners, and Capital has been firm in terms of in their commitment of reaching out and extending invitations to the community and having meetings to discuss their concerns. With respect to consultation with the Hopewell Creek Residents Association, we have provided written responses to the concerns and questions that have been raised. This included some of the reviews that were undertaken on behalf of the Residents Association. What I would note is Capital had extended on multiple occasions invitations for meetings, and unfortunately, those invitations were not accepted. However, we still endeavored to get the information out to them with written responses, as well as responding to the concerns that they had been addressing directly. I expect regarding the members of the community that will be speaking after us, that a big thing you as a councillor are going to hear is whether it's appropriate to locate a pit near Maryhill, near uses along Shant Station Road, near the uses, agricultural uses in the area, the school, the golf course, etc. And I think to step back a bit, it's important to understand that aggregate extraction by its very nature is a rural land use, and it can only exist where viable deposits exist. As I've identified in the map here, this is an area with a history of aggregate extraction. The areas outlined in red are former pit licenses. So there were 2 pits located closer to the village of Maryhill north of this site, one of which was operated by the township of Woolwich. The other was operated by Man Construction. There was also other unlicensed pits in the area. So regardless of whether or not this site in particular has been mapped at a high-level desktop mapping exercise undertaken by the province in the 90s, there is evidence here that extraction has occurred in the past. With respect to what's available on the site, Capital's undertaken extensive resource testing, which has confirmed that there is high-quality sand and gravel resources. And this information has been shared with the reviewers, including the township, the region, and MNRF. And the province confirmed that this site does in fact contain high-quality sand and gravel resources. With respect to some of the uses and the concerns that you may hear regarding some of the uses along Shant Station Road, I would like to point out again that Shant Station Road is an existing truck route. What Capital is proposing does not change the function or the role of Shant Station Road. Trucks can continue to use the Shant Station Road, much like they currently do. The other part is with respect to some of the separation distance, and I think Mr. Vinks outlined this within his report. At its closest point, the urban boundary of Maryhill is located more than 300 meters from the proposed extraction area at its closest point. Dr. Shaman's clinic, which is located at the corner of Hopewell Creek and Shant Station Road, is 840 meters from the extraction area and 1.5 kilometers from the processing plant. St. John's Kilmarnock is 780 meters from the extraction area and 1.4 kilometers from the processing plant. And both the clinic and the school, as I mentioned, are located along an existing truck route and will be located closer to the new Highway 7 than the proposed pit. Finally, just quickly moving on this slide, appropriateness with respect to land use planning is determined by demonstrating conformity with planning policies that are in place and demonstrating that potential impacts are minimized and mitigated in accordance with the applicable standards in which these applications are assessed. All of these have been achieved with this application as confirmed by the expert reviewers and the agencies who have reviewed this application. With respect to cumulative impacts, a question has arisen regarding what's known as the Keyswetter pit in the township of Guelph Hermosa, just east of Maryhill. And what we want to just note for council's information is that cumulative impacts were already addressed within the application. Importantly, and as Mr. Vink noted, there's no groundwater or surface water connection with the Keyswetter pit. As you can see from the map on this slide, it is located on the opposite side of Hopewell Creek, and it's about 2 kilometers from the site, and both sites would operate above the water table. Regarding, in response to some of the comments that have been received by both the agencies and communities, substantial changes have been made to the application. I've listed some of them. All of this information has been made available throughout the process and has been on the websites. Some
10
Mm-hmm.
of the minutes is up.
Okay. I'll just wrap up here with a last slide, and then I'll turn it to George Lorenko. What I would just want to highlight for council is that all expert reviewers who have reviewed this application have no remaining concerns with this application. That includes the region, MNRF, GRCA. There are no outstanding issues or concerns from any review agency. And with that, I will pass it on to George Lorenko. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I will just share my screen here. Can you see the screen? Sorry, I can't see you. Can someone confirm?
Yeah, I can see the screen.
Okay, great, thank you. So good evening, Chair Martin, Township Council, staff, and all those in attendance. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you regarding Capital's Shant Station pit application and our request for council to approve Capital's official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications. So Neil's presentation focused on the technical details of the application, the planning process, the peer reviews that have been conducted, and the update to the changes to the site plans as a result of the consultation process. What I wanted to focus my discussion with you on are some of the concerns we've consistently heard from the public. I don't have the time to address all of the concerns, but I've scoped them down to some of the more common issues that we see cropping up. I often hear from the public about land use compatibility concerns, appropriateness, as Neil touched up on the aggregate extraction, and it doesn't belong near certain areas. As we all know, opposition to new aggregate applications is very common. I don't know of any aggregate application in the province that doesn't experience opposition, and mostly due to its location. It is important to note that extraction can only occur in the areas that actually contain aggregate. So as Neil also mentioned in the presentation, when it comes to the Maryhill area, we know that aggregate extraction has occurred in the past and even closer to the village than Capital's application. 2 sites north of our site were operating in the early 2000s, St. John's Kilmarnock School and 2 other unlicensed pits. So I want to offer you my perspective and show you that aggregate extraction coexisting with a number of different land uses is more common than you might suspect. There are many examples of this throughout the province, and I wanted to provide you with specific examples relating to sites Capital has been operating without issue near or adjacent similar uses to that of the Maryhill area. I won't go through this whole table on the slide, but there are several examples of Capital sites that operate next to similar uses or businesses that are either located on site, adjacent, or near our operations. For instance, our other sites operate next to numerous private residential wells. And we have never had an instance where our operations have impacted a private well, and this has been confirmed by years of continued groundwater monitoring. Our Wellington pit has a horseboarding and riding stable operation on site. Our Whistle Bear pit has an active dairy cattle and milk production operation on site. Whistle Bear also operates immediately adjacent to 2 golf courses. One of them is a world-class course that has hosted the women's LPGA tournament in the past. And despite experiencing opposition to these Capital sites during the licensing and zoning process for those pits, once the license has been issued and approved and the sites became active, we haven't experienced any issues with surrounding neighbors or businesses, and we don't have any registered complaints from either the MNRF or the Ministry of Environment. This slide shows our Wellington pit operation and the scale and proximity of the adjacent significant wetland or woodlands that are shown in green, light green, and the provincially significant wetlands that are shown in purple that are right next to it. With years of groundwater monitoring, there's been no evidence that any impact has occurred to the form and function of these sensitive features or to wildlife, despite operating next to them for over 20 years. Here's an aerial view of our Whistle Bear pit operations in North Dumfries, operating next to 2 golf courses. And I can say we have never had any complaints about our operations from either of these 2 clubs. This is a slide that shows one of our sites, our dance pit operation, operating in close proximity to residential uses or residential areas. The photos that you see on this slide are from our Wellington pit. So the top left photo shows our existing entrance that travels through a woodlot into the site off of Wellington Road 34 in Puslinch. This is essentially what our proposed Sean Station pit entrance would look like. The top right photo shows a home that is located within the licensed area. Extraction occurred within 15 meters of this home. And many people believe that aggregate sites are left as deep holes in the landscape. And this picture clearly shows that it's not the case. The fields in the foreground were previously extracted and rehabilitated back to agriculture as recently as 2018. The bottom photo shows our paved Wellington pit internal haul road that runs right past horse paddocks. We've never experienced an issue with the horses or the riders who frequently ride the horses around this area and on the haul road. All of these photos in the last several slides demonstrate that extraction can coexist with other types of land uses or features and is a common occurrence throughout the province. I won't go into too much detail in this slide because a lot of the traffic concerns were addressed in the township report, and Neil touched upon some of it as well. There has been misinformation regarding traffic numbers and estimates. but the Region Waterloo has reviewed all the information and agrees with Capital's projections. And as stated numerous times, and by Neil as well, majority of the trucks from this site are destined to Capital's asphalt plant operations in Puslinch, which are south of this site. Trucks will not travel through the village unless there are local deliveries to be made in the area that require aggregate. Capital is pretty proud of its rehabilitation record, and it's been recognized as an industry leader in this regard. The vast majority of our rehabilitation has also been to agricultural end uses. We have fully rehabilitated 4 previous gravel pits and surrendered 3 of those licenses. The 4th site will be surrendered in the near future. Altogether, we've rehabilitated 410 acres of land, with 97% of those areas rehabilitated back to agriculture, and more specifically into crop production. And this slide shows what I'm talking about, and it's an arrow that shows the true progressive nature and interim nature of a gravel pit. This is our Wellington pit operation, where 60% of the licensed area has already been rehabilitated. The active operations are on the right, with the previously extracted fields surrounding the active area. The fields you see at the top left of the photo are all produced, and the left, sorry, are all producing various crops. Much like our proposed Sean Station pit, the pit was operated in phases and progressively rehabilitated as each phase was completed. This slide is our Whistlebear pit again in North Dumfries, and here you can see a number of different uses in one picture. You can see the active pit operation alongside rehabilitated fields. There's an active dairy cattle operation on site, and as well you can see the golf courses to the top right of the photo, as well, not captured in the photo, but directly across the street at the bottom of the picture is the Whistlebear Golf Club. So with regards to some of the noise issues we hear, Capital's used a number of techniques to minimize noise from our operations even further. Along with perimeter berming and noise barriers, Capital equips all of its loaders with broadband backup alarms instead of backup beepers. We also plan traffic routes within our site so that not only for safety purposes, but it also eliminates the need for trucks to back up, which also have beepers. When it comes to mitigating dust, Capital has developed a best management practices plan that lays out the requirements on a daily basis to ensure that the dust is appropriately mitigated. We also use conveyor belts rather than trucks, internal trucks, to transport material within the site to the processing area. This vastly eliminates one of the significant causes of dust emissions, which is on-site truck traffic, by completely eliminating internal trucks, and this will dramatically reduce noise and dust emissions coming from the site. So this is my last slide, and I just wanted to discuss with you a little bit about Capital's engagement efforts with the community over the last 3 years. From the very beginning of the project, we wanted to be open and transparent with the community and to quickly respond to concerns that we hear. We did go door to door with adjacent landowners prior to the applications in 2017. We created a website where we could share all our reports. On that website, we also issued community newsletters to people who signed up to keep them informed of the status of the application and the peer reviews. Countless times, as Neil has mentioned, we've offered to meet in person, virtually or by phone. We responded to emails within 24 to 48 hours of receiving them. We've responded in writing to all letters sent to us, and we've responded quickly to all concerns from the residents in the community that were forwarded to the township, despite us not being copied. Despite our multiple attempts to meet with the people and the residents group, only a small handful agreed, while most declined and did not respond at all. Some residents stated they were too busy to meet, and it was disappointing to hear that these same individuals met with each other often, sometimes on a weekly basis. While we understand there will be some individuals who will continue to oppose our project, Capital's application has gone through its due process, and we've provided all the information required and asked for. We've satisfied all the agency concerns, as well as all the independent expert peer reviewers hired by both the region and the township. And it's now been over 2 years since the application was first made, with plenty of time for consultation. And we believe we've met all the requirements. So we are respectfully asking council to vote to approve the applications as recommended by township staff.
Time's up.
And even just 2 more points, regardless of whatever happens here tonight, citizens or groups can continue to oppose the project. You still have opportunities through the aggregate licensing process, or they have the right to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So this concludes my presentation, and Neil and I would be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions for the speakers? Council Merlan?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Chair Martin, to Mr. Lorenco. I'm impressed by how much land the capital has been able to rehabilitate over the course of the 4 or 5 pits there. I'm just wondering if you can tell me how much of that land was considered prime agricultural land, and after the rehab, would it also be considered prime? And would it be considered prime agricultural land after the rehab has occurred?
Thanks for the question, Councilor Merlehan. We haven't done any specific studies because so for our Wellington pit, our progressive rehabilitation, we haven't completed the site, all the rehabilitation on the site. So we haven't done any formal analysis regarding its classification or whether it's prime agricultural or not. As far as the other sites, I'm not sure. I'm not aware. It does predate my employment with Capital. But from what we've discussed with the landowners of those sites is that they have over, a couple of years after the rehabilitation was completed, the yields that they've been getting have been similar to what was there previous to before extraction began.
Okay, and oh my goodness. So sorry. I got to figure out how to mute that thing. Sorry about that. Through you, Chair Martin, to Mr. DeRuyter. Are you aware of any studies that would be able to assess whether or not something is prime agricultural land after rehab, or anywhere else in the area that has occurred where prime ag land can be returned as prime ag land?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Merlehan, there certainly have been more onus on or work done with respect to this matter. One of the things is gathering more data on it. What I would say with respect to this application is that there is regular requirements for agricultural monitoring reports that would be provided to the township and the region and the province. So basically what that does is, as Capital's progressing through the site and they're rehabilitating the phases back to farmland, there's going to have to be monitoring reports to provide information with respect to, the soil characteristics, crop yields, and things of that nature. So there is a direct way in which we can look at that with respect to this application. At the end of the day, the goal is to bring land back to the same average soil capability. And in part, that's why the monitoring requirements are in place. And importantly, it's providing that information on a regular basis to the township and region to show how that's being done.
Okay, and I guess just to follow up on that question, the monitoring that you have to provide to the township and the region, is there a point where either the township or the region would be able to say, no, you need to continue to do whatever it is that you do to soil to make it prime ag land to get to that point? Is there that, or is it just a report that's going to sit on a shelf somewhere? Just wondering if the municipality, maybe this is a question that Mr. Fink should answer, but maybe if you have any insight to that, I'm just wondering if there's any teeth on those reports and whether or not we would be able to enforce that the prime ag land would be returned as it once was.
Through the chair, the requirement and the condition on the site plan is that the lands have to be returned back to prime agricultural land. That is the absolute requirement. And I think, Mr. Vink might be able to better answer the township component of it. But what I would say is the idea behind providing these reports to both the township, the region, but also the province It's to then provide further information as with respect to how that's being addressed. And if it's not, changes have to be made. And extensive discussions did occur with the peer reviewer that was looked at the agricultural work. And this was a component that was enforced and added in on the site plan, was the idea, if there were changes needed to the agricultural monitoring program, how would those then be enforced? And that's why the conditions have been put on the site plan to allow them to do that. And importantly for the township, that's why the requirement is to provide it to the township, so that the township has the ability to review that. But with respect to sort of the more authority on the township, probably Mr. Vink would be able to better answer that.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Would Mr. Vink be able to answer that? Thanks.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Moynihan. So ultimately, we are going to rely on the aggregate resources license. So if there's concerns that they're not bringing it back as per the provincial policy statement requirement, we would be dealing with the ministry, and we would be working with the ministry to ensure how they will address that concern. So if we have concerns, we'd be dealing with the ministry directly and working this out with them. I've never had this scenario, so I wouldn't know how it would play out as to how they would resolve it, but we would be dealing with the ministry directly to make sure they bring it back to that average state. One of the best reasons we like to see progressive rehabilitation, for example, means that topsoil is being moved back onto the site as quickly as possible, and then the soil is then rejuvenated as quickly as possible also. So that's one of the reasons we like to see the progressive nature of the aggregate resources. So that benefits in many ways too, but definitely with the ministry, we work together.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions? Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. Through you to, I guess, either George or Neil, it doesn't matter. Question I have is about water taking. I know we'd have to get a license to get water to fill the pond originally, and work around that. But what happens with the water that evaporates in that pond? How do we fill that back up? And then also, I think there's a truck on site to water some of the ground area where the traffic is on site. And where does that water come from?
I'll take a stab first through you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the water truck, that is a requirement with respect to dust mitigation. So Capital would have a truck that would come on site. The idea being that it would have water being sourced from off site. With respect to the pond, there are requirements that are very specific in the Aggregate Resource Act that allow this to occur. And one of them is the area. So the area is quite small, and I believe it's a quarter of a hectare. That's the maximum size. And in some ways, that's to ensure with respect to how much is being provided for the pond is limited. The other part of it too is that in order to do that, Capital will need to get a permit from the Ministry of the Environment. And one of the things that we had discussed with township staff through the application was ensuring that that information is also provided to the township, because it is important that with respect to looking at how that pond, where it's going to be located, Capital expects it's going to be on the north end of the site, close to the processing plant, for obvious reasons with respect to washing. But that information would certainly be then made available to the township. But as I said, part of the reason of limiting those potential impacts is part by the size, in which it can't be greater than a quarter of a hectare in size.
Okay, and if I could just follow up on that a little bit about the monitoring and things like that. I think it's said in part of the report there that your supplier report 3 times a year. And wondering, with our technology now and computers, why wouldn't we be monitoring that on a daily basis and doing a graph over the year to see if there's any fluctuation at all?
I could take a stab at that. Thank you, Councillor Shantz. So with the monitoring, the requirement on the site plans is for 3 manual water checks a year. However, all of our monitoring wells are equipped with pressure transducers that are continuously monitoring. So what will happen is our hydrogeologists will go on site to collect and transfer the data from the pressure transducers. So we'll have daily, you can even program those things for hourly measurements but it'll be confirmed with 3 manual measurements throughout the year and then reported to the township, the region, and the ministry once a year in March.
Okay, thank you. The reason I asked the question is if there's any discrepancy with one of the local wells or something like that, you would have the information on that day as to what it was. So that's why I asked the question. So thank you.
Any additional questions? Councilor Redekop?
This is through you, Chair, to Mr. Lourenco. So I've been impressed by your reporting and all the conversation that you've had with the township. I'm impressed with that, and your attempt to meet with various citizens of the Maryhill area and other people. So I was quite shocked to receive an email from the Shant Station pit on Tuesday, July 6th for general information. I assume it went to the citizenry as well as council and other interested people. So I want to quote from about halfway through the Shant Station pit update. While there continues to be opposition to the pit proposal from some members of the community, council will put itself in a difficult position if it decides to go against the report of its own staff and turn down the application. Mr. Lourenco, I took this as a threat, which goes against all of what we've received at the township in terms of quality information that you've given to us. So I want you to explain what difficult position will council be in if it makes a decision against the pit?
Well, thank you for the question, Councilor Redekop. And I certainly did not intend for that comment to be as a threat. The purpose of our newsletters is to help educate the public about the planning process and how decisions are made. It was our attempt to try to provide that information to them so they understand that, as Mr. Vink noted before, you have to follow the planning process, and council has to basically make decisions on, well, they can make the decisions how they see fit, but we wanted to help them understand why council is not just can make decisions based on whether the community favors it or not. It has to take into account all the other factors as well in the processes and stuff like that. So it's certainly, and I apologize if it was taken as a threat, that wasn't our intention. Again, these newsletters are to help explain to the community a bit better how the process works, and that was our intention. But full apologies if that's how it was received.
Could I have a follow-up question then?
Sure.
So you still didn't answer my question. What difficult position are we in? Because I need to know, because this pit application is a political decision. And you gave just such good information, and then this comes out of nowhere. This comes out of absolutely nowhere. And I'm trying to understand what you mean by it.
Yeah, I think the message we were trying to get across was that we've done all the peer reviews and we've satisfied all the peer reviewers that were hired by the township and the region. And then the township staff is also recommending, based on satisfying all the policies in the township official plan, that we made the comment that it would be difficult. It would pose challenges to go against the recommendations of staff and all the expert peer reviewers that have reviewed this proposal.
Thank you very much.
That's what I was trying to get across. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Councilor Shantz?
Yeah, thank you. Through you to, again, either Neil or George, I'm not sure. With all of the people that you have peer reviewing this and getting input, and this is prime agricultural land, why would we not have the Ontario Federation of Agriculture involved in some of these decisions and asking them some questions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can't comment specifically on why the OFA may or may not have looked at this specific application. What I can tell you with regards to how the prime agricultural matter was reviewed was that the township and region did retain an agricultural expert to review it. I would also just note for council's information as well that the Ministry of Agriculture also did review this application as well. So they have it with respect to a certain sort of set of parameters that they're looking at. Ministry of Agriculture did not raise concerns. But directly to your question, you know, I'm not sure why OFA, you know, sort of what they may choose to look at or not look at. I think the decision that was made by the township and region, sort of assessing what they've done, was to hire an agricultural expert who could then review the agricultural study and the agrology and the soil agrology report that was prepared with the application.
Any other questions? Next, we're going to hear from the Hopewell Creek Residents Association. Council has given approval for this community group to give an organized 1-hour presentation with up to 8 speakers. 7 speakers will speak now, and their 8th speaker will be the last delegation of the evening. The speakers up now are Susan, Brandon, Cheryl, Rebecca, Dean, Bonnie, and Ian. So you can begin. You have 50 minutes.
Hello, I'm Susan Campbell. I'm the first one who's listed to speak on behalf of the Hopewell Creek Ratepayers Association. So I turned on my microphone and my camera. I'm just wanting to know if you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As I say, my name is Susan Campbell. I'm a resident of the region, and I'm a member of the Hopewell Creek Ratepayers Association. I also bring some background to this matter. I'm a former vice chair of the Ontario Municipal Board, so I have some understanding of the planning regime. I was quite interested in some of the questions that councillors have asked. In the face of a staff planning report saying you should approve this application, how can you decide not to approve this application? Well, what I am doing right now is imploring you to read the material that I have filed, to pay attention as closely as you can to the presentations tonight. And it's not that we as objectors are simply going to say, we don't like this, we don't want it. We're going to give you reasons why it's not appropriate planning. So my primary focus tonight is the fact that the proposal involves prime agricultural lands that have never been identified for the extraction of aggregate. The provincial policy statement recognizes the importance of aggregate resources to this province, and it specifically provides that these resources shall be protected for long-term use, and where provincial information is available, deposits of mineral aggregate resources shall be identified. And the province has in fact identified areas as having high potential to contain mineral aggregate resources. In 1988, the province undertook aggregate resource inventory studies, and in fact, they prepared a detailed study for the region of Waterloo. It's called ARIP 161, and I've attached portions of that paper to my presentation tonight. The applicant and some of the material they've submitted would have us believe that the ARIP mapping is out of date and it should be given little weight. As it was generally, they describe a desktop exercise. And I heard that phrase used again tonight. I want to say with all due respect, the ARIP 161 document is a document of over 60 pages, including detailed maps. 36 areas of sand and gravel of primary significance are identified in ARIP 161. 18 of these areas are in the township of Woolwich, including one lying along the Hopewell Creek, south of Maryhill. The identification of these areas was not a desktop exercise. Field samples were collected and analyzed, and I invite you to review ARIP 161. The field methods are discussed in some detail. And the result of the ARIP, the areas identified for protection of extraction of mineral aggregate resources do not include the subject property. The property is not identified as having either aggregate resources of primary or secondary significance. And then the significance of this mapping is that it was adopted by the region and by this township. That adoption, I say, demonstrates the seriousness with which the ARIP mapping was taken by the region and the township. Section 9 of the Regional Official Plan provides that MARAs, the mineral aggregate resource areas, are to be identified and protected, and Map 8 sets them out. Everyone has access to Map 8. There is notice about where the mineral aggregate resources are to be found. There are areas with important resources, and that resource is being protected for potential future use. Similarly, there are areas like the subject property that do not have identified resources and are not protected for future use. Both the residents and the aggregate companies are on notice about this. Now, I have never said that extraction is not permitted in these areas outside of the mapped areas. It is not forbidden. However, what I'm saying tonight is that some regard has to be given to the policies of both the township and the region. The township adopted Map 8, and in section 11.3.1 of the township official plan, it says, it adopts as a general policy that the township will favor, with the cooperation of the region, the extraction of sand and gravel within mineral aggregate resource areas. I want to repeat that. They're going to favor the extraction of sand and gravel within mineral aggregate resource areas. I'm not saying it's never going to be permitted outside the MARAs. I'm saying that there are policies that say extraction should be favored in mapped areas. I'm saying that this policy has to be taken to mean something. It has to be taken to mean something upon which both residents and gravel companies can rely. There are few, if any, guarantees in land use planning. But I say, surely a resident of this township, specifically residents in the Maryhill area who are located within 200 meters of the subject property, should be able to take some comfort from the mapping of aggregate and the fact that the township's own official plan says that the township will favor extraction of gravel from mapped MARAs. I submit that it's reasonable for you councillors to take the position in making your decision that lands not mapped as MARAs should not be subject to aggregate extraction before mapped areas are considered. Importantly, section 11.1 of the township official plan speaks to the need to utilize the resources. And as you've heard from Mr. Vink, the provincial policy statement says we can't look at need. But section 11.1 of the township official plan also says that got to look the utilization of lands defined in the regional official plan as prime agricultural area for sand and gravel extraction shall only be considered in accordance with the foregoing, and after council is satisfied that there are no viable alternative sites where the required resource can be obtained in areas not considered to be prime agricultural areas. So the applicant addressed this policy in a manner which should not be considered acceptable. It said, we don't have to consider this as all MARAs are in prime agricultural areas in Woolwich. Its position completely ignores the fact that lands have been specifically identified by the province, the region, and the township as containing mineral aggregate resources. Surely, when one is asked to consider an application for extraction of aggregate from prime agricultural land, not mapped as containing resources to be protected, it's reasonable to ask the applicant, in accordance with the township's own official plan, are there no viable alternative sites where the required resource can be obtained from lands mapped as MARAs? You will hear from others tonight who will speak to you about the negative impacts that this community will face if this proposed pit is permitted in what can only be described as the wrong place. I ask you, in considering your decision, to balance, and you've heard about balance tonight, to balance the interests reflected in the provincial policy statement, the regional official plan, and the township official plan. I ask you to read the policies carefully and closely. You do not have before you a planning opinion which speaks to you of the balance with which must be achieved in your decision. I note the presentation that will follow me by Brandon Peaster does talk to some of this, and I think it gives you a lot to rest a decision on. The PPS, the regional official plan, and the township official plan all speak to the extraction of aggregate resources from prime agricultural land in rural areas, but these documents also speak to the importance of these lands and the rural character of these lands. Aggregate resources are of enormous importance to this province. They must be protected and extraction must be allowed, but extraction must be allowed only in appropriate areas. Now, I'd like to add one addendum to what I was going to talk about. There's been an issue raised in the press about provincial oversight of the pits, and township staff was reported in the record as taking the position that oversight of a pit, once approved by council, falls completely under the jurisdiction of the province. And apparently residents of the area are supposed to take some comfort from that fact. So I do want to bring to you some experience that I bring from the Ontario Municipal Board. And I will grant you that this experience is from 10 years ago, but I'll suggest what you can do to update it. I did a hearing in 2010 about not a gravel pit, but a stone quarry. Evidence was adduced before me that one Ministry of Natural Resources aggregate technical specialist had responsibility for the administration and inspection of 146 licensed pits and quarries. She testified that she tried to visit most active aggregate sites in her portfolio once a year. So I grant you, this information is over a decade old, and perhaps whatever ministry is responsible for pits and quarries now, they've been flooded with resources to monitor these pits and quarries, but I sincerely doubt that. So I ask you, as the elected representatives of the citizens of Woolwich, specifically the residents of the Maryhill area, who would face all the negative impacts of an insufficiently overseen pit, to do at least this before you consider approving this application. Please ask your staff to ask the following questions of the ministry responsible. How many inspectors are responsible for how many pits in the township? How often are operating pits inspected to ensure that all rules and regulations and site plans are being followed? How many complaints about existing pits are received per year? What is the nature of the complaints? How long do complaint investigations take? What are the types of resolutions on these complaints, and what follow-up is subsequently done? Thank you very much for listening to my presentation tonight.
Brandon?
Good evening. Can everybody hear me and see me?
Yes.
Great. Good evening, councillors, staff, mayor, and chair. My name is Brandon Peaster, and I represent Maryhill Golf Club. MHBC, the planners representing Capital tonight, wrote in a planning memo in 2016 that the golf course provides an important recreational and employment use within the township, and effort should be made to ensure that its continued success and operation. That's certainly not how we've been treated with respect to the proposed pit. Mayor Shantz, you asked earlier tonight what authority you have to reject this zone change. I'm going to outline for you many reasons why the policy framework has in fact not been met, and in doing so, give you legal reasons to disagree with your staff report. We have taken many actions to address our concerns, but we remain unsatisfied. We met with Capital Paving and MHBC early on to discuss our concerns. We attended the public meetings to learn about the proposed pit. We wrote many letters to all relevant parties, and we've met with Jeremy Vink. we made a detailed presentation to you, councillors, back on September 10th, 2019. In that presentation, I addressed the direct concerns that the proposed pit would have on our golf course. I also urged you to direct staff to consider health and safety impacts on the surrounding neighbors by considering recognized safety measures. I explained that Capital's application was in violation of various sections of the Woolwich official plan by failing to include the golf course in the noise study, the visual impact study, and the air quality study. I am disappointed, but not surprised, to learn that since that time, the only real change pertaining to the golf course was an increase of our berm height from 3 meters to 6 meters. A 6-meter berm should be the bare minimum, as a 3-meter berm hardly screens any of our impacted views at all. None of the other concerns were addressed, and the berm is now in place for a shorter period of time. Contrary to what Mr. Vink told you earlier this evening, we've been kept out of air quality studies and noise studies, as well as been ignored in the dust management plan. All of my points from the September 10th presentation remain relevant and outstanding. In addition, as it pertains to the berm, as you can see here, the upper 3 red circles indicate that the other berms, which aim to protect neighbors, are to be installed and to remain in place throughout the life of the pit. The berm screening the golf course, on the other hand, only exists for a short period of time during phase 2 extraction. The berm was originally supposed to be installed prior to phase 1, but Capital changed their mind in May 2020. We respectfully request berm phasing consistent with our neighbors, 6 meters, installed prior to phase 1 and removed subsequent to phase 5. Again, we have still been left out of the visual impact study. There are no assessed views or view shed photos of the golf course. I'm not sure if any of the consultants have even been on the golf course. If they had, they would have seen that while a 6-meter berm provides sufficient visual mitigation during phase 2 extraction, we have a direct line of sight to the unscreened processing plant, outlined in red on this photo. We will see the processing plant throughout the life of the pit. This was, of course, left out of all the studies and not mentioned in the staff report. Even earlier tonight, you heard Neil from MHBC discuss buffer distance between extraction and the village and the school and Dr. Shulman's clinic, again with no mention of the golf course. This level of treatment continues to be unacceptable. As it pertains to dust, in Capital's best management practices for dust, Maryhill Golf Course is once again ignored completely. For example, site preparation, rehabilitation, and aggregate extraction all have rules for strict monitoring and control procedures when operating within 200 meters of a residence, or when wind is blowing towards a residence. But zero controls are in place when operating within even 50 meters of the golf course. Councillors, we are a contiguous property owner, an employer, and a major recreational use. On busy days, we can have more than 500 customers enjoying our golf course. These customers have not been considered. Our concerns have not been addressed, and I urge you to speak up on our behalf and reject this zone change application on the basis that the golf course has been continuously disregarded. As it pertains to the land use study, according to Woolwich Official Plan 111112, Capital must provide a detailed description of the nature of surrounding land uses and permitted land uses. Instead, they used a one-liner about where the golf course is located. No mention of the permitted uses or any impacts, contrary to what the official plan requires. Once again, if they had included us in the land use study, as they are required to do so, they would have identified that a permitted land use includes building one residence on each golf course property. That's as of right, as per the existing zoning, and we have several suitable vacant building parcels. An OMB board member, in rejecting Capital's Aikinsville pit, points out that Capital Paving has previously argued against residential uses, even when a 500-meter buffer is in existence, arguing that a 1,000-meter buffer would be required between any pit and a new residential development. Further, in March 2021, the Ministry of Environment published a draft land use compatibility guide in which they suggest a 500-meter minimum separation distance between a new residence and an existing aggregate operation. This worries us because we are currently, as of right, permitted to build 2 residential buildings on our golf course. Will this existing right be relinquished or fought by Capital if the proposed pit is approved? Because Capital and MHBC again did the bare minimum and did not properly consider the requirements within section 11.11.12 of the official plan, there are outstanding items that have not been considered and therefore have certainly not been mitigated. Councillors, the impact on our business is potentially enormous. Loss of business income, loss of our beautiful tree inventory, noise disruption, dust disruption, visual disruption, vibration disruption, possible impacts on our water supply, potential to lose our right to build a residence on the property. The list goes on and on. Councillors, neither the proponent nor your staff have been adequately considered, nor your staff have not been adequately considered or addressed the adverse impacts to the golf course. And for that reason alone, you must vote against the proposed zone change because it is in violation of Woolwich Official Plan 11.7.3. However, I would like to state 3 additional points to consider. We all knew that eventually the reports would agree with the proposed pit. After all, the proponents are paying for the studies, and they are guiding you into what they want you to think are relevant issues. First, instead of performing any sort of safety study, they perform a traffic study, which is a study more about road infrastructure than anything to do with safety. Decision site distance at important intersections have been ignored. Early today, when responding to Mr. Chant's question about engine brakes, Mr. Vink commented that there's no reason for a truck to slow down on Chant Station Road, indicating that staff clearly has not considered the effects of other traffic, such as golfers pulling into the golf course and pulling out of the golf course, and students pulling in and out of the golf course and the school. Of course, there's a reason for a gravel truck to slow down. Capital continually points out that they operate beside Whistlebear Golf Course without any complaints. Well, Whistlebear Golf Course has over 350 meters of sight distance in all directions, whereas safety concerns will be introduced for Maryhill customers because they will be unable to see 315 meters with gravel trucks barreling down the road. I'd also like to point out that Whistlebear Golf Course is over 290 meters away from any extraction on Capital's pit, whereas this proposed extraction occurs within roughly 15 meters of our property line. There's also a dairy farm between Whistlebear Golf Course and Capital's pit, so the comparison really isn't fair. Second, I'm not going to go over all of these points, but they were included in my earlier presentation. But my point is, instead of making an analysis on whether the pit conforms with the values in the Woolwich Official Plan, they overload you with hundreds of pages of technical studies to get bogged down on. Third, enough attention is not given to the fact that there are large gravel deposits below the water table. Capital Paving is proposing an above water table pit now, but as Mr. Vink indicated, there is no vertical zoning, no mechanism for depth control, which presents a great risk. More than half the gravel deposits are located below the water table. This cross-section was prepared by Capital, and I've outlined in blue the gravel deposits that Capital is proposing to extract. And I've outlined in red the gravel deposits that Capital is proposing to leave in the ground. Councillors, you have no jurisdiction to restrict extraction below the water table, but you do have jurisdiction to stop the extraction in its entirety. If you allow the zone change now, you will be unable to prevent a below water table pit later. And none of the studies even consider those impacts. Councillors, the issue at hand remains that a construction company wants a gravel pit to turn a profit, and the residents, neighboring property owners, and surrounding businesses and community members do not want a pit. The land was never designated for extraction in either the official plan or the zoning bylaw. The pit is incompatible with the values in the official plan. There is nothing forcing council to support this zone change. So the question, councillors, really becomes, do you stand with your constituents, the voters who count on you to make decisions on their behalf? Or do you stand against them? Your municipal staff allowed their office to be convinced too easily, and they ignored many technical planning details relating specifically to the golf course. It is within your right and within your power to be advocates for this community and the values it holds dear. Please reject this pit. Thank you for your attention.
Cheryl?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, mayors, councillor, and staff. My name is Cheryl Boughton, and I'm the head of St. John's Kilmarnock School, located on Shant Station Road. And today I'm speaking on behalf of my school community. Thank you very much for the opportunity to voice our concerns about the proposed gravel pit. Now, I know many of you are familiar with the school, but just to give you a bit of background and context, St. John's Kilmarnock School, or SJK, is an independent, not-for-profit school. We're proud to be considered the leading independent school in Waterloo Region. We were established in Elora in 1972, and we moved to our current location in 1989, 32 years ago. We're located 650 meters to the south of the proposed pit. The trucks from the proposed pit will travel south down Shant Station Road, past the front gates of our school to access Highway 7. SJK educates 425 children between the ages of 4 and 18 years of age. We're a diverse school community representative of the broader Kitchener-Waterloo region. We're known for our excellent academic and co-curricular programs, as well as for developing young people who will be our next generation of leaders. We're proud to be located in Woolwich Township, and our school's site, surrounded by forests, farmers' fields, and horses, is possibly one of the most beautiful school campuses in Ontario. We're also proud to be a major employer in the area. SJK has a team of over 100 people in a variety of roles: teachers, educational assistants, food service workers, cleaners, grounds and maintenance staff. We employ many local people who have grown up in the area, and we also attract employees and prospective families from across Canada and around the world. People are drawn to our beautiful campus and our surrounding environment. And in this way, we play a positive role in the economic development of the region. So as you can see from my description, our campus is used by more than 500 students, staff, and members of the local community every day of the week from dawn till dusk. And the establishment of a gravel pit located so close to the school and proposed to be in operation for 10 to 15 years will impact the health and safety of the entire school community. It is not compatible with our existing land use, and it will have many adverse effects on our school. So I'd like to touch on 3 of those adverse effects: air quality, noise pollution, and the health and safety risk of increasing traffic on an already busy road. So first of all, in terms of air quality, we know that gravel pits are dusty by their very nature. And I appreciate that you've been informed of the various mitigation measures that can be taken to minimize the impact of gravel pit dust. But the fact remains that they are dusty places. The prevailing winds blow from the proposed pit directly towards the school. No matter how much mitigation is put into place, some dust is going to make its way to the school. It can only be reduced. It can't be eliminated. And it's important to note that physiologically speaking, children are not just simply small adults. Children drink more liquids, they eat more food, they breathe more air per kilogram of body weight. They have a larger skin surface in proportion to their body volume than adults. And we know, if any of you are parents, that very young children crawl on the floor, put things in their mouths, sometimes eat inappropriate things, and they spend more time outdoors than adults. So their unique physiology and behavior influence their exposure to harmful substances such as gravel pit dust. Now, as I've explained, parents choose our school because of our strong academic program, but also our rural location. Our curriculum ensures that our students spend a lot of time enjoying the outdoors, playing sports outside, and learning how to be good stewards of the environment. Our lower school classrooms and playground are located on the side of the school closest to the proposed pit. Our older students play sports on our playing fields, eat lunch outside when the weather is nice, and participate in outdoor education activities. With the pandemic, we've made even greater use of our campus by holding classes outdoors, and we plan to continue this trend even after the pandemic is no longer such an issue. And if the proposed gravel pit is approved, we can assume that our students will be impacted. As part of the application, Capital Paving submitted studies which were peer-reviewed showing that the air quality when the proposed pit will be in operation will fall within acceptable standards. The acceptable standards are those that are defined by the Ministry of the Environment and take into account the acceptable standard for an average adult. They do not take into account the unique physiology and behavior of children. Furthermore, many of our students remain at the school for their entire education. If a student starts in junior kindergarten and continues until graduation, he or she will be impacted by the proposed pit for over 14 years. And if the pit continues longer than proposed, then generations of children will be impacted. With these children in mind, how can we be comfortable that the applicant said that the air quality simply falls within acceptable standards? The applicant pointed out that other schools are located near gravel pits. I would argue that no school should be located near a gravel pit, but it's also worth explaining how these schools are different from SJK. Firstly, they do not have the expansive campus that we have, with the outdoor and environmental education programs that go on year-round. Secondly, their school day is far shorter than ours. Our students arrive at 8 a.m. and many do not go home until 5:30 p.m. And thirdly, these schools educate for only a few years, perhaps elementary school or middle school, and then students go on to another location. Our school is unique in that it offers education from JK to grade 12, and many of our students are with us for 14 years. The length of their exposure to the adverse effect of the proposed gravel pit makes it more impactful. I also want to talk about noise pollution. We're concerned about the additional noise that will come from the proposed gravel pit and the resulting traffic on Shant Station Road. The noise from the crusher, heavy machinery, the trucks, and the general traffic noise will interfere with the learning environment at SJK. It will not only be a source of distraction, but the constant noise will also present safety issues on campus. Our athletics program is one of our defining features. Leading independent schools from the GTA travel to our campus to compete against our teams. Excessive noise will impact the ability of referees and other safety officials to effectively communicate with the players. You might also be aware that noise isn't equal on all terrain. We have a beautiful pond that we use for a variety of activities, including canoeing and kayaking, plus various environmental education initiatives. Even at the moment, when large trucks drive along Shant Station Road, people who are on the pond cannot hear well, posing a safety hazard. With the increased traffic anticipated on Shant Station Road, this will further impact our use of the pond for learning and recreational activities. The noise from the gravel pit, as well as the trucks traveling along Shant Station Road, will negatively impact our playing fields, our waterfront, and our environmental education program. These aspects of our campus have not been accounted for when determining that the increased noise is not significant and acceptable. And I also want to speak about the increased risk of traffic incidents. The tracks along the proposed pit are going to go left onto Shant Station Road and will travel south before turning onto Highway 7. And we're concerned about the health and safety risk of increasing traffic on an already busy road. Each day, 10 school buses, nearly 100 employees, and hundreds of parents drive to and from the school. We also have many students who drive themselves to school, and our student drivers are new drivers with limited experience. We also have buses from other schools bringing students to athletics events, and these drivers are unfamiliar with Shant Station Road and the surrounding roads and highways. We're concerned that the increased traffic from the trucks will put our students, teachers, parents, and visiting schools at increased risk of traffic collisions, and this is especially true during inclement weather. We're also concerned about the safety of walkers. We have pedestrians that walk along Shant Station Road. Our staff sometimes will park at Maryhill Golf Course and will walk back to the school, freeing up parking for guests when we have large-scale events. Furthermore, some of our students walk to school and others will walk to a popular cafe at the corner of Shant Station Road and Highway 7. It's already a busy road, and the addition of 9 additional gravel trucks per hour will compromise the safety of pedestrians, new drivers, visiting drivers unfamiliar with the area, as well as our parents and employees. The unique nature of our community has not been taken into consideration when deeming that the increased traffic is acceptable. And as I conclude, I'd like to offer just 2 other pieces of information which I think are relevant to council. Firstly, the rehabilitation of gravel pits. As many of you know, SJK is located on land that was once a gravel pit. And when the school was established at the current site, it looked like the surface of the moon. And you might look at it today and call it a rehabilitation success story, but it's not. It's incredibly difficult to grow anything on our campus due to the poor growing conditions. There's very little topsoil, and we spend a lot of time and resources replacing trees and shrubs that have died. I would warn you against the idea that when the pit is at the end of its life cycle, that it will be easy to rehabilitate it back into prime agricultural land. Our 32 years of experience tell us that it's very challenging to accomplish this. And I also want to add a response to the comment in the written materials that the applicant met with us at SJK and they heard no further concerns. And I know that everybody is well aware that we have all been dealing with a pandemic. And I will tell you that leading a school during COVID has been the most challenging thing I have done in my almost 30 years in education. We're a small not-for-profit school with limited resources. And we simply do not have the resources to continue to meet with the applicant, given the crisis we were facing, and also given the likelihood of the applicant genuinely listening to our concerns. Our students had to come first, but it doesn't mean that we didn't have concerns. So I hope that you will take our concerns seriously and recognize that the Shant Station gravel pit presents too many health and safety risks to be approved. The applicant and the peer reviews have not taken into account the unique nature of our school. It's not enough to say that the risks are acceptable, not significant, or minimal. The health and safety of children demands a higher standard. So in closing, a gravel pit at the proposed site is incompatible with our school location. SJK will suffer from multiple adverse effects, including reduced air quality, noise pollution, and increased risks of traffic accidents. It will interfere with our existing activities, and it will have a significant impact on our school. Thank you for listening.
Rebecca?
Hello, my name is Rebecca Gertendorst. I'm 18 years old, and I'm here as a representative of the youth of this community, the future of this community, and my family farm, Gertendorst Farms. Firstly, as a youth in this community, I have so many concerns about this potential gravel pit. I've lived here all my life. As a youth in this area, there are not a ton of things to do or places to visit nearby. One of my favorite things to do with my younger sister is bike down to Maryhill Market on a nice summer day to get ice cream. Yet, if additional heavy truck traffic were added to these roads consistently, cycling would become infinitely more dangerous. In September, I'll be attending the University of Waterloo for biomedical engineering and competing on the varsity field hockey team. As an athlete, I run on these roads, I train on these roads, and this could also no longer happen. There are no bike lanes or sidewalks on the haul route. It is completely unreasonable to take away the safe use of these roads for bikers and pedestrians for the sake of a gravel pit. I know that I am not the only youth in this community who enjoys biking and running, as I see people on the roads almost every day as soon as the weather is warm enough, both children and adults. Nobody should be scared to go on a run or a bike ride in any community, let alone in Maryhill. Now, the second part of my presentation, I would like to talk about representing the future of this community. I plan on staying in this area. Maryhill always has and will be my home. I'm going to be here in 30 to 40 years, and I believe that this gravel pit is detrimental to the future of this area. The first reason is that the gravel pit will impact the surrounding ecosystems in this area. Allowing this gravel pit to be built means permanently damaging those ecosystems. Ecosystems are very fragile. They're like dominoes. You damage one part of it, the whole system collapses, and those butterfly effects are permanent. Firstly, the contamination of air, local water, and soil will have detrimental effects long term. Having just one pit may not seem like a lot, but if that pit is operating for many years, consistently producing dust, chemicals, and emissions, it's going to accumulate in the water, soil, and air. It will contaminate our water sources for crops and gardens, and will eventually become the rainwater that is spread to another area far beyond Maryhill. Hopewell Creek is extremely close to the proposed gravel site and runs directly into the Grand River, which then runs right into Lake Erie. This is what I meant by butterfly effect. The contaminated water will spread far beyond Maryhill because of the poor placement of this pit. The effects are best summarized from an article from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. Pits and quarries disrupt the existing movement of surface water and groundwater. They interrupt natural water recharge and can lead to reduced quantity and quality of drinking water for the residents and wildlife near or downstream from a quarry or pit site. The next concern I have for the future is biodiversity. From that same article from the Toronto Environmental Alliance, creating pits or quarries requires the removal of virtually all natural vegetation, topsoil and subsoil, to reach the aggregate. Not only does this lead to loss of existing animal wildlife, it also leads to a huge loss of biodiversity as plants and aquatic habitats are destroyed. Moreover, adjacent ecosystems are affected by noise, dust, pollution, and contaminated water. Like I said, ecosystems are fragile. The sound disturbance alone is enough to displace populations of animals, but this kind of physical disturbance will also destroy habitats through the actual extractions and the environmental changes I listed before. One of the most beautiful things about living in this area is that sometimes you'll see wild animals just in the field right beside where you're driving. I recall a time where I had 20 plus cars lined up on my street because there was a rare bird sighting near my house. I've seen so many deer, foxes, birds, and other beautiful wild animals in this area, but I promise you that if this gravel pit is put into place, all of those animals will no longer be seen. Their ecosystems will be permanently damaged. They will be forced to relocate, habitats will be ruined, and many animals will die because of that disturbance. By implementing this gravel pit, you'll be destroying a beautiful natural area of this region. You'll be industrializing an area that has no desire or need for it. This is already happening in so many other places, and the effects are devastating. For example, in North Dumfries Township. I would like to read an excerpt from the Air newspaper, a letter to their mayor from Alex Bethfather. To Mayor Sue Sexton, in reading a recent column you wrote, you said that we live in one of the most beautiful places in the world. I previously would have agreed to that statement, but it's hard for me to accept any longer. Our township is being destroyed, and our politicians are sitting idly by. Everywhere you drive in this township, you see a hole in the ground from a gravel pit or the remnants of one. It's pretty eye-opening now, even when you fly over in a plane and see the devastation to a once beautiful place. I wonder how many residents have had their windshields cracked due to stones or thrown up from the gravel that is left when they're leaving the pit. This does not need to happen to our township. You have the opportunity to listen to the people and preserve our land and community. My dad used to tell me this saying, which I don't think makes complete sense, but it kind of applies to this situation. A donkey doesn't hit its head on the same rock twice. We should be learning from history, not repeating it. Lastly, I would like to talk about my family farm, Gruttendorf Farms, which all of you were able to visit. I would also like to add, in response to the photos that were shown by the applicant, that is not a fair comparison in any way, shape, or form, as that cattle farm is significantly smaller in scale than Gruttendorf Farms. This farm and business was created by my dad, Hank Gruttendorf, and my uncle, Arie Gruttendorf, after they immigrated to Canada from the Netherlands. This farm is my home, and the animals there are my family. This business has supported me and my family, and it's contributed to putting food on the table for Canadians for many years. There are so many ways that my family farm will be impacted by this gravel pit, and those impacts will have a huge ripple effect, which I don't think is being properly acknowledged. I'm not a farmer, but I'm familiar with the animals, and I've become really, really good at doing research. The first concern I have regarding the farm is noise. Although the noise level may be acceptable on paper, it's not acceptable for the farm. Growing up on the farm, I know that cows are one of the more sensitive animals. I've seen it firsthand. According to milkproduction.com, cows' ears are most sensitive to high-frequency noises of 8,000 hertz, while people are highly sensitive to 1,000 to 3,000 hertz. For this reason, cows will be more sensitive to grating noises like metal rubbing on metal, like the sound that would come from a dump truck, than people. Intermittent and strange noises are especially stressful to cows. Cows that normally live a quiet life, like the cows on our farm, will be much more noise sensitive than cows which don't. According to ProEarthAnimal.com, some of those physical changes that occur as a result of stress are the release of cortisol, adrenaline, and other hormones. The effects of stress in cattle are reduction of feed intake, lower energy levels, weight loss, reduced conception rate, reduced production of milk, premature calves, weakened immune system, and diseases. All of which would result in a lower quality and quantity of milk and an increased risk of disease being passed on through the milk. As I said, I'm not a farmer. I'm an 18-year-old kid who grew up on the farm, but I leave the hard stuff to my dad. But the one thing I'm confident in is biology. As quoted from my textbook, Cognity, all living organisms can accumulate toxins in their body from the food that they consume. This is called bioaccumulation. As organisms feed on large numbers of organisms from the trophic level below, they accumulate certain chemicals to a concentration which is greater than that of the trophic level below, and also greater than the non-living environment around them, which is called biomagnification. To be fair, you don't need to take biology to piece the puzzle together. There is no doubt that the gravel pit will damage the crops in so many ways. Not only will the chemicals produced by the dump truck emissions affect plants by simple diffusion into the plant tissue, but it will also damage the water which is taken in by the plants via the soil and rain. As I explained before, affecting one area of the food pyramid will cause harm to everything above that level. As the cattle eat those damaged crops and are supplying to the next level of the food pyramid, those chemicals are being accumulated and magnified. The milk produced will then be contaminated with those chemicals and toxins as they reach the very top of the food pyramid, humans. Not only the food of the citizens in this area will be affected, but the food of people all across Ontario. The damage of the crops combined with the damages that stress would have on milk production makes this an issue of very large significance. This gravel pit has a much larger ripple effect than you think, which is why it needs to be addressed not only for our community, but for people everywhere in Ontario. I would again like to talk about the North Dumfries Township. I would like to read another excerpt from a different edition of the Air newspaper, an article written by Rory Farnan titled "Time to Prioritize Prime Farmland Above Gravel Pits." Prime farmland. It comprises less than 5% of Ontario's land base and is mainly concentrated in southern Ontario. It is considered by many, including government, as the foundation of our economic prosperity. Why then are governments willing to put this renewable resource in jeopardy for gravel pits? As we continue to experience a decline in farmland, the need to prioritize prime farmland above gravel pits has never been more important. The National Farmers Union has suggested that it is not possible to return gravel pits back to its original condition, while the Ontario Federation of Agriculture has recommended that gravel pits be prohibited on prime agricultural land. I would actually like to reiterate the very man who is allowing this gravel pit to be built on his property. During the discussion about Tent City, he said something along the lines of "this is prime agricultural land and must be protected as such." Perhaps he should listen to his own words and advocate for nature and agriculture in this region, as opposed to profiting from the destruction of it. He is right. This is prime agricultural land. It is a beautiful natural area that must be preserved and not industrialized. Those photos of the rehabilitated pits from the applicant may look nice, but it's what's under the surface that really matters, and they have no data to show that it's fully rehabilitated. My dad and uncle are two of the most hardworking, smartest people I know. I've seen them put everything and more into this business, and it's become one of the top dairy producers in Ontario. This gravel pit will be detrimental to their business, and it must be stopped. If you care about the residents, the businesses, and the land in this township, you will find a way to stop the proposed pit. What you call acceptable in the report is not good enough. This process isn't good enough. Madam Mayor, councillors, I appreciate you being open to hearing what the citizens have to say and providing me with the opportunity to speak. I also have all of my sources in MLA format, copies of the newspaper articles I referenced, and a written version of this presentation should you want to review it. I'm happy to provide them upon request. Thank you so much, and I'm open for any questions or concerns.
Okay, I'll have to remind the speakers that if everybody's taken over 10 minutes, you've got 6 minutes left for 1, 2, 3, 4 delegations. Dean.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me okay? I'm assuming that's a yes. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, can you please put up my first slide? And Madam Mayor, thank you very much, and councillors, I appreciate the opportunity. Given the comment that was just made about 6 minutes, I'm going to try to go through my presentation fairly quickly. I'm the representative for Hopewell Creek, and I handle the environmental side of the review for the proposal. And next slide, please. And so in terms of the presentation, I wanted to go through some key ideas here. And the first point is that the proposal itself contains technical scientific deficiencies. And most of those deficiencies are driven by the fact that the individuals who completed the studies weren't qualified. And when you have deficiencies in place, what that does is it represents risk in a poor way, and you don't get a good assessment of what's going on with the habitats and the wildlife, plants, and residences. And again, when you look at the deficiencies at a higher level, you realize that the boxes are not checked in terms of the review of the proposal in the context of what we're talking about in the planning process. And then when you look at those deficiencies, the only way to address them is through follow-up studies, which of course have not been completed given the timelines of this review process. And finally, given that the follow-up has not been completed, in order to have a strategy to address that risk, it really points to the need for a compensation strategy for the available use of water. Next slide, please. So in terms of who I am, I've been doing environmental work for more than 20 years. In the last couple of years, I've reviewed about 6 or 7 mine proposals, which are much larger scale than the one we're talking about today. And one of those was a federal EA. I've also reviewed gravel pits in the past. I'm currently reviewing a quarry proposal, and I've also done house and development reviews. And in these situations, I've provided written and oral expert testimony. And as I mentioned before, I was a senior author for the review of the pit proposal. And within that context, that identified more than 60 deficiencies in terms of the environmental context. Next slide, please. And the main theme here in terms of the environmental reviews is that this is a location on the landscape that is really unique in terms of the abundance of water. And so I'm going to show you a sequence of aerial photos. And in this photo here, the yellow circles and ovals represent ponds on the landscape. Don Schwartzentruber's property, which is to the west of the proposed activity, has two ponds located, and those two ponds were dug at surface and they filled naturally with water. And so on that property just west proposed activity of gravel extraction, water is about 25 to 30 centimeters below grade. And you know, again, as you can see in this air photo, there's ponds everywhere. Next slide, please. And if you look at the landscape a little closer, you realize that not only are there ponds there, but there's wetlands, both significant and non-significant wetlands all around the proposed study area. Next. And water drainage is represented primarily by Hopewell Creek in the blue circle. And so what that tells you is that water is moving west and east from the proposed gravel pit location. And those ponds and wetlands and Hopewell Creek would not be on the landscape without water moving in both the west and east, as well as north directions. And again, the abundance of water. And that's why there's high quality wetlands, woodlands, wildlife, and other features on the landscape of importance from an environmental significance. Next slide, please. And so if you're looking at water wells, every location on the map where there's a residence has a shallow water well. And every one of those wells on the map right here would be vulnerable to consequences from the change in land use. And so within that context, you know, the whole idea of a proposal where Don Schwartzentruber's property has water 30 centimeters below grade speaks to the whole context of how so important this whole study area. Next slide, please. So you want to go, yeah. So if you go back and look at the original environmental review and you look carefully, Mr. Vink talked about how when you go through peer reviews, you want to make sure that proper methods were followed and there's proper interpretation. Well, one of the original predicates of a review is to make sure that the individual conducting those methods and interpretations is a qualified person. And so if you dig down into the studies that were presented as part of this complete application, you realize that the individuals who completed some of these studies were not qualified. And because they weren't qualified, these individuals did not go through the proper processes. And so they failed to identify significant wildlife habitat. They failed to properly assess the creek. And similarly, because they weren't assessing habitat features, they didn't conduct a proper evaluation of risk to species at risk fish, plants, or wildlife. So when it comes right down to it, the risk assessment for environmental features is incomplete. And what does that mean? The risk from the proposed activity is not fully understood and that all the boxes remain unchecked. Next slide, please. So just some pictures here. So for example, one of the key features was significant wildlife habitat was properly in the proposal, which was extensively detailed in the review. So things like turtle habitat and bird habitat and deer habitat and all these other things. And similarly, because of the lack of qualified individuals, the botanical inventories are very poor. So there's a picture of a fringed gentian from the study area. And similarly, there's a picture of a black ash, which is a threatened species, which again, the whole purpose is to have a very poor baseline study. It provides an opportunity for the proponent to claim that the possible consequences of the proposed activity are not associated with their activity. And so having unqualified individuals complete these studies is beneficial to the proponent. Next slide, please. So another topic which was a major concern, a technical review completed by Emil Friend and Michael Friend, who are two qualified groundwater specialists. And if you go through their review, again, Mr. Vink identified that all the environmental concerns were addressed in the peer reviews. Well, if you look at the Friend and Friend review, there's a whole suite of environmental concerns that were not addressed. And for the sake of time, I'm only going to talk about 3 of these. So they claimed in a review that the groundwater monitoring was poor and incomplete, and that was because the monitoring wells did not go deep enough, nor were they conducted over a long enough period of time. And secondly, they demonstrated in their study that this assessment of Hopewell Creek was grossly incomplete. And thirdly, because of the presence of shallow groundwater in the study area, it's at high risk of contamination. And they provided 18 recommendations to address those deficiencies. And again, it speaks to the fact that the boxes are not checked and that the risk to groundwater has not been properly assessed. Next slide, please. And so again, for the sake of time, I'm only going to read maybe 2 of these. Groundwater monitoring should be continued for a period of 5 years before extraction begins. So that's in terms of the gravel, as well as during the entire extraction period and for a period after post-closure. And potential impacts on private municipal wells, both in terms of the water quantity and water quality, should be investigated. Next slide, please. So if you go and dig into the paperwork, a number of topics that are germane to this proposal are properly reviewed in terms of the gravel reserve location, which again, the Maryhill Golf Course presentation talked about, the actual gravel volumes and the soils. And so really what it comes down to is what is the potential relationship between the soil overburden and the gravel that may exist below it, and how does it relate to the groundwater? Chances are the groundwater is very close to the gravel, and this means that above water table mineral aggregate extraction is not going to be possible. So I can see a scenario where this process leads to removal of the topsoil, access to the gravel, and then the proponent encounters water. And what does that mean? It means the risk of water has not been properly assessed and further boxes remain unchecked. Next slide, please. And so what is the apparent risk of the proposal? Well, there's 75 water wells registered within 1 kilometer. And so if 75 individuals who are in the study area lose their water, who's going to provide them with water? That means that the individuals in each 5 homes or those businesses are going to require water. And so that means that in order to manage the risk, the people who are making decisions about letting this proposal go forward need to put their money where the mouth is and say, who's going to pay for the lost water if it happens? Because the plants and the animals will not be able to speak. And as we've heard earlier today, those plants and animals may just simply somewhere else. But really, what it comes down to in terms of the most important aspect that we're talking about today is potential impacts on private and municipal wells in terms of water quantity and water quality are unknown. And this is a major risk of this proposal. Next slide, please. So what are we talking about here? Well, the environmental review completed earlier in the process identified there's a number of risks. I identified over 60 environmental deficiencies. We've seen some slides today that show that the gravel deposits exist below the water table. And because of that risk, we need to consider the establishment of contingency fund for those residents who may lose their access to water. And so down to today is please go on the record and identify who will pay for that lost water if it happens. And another part of this is that when you look at the insurance paperwork for this study area, the insurance industry requires individuals to obtain flood protection insurance as part of their policies. And the only reason why the insurance industry has included flood protection as part of the requirements is water is so abundant in this area. The water abundance is why there's wetlands, why there's ponds, why the Hopewell Creek is there. And the risk to water from this proposal has not been properly assessed. Water is the common currency that influences the wildlife and the plants and also people's current use of this habitat. And so that's why we're very concerned about this situation. And I really appreciate the opportunity to contribute here today. And thank you for your time.
Bonnie?
Can you hear me?
So questions afterwards. Go ahead, Bonnie.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, councillors and staff, it was very disappointing to read the staff report. We feel that the concerns of the residents have not been adequately addressed. This proposed pit would sit on the doorstep of approximately 600 people in the village of Maryhill. Since the closing of the previous pit, there have been about 65 new homes built in the village, bringing about 250 additional people to the village, several of whom are within closer proximity to the proposed pit than residents were with the previous pit. Yet even though the population has increased, just because there is a pit in Maryhill doesn't mean it was welcome then, and it certainly is not welcome now. We were here first. The most glaring oversight with this pit is the fact that it's not a compatible land use. The proposed pit would be an industrial use on agricultural land. Surrounding this proposed pit are businesses, residences, and farm. Could you put up my first slide, please? And next slide. Compatible land use, an existing or committed land used for an activity that can coexist with neighboring uses or activities without either creating or experiencing one or more off-site adverse effects. Next slide, please. Sensitive land uses. You'll see in here that a number of these apply to our area. Residences where people sleep, permanent structures such as schools and churches, outdoor recreational uses, the golf course, agricultural operations, cattle raising, cash crops. Next slide, please. Adverse effects are defined in the PPS to mean all of the following. The two that are most important for our area is the loss of enjoyment of normal use of property and interference with normal conduct of business. Next slide, please. This is a map showing the distance from the edge of the pit to the center of Maryhill. It's just over 800 meters. That's extremely close. So you know the noise, the dust, everything is going to be carried. Next slide, please. In the Aikinsville OMB decision, which was between Puslinch Township and Capital Paving, the adjudicator made the following remarks. Brandon addressed this remark in his presentation as well, so I'm not going to go through it. But basically, it's a distance issue. Capital has said, don't build close to me, but I will extract close to you. Capital lost this decision at the OMB. Again, Maryhill was here first. Next slide, please. This is a statement that apparently has been put on the site plan. This came out of the report done by the township, where the ministry has indicated that if they have to close Shant Station Road, construction of the new Highway 7, traffic would be rerouted. Well, I asked the question of the planning staff, where does the traffic go? And I was told by Mr. Vink that it would go through Bloomingdale to EB Crest, down to Highway 7, and then back to Shant Station Road. That's a 14-kilometer trip with a loaded truck. They're not going to take that route. They're going to go through the village of Maryhill. So I asked the question, worst case scenario, are we going to have one truck every 5 minutes each way going through the village? And I said, what about the recycling trucks? They're not accounted for in any of the studies. So we don't know what the numbers of the recycling trucks would be. I think we need a new traffic study that brings out the current information, not just the bits and pieces they wanted us to know. We also asked about the geology because we couldn't find it. We found that it was in the Hydro-G report. There were 3 brief paragraphs. There was no study done other than that, and there was no peer review done. So how do we know that there is high quality gravel there? We only have Capital's word on this. There's nothing to quantify or qualify this.
Bonnie, time is up.
Okay, can I just go to my one last slide, the very last slide, please? Next one. To close, our Premier Doug Ford said, I believe in governing for the people. When the people don't want something, you don't do it. Folks, you're the boss. You don't put something in that the whole community is dead against. The mayor doesn't want it. No one wants it. I don't want it. We're going to make sure that it doesn't happen. We are asking that Maryhill vote no to this proposal. Thank you.
Okay, they've used their 60 minutes, which they've agreed to. Council, are there any questions? Council Merlehan?
Question for you, Chair. There is another delegate, isn't there? Ian Watt. I'd be interested in hearing from the delegates and continuing. And I would suggest that maybe in the future that we have a timer that go off that give people the indication that they've used their time at like 8 minutes or something, and make that part of our process going forward. But I would like to hear from all the delegates. I don't know if the rest of council.
The clerk knew this would happen, and she was assured that they would stay within their 60 minutes, and it was up to them to police themselves. So I'm not going to entertain any other delegations, see where the meeting ends up, see how long we go. So is there any questions? Mayor Shantz.
Thank you. I have a question for Bonnie Bryant, if I could. Bonnie, I like your last slide. Has your group petitioned Premier?
We have.
And
we have taken
what
162 letters to Mike Harris's office stating just this, and we also had a meeting with him as well.
Did you petition the Premier directly?
Yes, I think our petition has gone to the Premier as well. And the
And
letters were
what,
sent.
what
to him as well.
response have you gotten?
Nothing. Basically, they have told us it's up to council to make the decision and then we would deal with it from there.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Merlehan?
Yeah, through you to the delegate, Ian Watt.
Yes, sir.
Hi, I have a question. Can you tell me in 2 minutes or less what you wanted to tell council tonight?
Yes, sir. Happy to follow the recommendations of the chair and try and avoid repetitious matters. But effectively, to summarize, part of my presentation was a bit of an exercise in a thought experiment, a negative thought experiment from our perspective, which was, should council approve this this application, what would be some mitigation pieces that we would see as just sort of base level items, and I can narrow it down to probably 6 or 7 points. According to the Planning Act, it appears that council is able to, and we believe should, place a holding symbol on this land to guarantee that there would be no below water extraction, and we feel that's a prudent and necessary step. We're concerned about the lack of expansive water studies and feel strongly that these should include all wells within 1 kilometer of the pit, bypassing some others. We feel from a transportation perspective, and again, we may require township or council support for the region, recognizing it's a regional road, but consideration of a southbound acceleration lane getting onto Shant Station Road. We've heard previously about, while it may meet certain engineering specs, the sight lines and the practicality of those who live on and around the road and use that for recreation is of concern. As well, the restrictions on proposed pit operations, and we know that there are exemplars of this elsewhere, that there be no operation of processing or truck loading prior to 7 a.m., that there be no operation of processing or loading after 6 o'clock p.m., and that there be no pit activity whatsoever on Saturdays and Sundays. We also, as have referenced before, feel that the notion should not be dismissed, but should be actively embraced to establish a contingency fund for costs in the future. And we recognize, I think, to finish, that this has been a fractious and difficult issue for the village, the citizens, the township. We appreciate that township management has done their best as they see fit to do what they're required to do through this process. It does feel like we're the underdogs. It does feel like that perhaps the rules from above, as understood and applied by township management, put them in a role of an arbiter or perhaps a referee, where they seem to presuppose the outcome of the game already.
Okay, thank you very much for your input, Ian.
Thank you, sir. And the final point is just that management, we can see how management has sort of mind-forged manacles where they feel like they can't recommend but what they've recommended to you. And that's the distinction between management and leadership. And so we're turning to you for leadership.
Okay, any other, Councilor McMillan?
Thank you, Chair. Through you, it's a question to staff, but if it can't be answered, I understand. One of the delegates, Mr. or Dr. Fitzgerald, I think it would be, talked about the lack of qualifications of the reviewers. I'm not in a position to talk about, to read the report and say that person is not qualified. I'm not qualified to make that distinction. What assurances do we have as counselors, that the information that we're reading is from qualified reviewers or people who are qualified in the field. And does the standard, like Mr. Fitzgerald, Dr. Fitzgerald might be absolutely correct that they're not qualified, but if the ministry says that they are qualified, then it doesn't help us at all. So is there, just maybe what are your thoughts on that idea that they're not qualified?
To you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor McMillan. So all of the experts submit their CVs and all their reports to explain their qualifications, and then the peer reviewers see that as they review the reports, and the peer reviewers give us their qualifications. So each of them is pretty much putting their qualifications forward as they're reviewing these. They do that to say, you know, what qualifications they have in the field, what they've done in the past, and then ultimately that would be used as part of the process. If they go forward to an Ontario Land Tribunal, they would have to be qualified for their field there again by the as they go in front of the Ontario Land Tribunal. So they're all putting their CVs forward. The comments were, I kind of surprised attacking the qualifications without stating names or well, not necessarily stating names. I'm surprised attacking the qualifications now and not saying anything previously. I'm not even sure if Mr. Fitzgerald's qualifications myself either. So I'm not at this point going to say that anybody's qualifications were wrong or inadequate or inappropriate or insufficient. Most of them, from my recollection, seem to know what they're doing in their respective field. And as noted, especially on the environmental side, we had peer reviewers from various sources, including the GRCA and the region, who are experts in their own rights, also reviewing this. So we had a lot of people, a lot of experts reviewing some of the environmental aspects from different sources. So I'm satisfied that a number of the sources are there that were done and done well by other experts. Even if it wasn't the experts themselves, the peer reviewers are good, qualified people.
Follow-up, Chair, please. Thank you, Mr. Vink. So then I guess a question to the delegation, to Mr. Fitzgerald. The idea that they're not qualified, I guess I'd ask for a little bit of substance that we could use to take that forward. It's one thing to convince me as a counselor, but eventually we would have to convince someone else that they're not qualified. So I guess I'd be looking for, briefly, if you could, a little bit of justification for that claim that these people aren't qualified, not to convince me, but if that's going to be used as a rationale to deny the pit, to convince the people in the ministry or at LPAT.
So does that mean it's Dean here?
Yeah, Chair, I think I was directing that question to Mr. Fitzgerald, if he can hear us.
Yeah, I
Just
can. So I guess I'm not going to get any video access. That's fine. So I'll use one example. Hopewell Creek flows right by the ground. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? If you want, nod your head. Okay.
Yeah.
Just one example here. So Hopewell Creek flows right by the proposed study area with the gravel pit, and Hopewell Creek contains large numbers of fish and wildlife and turtles and species at risk freshwater mussels. And the investigations of the creek were minuscule. Dr. Friend, the retired professor, identified that creek studies were very poor. Available studies received by the province of Ontario for the proposed 5-7 expansion were readily available for use by the proponent. The proponent chose not to use the Hopewell Creek studies that were on the books. And when you look at the evaluation of the risks of Hopewell Creek, it's completely inaccurate. So they should have had a qualified aquatic ecologist. They should have had a wildlife specialist. They should have had a person who assesses flows, multi-season flows. They should have probably 2 years of water flow data for Hopewell. I'm only going to use this one example. It just speaks to the deficiencies of the environmental analysis. And the purpose of having a very poor baseline analysis is that when changes happen to that habitat, the poor baseline analysis prepared by unqualified, any change in that habitat, whether that's a tree, whether that's significant wildlife habitat, whether it's Hopewell Creek, any change then to be written off as background noise, and that there's no way to quantitatively identify a relationship between Hopewell Creek and the proposed activity. Hopewell Creek is strongly dependent on water that runs off that gravel deposit, and between Hopewell Creek and gravel deposit, because it's politically defined, results in no quantifiable relationship, which creates all sorts of plausible deniability between the gravel pit activity and the functionality of Hopewell Creek. And so the fish don't matter, and the turtles don't matter, and the freshwater mussels don't matter because they didn't do the proper studies.
Councillor Shant.
Mr. Chair, may I just ask for, because it wasn't easy to hear all of that. Can I just ask, just to recap that really quickly then? So the claim isn't that the individuals doing reviews weren't qualified. It's that some of them were being generalists when we needed specialists, and some of them were going beyond their specific field of speciality. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that, as well as the fact that other qualified professionals complete the appropriate study, which is detailed in the ELM review.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
No, thank you for the question. I really appreciate the opportunity to contribute.
Councillor Shant.
Thank you, Chair. This question is for Ms. Bryant. Is Bonnie?
Here.
Okay, thank you. Did you or anybody from your group go on a tour with Capital Paving? Or were you aware of that's a possibility?
I wasn't aware that a tour was a possibility, no.
Okay, so you or nobody from your group that you're
We
aware
were
of?
never offered a tour of the pit, no.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Bonnie, I will have to tell you, I don't agree with you because that isn't true. I was standing right beside you in Maryhill when George made the offer.
Excuse me, I don't recall George making that offer.
Well, he did. Councillor Merlehan.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Martin. Through you to Dr. Fitzgerald again. I just have I was interested in your assessment that this pit would turn into a below water table pit, and you talked about the inadequacies of the study as far as the water is concerned. Can you lay out briefly what steps you think, the steps that have taken to determine that, and what are the steps scientifically that the township could ascertain whether or not this will turn into a below water table? This is something that has happened in our township already that I'm concerned about with a previous gravel pit. And I think it would be a shame if that happened on prime agricultural land. But can you just break down the steps of what they did to determine where the water is now and what we need to do to determine whether or not this will turn into a below water table pit, please?
Yeah, Councillor Patrick, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Patrick, for that question. So what happens here is that there's a multi-seasonal process. Water level rises and falls. And so I've been on studies where groundwater has been monitored, and the groundwater fluctuation on regular sites. Downtown Cambridge, we had a site. I live in Cambridge. Downtown Cambridge, water level fluctuates 4 meters a day. Okay, I saw the data myself. So if you imagine, and this is what Dr. Finn was talking about, is that if you go out and do a 12-month monitoring cycle with proper measurement, you will track how the groundwater rises and falls. And so if you want to find the lowest groundwater levels, you go out in August, September when it's dry and the groundwater drops. But but after the snow melts, the water rises. And so to properly assess groundwater levels and surface water discharge and seepage, you need to go out for a 12-month cycle. And what Dr. Friend was talking about is that you need to have digital monitors to ascertain the fluctuations in the water. And so the predicate of my presentation, all of the surface water was all the way around the gravel deposit and discharges to Hopewell Creek, talks to the fact that water is in abundance. And so the reason why there's lots of natural resources, the wetlands, the woodlands, is because when the farmers came in the 1800s, they would have tried to farm all that land, and then they gave up when they realized the water was standing in their way. And so in order to understand the fluctuations in groundwater and the implications for significant wildlife habitat, you need to have a 12-month cycle where you measure as the groundwater falls and rises. And so what ends up happening is that you could have, 10 months a year, your groundwater levels could be perfect for the gravel extraction, but 2 months a year, maybe it's March and April, or maybe it's October, November when the rains come, the groundwater rises. And then all of a sudden, everything that's in these reports is not relevant. In all my technical reviews, I relate groundwater rising and falling to significant wildlife habitat. And so the turtles, the birds, fish spawning, these freshwater mussels in the creeks, they all have these life histories that are connected with the groundwater rising. And so when you stand back and you look at the studies that were presented that describe the landscape relationship for this proposed gravel pit, the connections are not there. And so what you need is a professional person who knows, like a certified arborist or a certified registered forester, to relate the standing woodland with the wetland person. The wetland person relates the rising of the groundwater to the wetlands, and then you have the specialist who studies the creeks, who talks about the rising and falling of the creek water in Hopewell, and you connect it all into this jigsaw puzzle, and that's what you need. And when you look at the paperwork that's been presented for this proposal, it's very weak and there's a lot of gaps. And because of those gaps, you'll never be able to quantify the relationship proposed activity, which is the gravel extraction, and the fluctuations in the groundwater. And that's what Dr. Friend is talking about, why he wants extensive monitoring, shallow monitoring, deep monitoring, because the shallow groundwater table is linked to the deep groundwater table, and these all influence the wildlife, the trees, the wetlands. And so if you don't have the qualified person who looks at the trees and the qualified wetland person, the qualified person to interdigitate the study, then you lose those details. And when you lose the details, that creates the plausible deniability between the proposed activity and then the changes in the water. And all around the proposed activity are all these individuals who depend on a daily basis on the water. And that's the formation of why, if the water goes away, first the plants go away, then the wildlife goes away, and then people's drinking water goes away. And then, who's to blame? Like Dr. Friend said, I was involved in the Ontario Municipal Board hearing for the west side of Waterloo, predicted that the activities in the west side of Waterloo, where the groundwater recharge is on the Waterloo Moraine, would result in contamination of the groundwater with salt, road salt. Dr. Friend didn't know what he was talking about. Well, now go look at the city of Waterloo and the region of Waterloo are paying millions of dollars a year to clean up the salt. No one talks about it. The consultants, they discounted what Dr. Friend said. And then 10, 15 years later, all as taxpayers in the region of Waterloo are paying for that salt contamination. The consultants who said it would never happen, they've gone off into, the wind. They're not responsible. Dr. Friend went on the record and said he made presentations to council. I contributed information on salamanders and fish habitat at that Ontario Municipal Board hearing. They said Dr. Friend doesn't know what he's talking about. But now look who's paying me. I'm, as a taxpayer in the region of Waterloo, I'm paying to clean up the salt on the west side of Waterloo. Salt that would happen.
Dr. Fitzgerald, I just quickly, I'm under the understanding that even as of tonight, I think Capital Paving had suggested they've been monitoring the water since 2017. Are you saying that that monitoring wasn't sufficient, or they cherry-picked times of the year that they studied that? Is there something specific with what you saw in the data is what I'm looking for, that is what we need to have instead?
So we wrote an environmental review, and thank you for that follow-up question. We wrote an environmental review. We identified over 60 environmental in the proposal. And when you go through those environmental deficiencies, we link each deficiency to a different aspect where the information wasn't presented in the documentation. And we go, if you go into the review that we did, we explain how there is key gaps and key missing information. And again, if you go into Dr. Friend's review, he again speaks to the proper documentation of critical information, which is required to sustain the organisms in Hopewell Creek and sustain the organisms in the wetlands. And that was the context of my work. But with Dr. Friend's work, what he was talking about, like he also used an example where they cherry picked the data, and Dr. Friend, again, it's in his report, where there's actually a creek in the study area that is nearly totally dependent on groundwater discharge. And that creek wasn't even included in the analysis completed for the in the study area. And so it's a little bit of everything you said. So there's some cherry picking and some limited data collections. And, like, again, we could be here for another 25 minutes talking about the minutia of these things. But the short story is that the information that was presented was missing critical information, and that plausible deniability and takes away the linkage between the proposed activity and the environmental consequence. And when I do environmental reviews, I try to connect the dots, because when you connect the dots and create a straight line, then you have a baseline, and then you can see when things change. And so what Dr. Friend talked about was that sometimes water's high, sometimes low. And like I said earlier in this presentation here, you can have fluctuations 4 or 5 meters on a 4-hour cycle, let alone spring and fall. We're talking massive potential for highs and lows in the groundwater, and which has positive and negative consequences for plants and animals. And it also has massive consequences on water management. And that's why the insurance industry requires flood protection for owners in this part of the world. The insurance industry has learned that water is highly variable in the area. That's why they require that as part of the policies. I was surprised when I found that out. But they're predicating that on the occurrence of flooding in this part of the world, even though there's not very many large rivers.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate your answer.
Yeah, thank you for your interest.
Okay, it's past 8 p.m. We've been sitting for over 3 hours. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we go into the other delegates.
Testing. Testing, testing, testing.
We hear you, Mike.
You can hear me?
Yep,
Oh, fantastic. I was having a lot of trouble.
got it.
Okay, am I loud enough?
Yeah, you're fine.
Thank you very much.
Okay, is everybody back with us? Okay, everybody's here. We'll go to the next delegate, Savannah. Are you with us?
Unmute. Can you hear me?
Can hear you now.
Can you see me?
No,
Okay.
I want to see you now.
Do you see me or don't you see me? I don't know.
I don't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, well, that's good. You don't need to see me. As long as I can see you guys, we're good.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you could put up my presentation. Okay, next slide. So a lot of what I'm showing has already been discussed, so we'll just kind of scroll through some of this stuff. This is just an aerial view of the site. Next slide. This is the site with the extractant area. Next site. We talked about the application process. What's really important here that I want to mention is that everything presented is based on computer modeling and not a true reflection of reality. And it's not based on actual data from the pits. It's all based on computer data. And I've lost my page. And that Capital paints a beautiful rosy picture. I don't know where my page went. Here. I just want to say Capital paints a beautiful rosy picture that insists they will have no impact on the immediate community, the land, or the environment. They have no vested interest in our community. They only care about the location and extracting gravel. Next page. This surprised me. Out of the report, it says the area is still rural, although it does have a mix of land uses. The extraction site is very internal to the farm, not in close proximity to a community or a large amount of residential settlements. The blue arrow is where Maryhill is, and this is the extraction site. This is where phase 1 is going to be. This is where the processing, the extracting, and the crushing is going to happen. Next site. This is I'm the new build that they talked about. This is my property. I'm 238 meters from the property line. Next slide. So this is the view from my back patio, and the blue arrow is where the pit's going to be. So it does not meet the required 300 meters separation. And I just want to add, I was never contacted by Capital, considering how close I am. I was issued a building permit with no disclosure that there was a gravel pit application in play. Next slide. This is the cross section out of the visual report. The green line shows where Maryhill is. The gray box is my house. The red line is the property line, and then you can see the berms. Now, the original berm was only 1.2 meters high. The visual added a 3-meter high berm, but those are the stockpiles. They're 15 meters high. That's over 4 stories. And the processing plant will be right behind my house. There'll be an 11-meter berm. This is a 15-meter high stockpile. On the bottom corner, I'm classed as a class 3 area having an existing acoustical environmental dominated by the sounds of nature, which is 30 to 40 decibels. So the sound level, the quantity of noise impacts that I've listed down the side is based on, so 1 to 3 means insignificant. My rating will be 5 to 10, which is significant, and 10 and over, which is very significant. Next slide. This is just what the driveway from Shant Station looks like now, so you can see what the wetlands, they're growing into the driveway. Next slide. Okay, this is the chapter 11.10, the Township Agricultural Resource Policy. I'm not going to go through all of it, but the things to remember here, and this is by Valcoustic Canada, operations will be audible to off-site receptor locations, which is what I am. Rather, it implies that the sound levels being experienced at the receptor locations are considered acceptable. Acceptable to what standards, and it's 50 decibels, but I'm accustomed to a class 3 country living, which is nature sounds. The other thing, when they tried the mitigation, it says the pit will be audible at some of the offsite receptors. It's all the offsite receptors. And provincial guidelines do not require the operations to be inaudible. They simply require that sound emissions be reduced to what they consider an acceptable level. So my new acceptable level would not be the country sounds. It will be it'll be significant to very significant increases, which is 5 to 10 decibels. So quite clearly, this is not internal to the farm, and it will have adverse effects on my home and the community. The other thing I want to talk about is everybody's talking that there's only 9 trucks. In the reports, in multiple areas, it's not 9 trucks, it's 18 trucks, which is 240 trucks a day, a truck every 5 minutes, and Saturdays. So I have to listen to this 6 days a week from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. The other thing that's not mentioned in the reports, and it was in the pre-planning, Capital has found that with MTO contracts, there is more requirements to do work at night or later when there is no rush hour traffic. So every morning, every early morning, daytime and after hours, nighttime noise are all adverse effects that will impact our quality of life. To claim that noise will not affect my home and that of my neighbors is simply untrue. Next slide. Backup beepers. The decibels on a backup beeper is 97 to 112. It can be heard for 3 kilometers away. Capital said they'll use the broadband beepers, but every truck driving in there is going to have backup beepers, and they will be heard throughout the community. The backup beepers are also exempt from assessment by the MCE and are not covered as adverse effects, and neither are the Jake brakes, which were discussed earlier, or the deceleration of the Jake brakes, or the unloading when you unload the recycling and you hear that banging of the tailgate. Next slide. So if everything that is in these reports meets requirements, then why is there so many people that live by gravel pits that complain about the noise? If you live near a pit, the noise is relentless. I'm not going to say all of them. Early mornings would keep us, we could hear the beeping of construction equipment backing up. When the gravel trucks drive by my house, the whole house shakes. It will not matter if you keep your windows closed. It's a constant noise during the hours of operation. The gravel pit representatives would do whatever they can to assure you that having a pit in your backyard will not affect your quality of life. They will promise to do what it takes to minimize the noise and dust pollution, which they probably do, but it is not enough. Once a pit is approved, the reality is residents in the area will see their quality of life decline significantly. The testing that is done regarding the dust, noise pollution, and sensitive wetlands and water is not a true reflection of reality and does not represent the real effects of living close to a gravel pit. So if all these reports are good, why do residents who live beside pits all have issues? And I've spoken to some of these people, and when they contacted the Ministry of Natural Resources, they did not respond. According to the reports, experts, the data is considered acceptable levels, but once the pit is approved, the responsibility falls under the province jurisdiction and it becomes self-monitoring, and they all stick together and they protect each other, but they don't think about the citizens. Next page. Sorry, I'm trying to rush. Next slide. Negative effects on property values. Capital and Woolwich Township maintain that there is no reliable evidence to support a decrease in property. MPAC has acknowledged the negative impact that aggregate extraction operations have on property values. Case study analysis completed by Lansing Appraisals and Consulting have stated otherwise. It is suggested a very high probability of loss in value to residential properties is properties located within the influence of a pit, quarry, or haul route. The study results of 19 properties with an average loss of -23% with a low of 8.27 and a high of 39.36. It's been proven again and again, case after case, that property values decline from 8 to 40% when the vicinity of an existing or just a proposed pit. Potentially a 40% hit for a property as close as yours is to it. The closer to the pit, the higher the loss in value. Buyers' concerns, noise, water, and quality, air quality, and dust. That's the statement that I got from my real estate agent when I told her what was going on. So The property values would drop, the Maryhill residents and property owners lose, but the township assessments of the properties would fall. The township doesn't lose because they would compensate by raising taxes on properties in other municipalities such as Braslaw, Elmira, and St. Jacobs. Who benefits? All for profit, gravel over prime agricultural. Capital, Wagner, the landowner, and the township at the expense of the citizens and the community of Maryhill. Next. Impact to quality of life. My family, like many other Maryhill families, chose to live in a quiet country setting with views of trees, farmlands, and wetlands. We chose fresh air, tranquility over busy city life, a place where my family could enjoy the beauty of the outdoors during the spring, summer, and fall months. This happens to also be prime gravel pit season. The joy of sitting on my back deck and drinking my coffee in the morning, enjoying the quiet of country living, listening to the sounds of birds will be destroyed. Sitting outside on my back deck, eating supper in the evenings will be taken away. The adverse effects, harm of material discomfort to any person. I have a 40% property value loss, loss of enjoyment of normal use of property. I have +10 very significant noise increase. Adverse effects on our health of any person, physical and mental stress. I cannot control my environment. It is sad that we have to fight and stand up for the right to have quality of life and a safe, happy, healthy home environment. With the possibility of nighttime contracts, there'll be no quiet sleep nights. Well, can I just, okay, let me go to my last one, please.
Make it quick.
Okay. The proposed pit would be in the center of our community. It would essentially become the hole in the middle. The hole in the middle. We depend on you, our councils and mayor, to stand up for the taxpayer who voted you in to protect us. Sacrificing an entire community to rich a company and the landowner is wrong and an injustice. Don't turn a blind eye. This gravel pit comes at the expense of the people and the businesses that thrive in this community. If all the information in the reports and peer reviews is accurate, why are the residences and the communities who live beside these pits always complaining? They've learned that dust noise can't be controlled and that theory does not equal practice. As councillors, you can say no to capital and stand up for and with the citizens of Maryhill. Thank you.
Council, any questions? Next, we have Megan.
Okay, so I will share my screen. I don't know how everyone else gets their slides up so quickly. It's so impressive. Okay, perfect. Okay, so my name is Megan, and I'm actually a staff member at Shaman's Clinic, or Dr. Shaman's Clinic. And this cardiopulmonary rehabilitation clinic has actually been in practice since 1978 and was the first of its kind to open. And in fact, throughout the 40 years that it has been in practice, we've actually had the Honorable Elizabeth Whitmer even visit and celebrate significant milestones of the clinic multiple times, supporting the work that we have done here. And we've grown a lot, as you can see by the photos on the right. And in fact, over the years, we've employed over 71 staff members, assisting over 56,000 patients. Now, in order to work at this clinic, staff must have either a Bachelor of Science or a Master of Science degree in kinesiology or exercise physiology. As well, we're required to undergo rigorous on-the-job training. And this training is in order or allows us to meet the special requirements needed to help patients at this clinic. I want to reiterate that this is not a normal medical clinic. And in fact, over the years, there have actually been 13 medical emergencies where patient resuscitation has been required. And so you're probably asking at this point, why do we continue to work here? And that's because the data has shown and proven that cardiac rehabilitation is achievable through the implementation of 4 principles. And it's all 4 principles, not 1, not 2, but all 4. And perhaps you've heard of these principles of diet, exercise, stress management, and group support. And I think it can be clear which 2 often fall to the wayside, which is why our clinic is so unique. We really do prioritize the stress management, as well as the beautiful scenery and quiet sounds. Now, at every exercise class, Each patient receives a bipolar ECG, which is recorded at the height of exercise. So think of this as like a snapshot as to what's happening with the heart right at the peak of exercise. And this is important. And furthermore, a subset of patients undergo a further assessment, which we just call telemetry, but the technical term is telemetric electrocardiographic monitoring. And we have antennas that are strategically placed and hidden so that we don't disturb the natural and beautiful environment, and our patients can truly reap the benefits of this setting. Now, what also makes our clinic unique is that many cardiac rehabilitation clinics are obliged to discharge patients or obligated to discharge patients after 4 months of monitoring. But we don't do this at our clinic. Patients are monitored throughout their life as they work to improve their cardiac health. And more specifically, at around the 4-month mark, where typically cardiac rehab patients are discharged, the heart actually undergoes significant changes, and these really do require more frequent monitoring, more so than the yearly or the biannual stress tests that can be administered through hospitals and doctors. And it is through our clinic and heart disease reversal program that many patients who were originally booked for pretty significant surgeries were actually able to cancel their surgeries due to their improvements. And the picture that I'm showing in the bottom right is actually a patch bypass graft, just to illustrate the types of surgeries that are required by these patients should they not improve their condition. And so I'm going to take a slight detour, but I promise you it's relevant to these core principles and the point that I'm trying to make. Now, heart disease commonly involves a narrowing of the heart arteries, meaning that less blood is able to reach their heart muscle. And in order to compensate for these narrowing of the artery, a full complement of oxygen. So you want to think about the blood as a transport train and oxygen as the passenger on this train. And it's quite responsible and respectful and gets on and off the train on demand at the appropriate stops. Now, carbon monoxide can also be uptaken by the blood or the transport train, but it's not respectful or responsive and just sits on the train holding spots. And so this means that the blood is not carrying that full complement of oxygen when carbon monoxide is present. Now, why am I telling you this science lesson? The reason I'm telling you is because carbon monoxide can come from activities such as smoking, combustion of gasoline-powered vehicles, and most notably from diesel-powered vehicles. And cardiac rehab patients are exquisitely sensitive to decreases in air quality. And our clinic patients have even reported increased incidences of angina simply by walking on a busy street where they live when a bus passed by. Now, for over 40 years, this clinic has provided patients with a lower risk environment to improve their health and in many cases save their lives from this life-threatening cardiovascular disease. In this quiet country location, distant to heavy traffic, city pollution, and noise, patients have been able to exercise safely, or more safely, I should say, and report less symptoms of angina at the clinic compared to their at-home exercise environment. In fact, many patients have even requested to exercise here more frequently as it better suits their specific health status and needs. Now, I'm sure you're all well aware of these core values that were outlined in the 2020 strategic plan, and I won't go over them, but I do want to touch on the point that this cardiac rehabilitation clinic has been in practice for over 40 years and hopes to continue to do so for many generations to come. And I question whether this temporary gravel pit is worth negatively impacting the truly life-changing work that we do here at the clinic for temporary gravel extraction. And so I thank you for your time in listening, and I recognize that this decision is not one that can be made lightly. However, the requirements of these patients are truly specific and very unique, and this quiet country location is not one that can be easily replicated, which is why at the time that I'm presenting, this to you. And to my knowledge, it is the only one of its kind in Canada that offers the specific services such as frequent telemetry or ECG monitoring in Canada. And the services that we do offer really do improve the lives of our patients. And we hope that we can continue to do this for many years. But again, it's very dependent on this location that truly is unique and has been cultivated for years and years and years. And so thank you very much for your time. And I will end my screen share.
Council, are there any questions? Dr. John Shaman.
Okay, can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I need to get my PowerPoint presentation up there. Share screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. With any kind of luck, that should be working. I'd like to thank Megan for the great presentation and all the delegates that we've had today for their great presentations. I've been chopping because my presentation was going to be longer than 10 minutes. And then when I saw that there were certain aspects of this that were already covered, I've chopped them. So it may not be as smooth as it might have been had I had everything still in there, but I was going to start off by talking about the impact studies and the so-called check boxes that are talked about as having been checked off, in which case there's nothing standing in the way from giving a zone change and an aggregate license to the applicant. However, there's one checkbox, I suppose, that doesn't seem to exist, and it has to do with social impact. What is it? Social impact is impact on communities, impact on humanity. I am not particularly knowledgeable, much better now than at the beginning 2 years ago, on aggregate. It's a foreign thing to me. I'm a scientist and a physician. I attend medical meetings, many every year, where we debate and go over scientific entities, et cetera, et cetera. And I do feel somewhat disappointed that in the aggregate industry, that there isn't somewhat more of a high-level way of discussing things among each other, and that people who do cherry picking of data and who are really doing their work on the basis of making financial profit, which is in the science and medical industry, is looked down upon. But it happens. So I'd like to first look at financial impact for a moment. And my simplified way of looking at it is that there are really only two parties that benefit from this zone change and aggregate license. The farmer leasing out his land, and the aggregate company, and possibly subcontractors like the gravel truck operators. However, I don't know of any other beneficial benefits to be had. Now, who loses? I believe the community loses, the local citizens lose, the taxpayers of the township, the environment, the prime agricultural land, water, local wells, the water table, Hopewell Creek watershed, and more. The wetlands, the animals that have been talked about today, the birds, the trees, and more. And the valuable, long-established businesses that make a difference. And we've heard most of these mentioned already today, very nicely and very well represented. Oh, somehow or other I've lost my... Give me half a second. I think I can fix it. Social impact. What does that involve? Well, it involves many things. The two main ones that I was going to talk about today are health and safety, which of course is my life work, and also justice and fairness. And in my work, I see this also quite a lot. I see patients who are impacted by unfair issues relating to employment, to family situations, and any number of possibilities. And that bothers them, and it may actually be the cause of some of their diseases and their illnesses. Now, in a way, this gravel pit fight, if you want to call it that, seems to be using typical wartime strategies. We heard the delegates from the aggregate applicant talk today about the fact that they're trying to educate the public. I'm not so sure I see that. What I see is an engendering of a feeling of futility and the I give up mentality that clearly is the case in the Maryhill region. Even at that very first meeting at the Maryhill Community Centre, which I did not get invited to, interestingly enough. Surprised about that. Someone told me about it, and of course I went and got my name on the list to be an official objector. If I hadn't done that, then I would probably not be here just now. And what I've seen is that these newsletters come out, and I call them what did I call them again? Glitzy newsletters, and the project manager corrected me on a recent email and told me they're not glitzy, they never have been. I went to have a look, and I agree that they were not glossy newsletters, but they were nonetheless over the top. And then they're very much created to give a feeling of futility to the citizens. I mean, I look at it and I feel futility when I look at every few weeks they're putting out another one, another success, bragging about it. And it makes us all feel there's no way we can go anywhere with this. I really appreciated the question of Councillor Redekop about the threat to the council in the most recent newsletter. When I read that was so obvious to me, I was going to talk about it, but now that Councillor Redekop brought that up so nicely, I took that out while I was waiting. Now, this is a war, don't kid yourself. However, it's a war of totally uneven or unequal combatants. Now that the check boxes have all been checked, some of the councillors have had some concerns. They've said things like, we can't vote against them. They'll take us to court. They'll take us to LPAT. We can't afford that. And then we hear that the Hall route, when you start to look at various complaints about the traffic route, the Hall route has been built for heavy traffic. The Hall route is a regional matter. And the township and the aggregate company are washing their hands of the Hall route matter. And I think that's wrong, because it's going to be a big problem. It's going to be a problem for my patients exiting and entering my clinic, older patients. It's going to be a problem for the Maryhill Golf Club clients. A lot of times during the week, there are a lot of older people that play there. It's an executive length, meaning it's shorter. For older people, much handier. And they're definitely going to have a problem trying to get in and out of that parking lot. St. John's School, certainly with the student drivers there, it's going to be a problem. So now that all the check boxes have been checked, hang on, I guess I'm going backwards here, hang on. Okay, so the roadways may have been built for heavy traffic, but the humans living there were not. So I've got too much data here. I'm just going to tell you it's there. I've literally got 2 or 3 hours of presentations if I wanted to, or if somebody wanted to hear it. I know you don't. And I've got data that from the last 10 years that shows that heavily trafficked roads cause an increase of 22% in hypertension, and that's a major increase in heart attacks, strokes, and dementia. A report from the European Medical Journal, a very reputable peer-reviewed journal, how noise pollution can harm the heart. And I won't go into details, but basically traffic exposure is linked to increased heart disease. There is specialized brain imaging that has shown that noisy environments and noise of this nature affects the amygdala of the brain, which is the center or the area of the brain which processes stress, anxiety, and fear. And let me tell you, a large number of my patients have stress, anxiety, and fear. Excess noise also has been shown to increase the inflammatory reaction inside arteries, which is now known, it certainly wasn't in the early days of my work, it's only in the last 10, 15 years, maybe 20, that we found that indeed inflammation in the arteries is part of the process of how the arteries build up their blockage. Now, this is a shot from my parking lot. I had to get up on a stepladder. No, I'm just kidding. But this is a shot of what the gravel pit potential property site would looks like as an actual photograph. And this is the area where the gravel pit will be if it goes through. This is coming in a little closer now. Now, just have a look here. You can see this farmland is ready for seeding. And how might it look after it's seeded a few months later? Well, it might look like this. And the Maryhill Golf Club, if you look at the earlier shots that I showed you, it's a piece of art. It's a beautiful photograph. And right next to a lush farmland with a crop like this, everything feels really good. And we all want to feel good. Now, this is what it may look like when there's a gravel pit there. Now, for some reason or other, that golf course, that doesn't look quite as entertaining as it did before. And to me, this looks like a malignant, cancerous lesion of the environment. Now, let's have a look down from the top. This is the property where the...
Doctor, your time is up.
Time's up? Yep. Okay, I guess that took a little longer. Let me just finish really quickly. The yellow areas are tertiary aggregate, the red area is primary aggregate, and you can see that there's very little on the property. And if you look at the areas that are actually being excavated, it is there's only about 1% of the property that is in the site of primary. I've got a couple of other people that are coming on that are only speaking 1 or 2 minutes. I'm sure that they would be very happy to give me another minute if that would be okay. I mean, after all, I'll explain in a sec. Why did the project manager sleuth his way into my clinic announcement emails? Was that some kind of a threat to him? I received threats about my traffic numbers that he got from my clinic newsletters. So I went out and counted the traffic. I had an engineer do this, and we came up with totally different numbers. Virtually every peer review that we've had have been deemed unqualified. My calculations and eventual counting by an engineer of actual trucks was unqualified. Now, Capital Paving has had 4 years and probably hundreds of hours of contact time with the township personnel. Now I get 10 minutes. Actually, you're giving me an extra minute, maybe minute and a half. The head planner who wrote the 85-page report and denigrated my counting and my calculations, he stated uncategorically that my clinic would suffer no consequences from the trucks nor the pit. What training or experience does Mr. Vink have to make such a judgment? And you know what? Despite all those hours that he's spent with Capital Paving personnel, he has yet to call me about any of this. I have paid taxes in the last 20 years of $500,000. Wouldn't you think that the main planner would be looking at things
Point
that...
of order, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that the delegate's going to have some people coming on who are going to speak shorter, but I don't think we can go
Well,
over
that's
time
my last
just
slide.
to have...
That's my
attack
last
our
slide.
staff.
That's fine. That's my last slide. But you can't unring the bell. Actually, that's my last slide. I forgot about that last one. Thank you very kindly.
Council, do you have any questions? Okay, Robert Liptrap. Oh, sorry, Larry?
No.
Do you have a question?
Not a question, a comment, and I just wanted to make the comment. The slide that you had with the gravel pit and the golf course side by side, that was a little bit misleading too, because the gravel pit is not going to be all dug up like that. The whole area. It's going to be in 5 stages. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Okay, Robert, go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Martin, Mayor Shantz, Councilor McMillan, Councilor Merlehan, Councillor Redekop, Councillor Shantz. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the impact of the gravel pit operation. And I'd like to do it in reference to some of the agricultural activities of the township. By way of background, I'm a veterinarian who spent a number of years after graduation in large animal practice. I then returned to the university and pursued an MSc degree and a PhD degree. And then I spent the next 35 years teaching and doing research. The main focus of my research was to study the hormonal mechanisms of stress and its effect on the physiological systems in large domestic animals. My main concern is the possibility of stress upon the cows and the farms along the road that are going to be used. Now, stress can be of two kinds. There's acute stress and chronic stress. Stress of both types is known to result in an elevation in the blood levels of the chemical messengers, cortisol and adrenaline, other chemical cousins. An example of acute stress, consider cows out at pasture. A pack of wild dogs attack the cows. The cows perceive this as an acute stress. Adrenaline and cortisol levels increase greatly in the circulation. This mobilizes the metabolic resources and cardiovascular system to help the cows repel the attack. This is known as the flight response. Chronic stress is a different animal. It's different in that it is much more long-term and it's a serious situation. As an example, let's take Rebecca's farm where they milk about 600 cows on the farm. I would estimate that they ship probably 18,000 to 24,000 liters of milk daily. That's a big operation. Now, it should be noted that cows have a hearing range that's twice that of humans. That of a horse is about 1.5 times. Cows do grow up with the sound of tractor bringing them food, and this they're quite used to. But they, however, they perceive the sounds of a gravel pit truck rumbling by all day, every day, unusual and stressful. People speak at a level of about 70 decibels. The literature reports that such trucks make the sound of about 100 decibels. This compares to the sound levels of a chainsaw or a motorcycle or a snowmobile. Under these circumstances, there's only a moderate increase in the stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol. However, these levels are increased in level day after day, and a prolonged exposure of such a stressful situation can exert detrimental effects. In people, it can result in hypertension and heart attacks. In cows, it can result in a decrease in the amounts of milk produced. The highest amount of reduction in milk production that I've seen is 20%, but in most cases, it's probably between 5 and 10%. Reduced milk production, of course, means less income, and the most sensitive time for the cows when this would occur is probably when they come from the loafing barn and go through the milking procedure. Imagine the cow coming from up to the milking procedure. She stands in front of a feed basin, has a monitor around her neck that controls the amount of feed that is dropped down in front of her. She's very happy. She's going to get her supper. The milker washes the udder and gets everything prepared, and the cow starts to release the milk, and boom, a gravel truck goes roaring by. And then she, of course, is quite upset. Reduced milk production means less income, and it's a sensitive time for them. Cows also have an amazing sense of smell. If there's hot asphalt or tar that's going to be involved in the proposed nearby gravel pit, cows up to 10 kilometers away will be able to smell that and will be affected by it. For comparison, horses have a smell much better than humans, but not as sensitive as that as dogs. The other more subtle effect of the stress hormones on cows is the disturbance of the secretion of the hormones that control the reproductive success of the farm operation. There's an altered reproductive cycle. Lactation is dependent on pregnancy. Pregnancy, of course, is dependent on the cow being successfully bred through artificial insemination or by the bull. And with the stress hormones, it's been found that these alter the control of the chemical messengers that affect the manifestation of estrus or heat and to get the cows bred. Now, a dairy farmer usually likes to have a fairly equal amount of milk being shipped every day. And if you had your cows all bunched up together in calving, you would just get all these pregnancies or all these lactations starting at the same time. And you have big increase in the amount of milk at that time. And then at another time of the year, you'd have a much less milk being shipped. So a dairy farmer likes to equalize that out throughout the year and ship about the same quantity of milk daily. But that depends upon being able to detect heat, which is questionable if they're chronically stressed, and it's difficult to get them bred. In conclusion, one could say that probably most people think of a cow, if they think of a cow at all, it's probably one of those animals that they've seen at the Royal Renters Fair, kind of placidly standing there chewing their cud. You think, oh, gee, it's great to be a cow, just so laid back. Actually, a cow puts a lot of effort and a lot of energy into producing milk and gets upset when strange sounds and smells come into her world, as I tried to outline. Thank you for listening to me.
Council, have any questions?
Clear as mud, but it covers the ground.
Brian, are you with us?
Am I heard clearly?
You're heard and we see you.
Okay. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'll keep my remarks as brief as possible, considering the length of time of this meeting, certainly less than 10 minutes. My name is Brian Scarrett, and I'm speaking to you as a patient of Dr. Shaman's clinic and as a volunteer for the Cardiac Fitness Association. My background and training is in counseling psychology and stress management, and I've worked for 40 years as a corporate trainer, management consultant, and as an individual therapist. Most of my work has involved the health of my clients, their mental health, and their social and physical well-being. I'd like to speak to you very directly and on a personal basis, if I may. It is likely, statistically, that each of you has already experienced some physical health issues and some social and mental health issues as well. As you know, as we age, these challenges increase, and we have to go through some tough periods when we and our family members have to face some very difficult times. Some of the most common health issues that come with aging are cardiovascular problems, such as heart attacks or strokes. We are very fortunate to be living in Canada, where we have a very good healthcare system available at no cost to us as individuals and provided by our tax dollar. We're even more fortunate in having a unique world-class clinic available to us in this township, in Woolwich Township, that provides not just a month or two of cardiac support, but the continuing provision of support over months and years. We all hope that we will not experience these problems, but statistics indicate that many of us will, or those that we love will face them. Not only does the cardiac clinic do its best to prevent a heart attack or a stroke through education and by regular monitoring of our heart health, it also works to prevent the second cardiac event. As was mentioned, the clinic focuses on 4 aspects of heart health: eating well, nutrition, moving more, exercise, stress less, and support and care more for yourself and others. It's the stress and group support that I'm most interested in. The cardiac clinic could not do this without providing an optimum healing environment to its patients. The research and my work in the field of stress management and group support shows clear evidence that the external environment is a vital part of the journey back to good health, maybe even more so than the cows. This is not very complicated. Most of us can understand what a healing environment looks like, and perhaps more important, what it sounds like. It includes peaceful, natural, and relaxing surroundings that allow for one's body to let go of the stress of life and to begin to heal from their health trauma. It's rather easy to imagine what a regular assault of parade of large and noisy gravel trucks would do to such a quiet, natural country setting. It's not exaggerating to say that to lose that healing landscape could and might likely cause lives. To say that this change to the current zoning should be granted because, quote, noise, dust, and traffic levels are projected to fall below provincial limits, end quote, is not sound reasoning. These noise, dust, and traffic levels cannot help but be harmful to the setting and to the health of the patients of the clinic. Any mitigating efforts are unlikely to change in such a way that the atmosphere retains its healing capacity. There are those who would try to make a case for the gravel pit based on economics. There's always been a trouble with the field of economics, and that is the view that many economists have that a forest has little or no value until it's chopped down. Similarly, there may be some issue in recognizing the economic value of the clinic's pastoral locale. It may not be recognized as valuable until it's gone. Sort of a paved paradise, put up a parking lot argument. Well, some of you are old enough to recognize that. It's now becoming increasingly recognized that environment has an immense impact on our health, both physical and mental. These COVID times have given us ample evidence of how vital our surroundings are and our interaction with the natural environment. Studies have shown how productivity is reduced by the lack of a healthy setting, and even absenteeism increases in an unhealthy environment. So in short, not providing a healthy setting for citizens costs us dearly in many ways. It's estimated that more than 60% of visits to family doctors have some stress component. By achieving a state of relaxation, you can help reduce stress hormones such as cortisol and adrenaline in your system. This translates into many millions of dollars saved through the provision of a healing environment. There's a relatively new therapy called forest bathing. Some of you may have heard of it. Forest bathing is simply taking a slow walk in the woods while noticing your surroundings, using all of your senses: sight, taste, touch, sound, smell, and heart. It's the practice of spending times in forested areas for the purpose of enhancing health, wellness, and happiness. The clinic surroundings provide such a healthy benefit, such an opportunity for a healthy benefit. I understand that you have a difficult task weighing all of the evidence that you have placed in front of you. I'm confident that you have the courage to make the right decision, the decision that will have the most impact on the largest number of people. Mr. Lourenco gave the impression that your decision as a council doesn't really matter because they will simply appeal it to the LPAT. You as council can give the citizens an opportunity to fight this proposal by refusing it tonight. I ask you to support your constituents and deny this request. Thank you very much.
Council, are there any questions? Okay, then we go to Aaron and Bob. Are you with us?
Yes, we are. Thank you very much.
We are.
I can
Yep.
hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, I see.
Yeah. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors, and thank you for this opportunity. We will be as quick as possible. Mr. Vink and Mr. Lourenco contend that all the right boxes of the approval of this gravel pit are complete and good to go. My name is Erin Finley, and I'm a registered and licensed realtor in the area, a concerned citizen and supporter of Dr. Shawman's amazing clinic. The traffic impact study and the noise impact study and the visual impact study, air quality, agricultural, environmental, all good to go. But I ask you, council, where's the impact study on the potential devaluation of your tax-paying citizens' properties? Devaluation of their farms and their commercial endeavors? Where's the impact study to quantify their loss of equity or income in their property or business? Because we know, for the most of us, our property is our greatest asset. It's our investment for our lives. What about loss of potential buyers for their properties? Where's that impact study? And where's the peer review for that? In 34 years as a licensed realtor, serving clients in Wellington and Waterloo regions, urban and rural, I have never had a client who desired moving to the country so they could live near a gravel pit. Quite the opposite. Believe me, au contraire. Realtors are obligated by law to inform any potential buyer of any known or proposed negative in an area that they are considering locating to. Gravel pits, quarries, and dump sites are the top of that list. And should a realtor not inform a buyer, they will be most likely subject to realtor tribunals, lose their license, substantial fines, and probably court proceedings by way of being sued by buyers. It's a very, very serious business. I suggest concerned residents hire accredited appraisers and have their property appraised based on gravel pit in their midst on their doorstep, and then conduct a property value impact study and make your decision as to whether a gravel pit is a good fit for this location. There seems to be, I heard a comment in terms of protection for turtles and flora and fauna, which of course is important, but I think taxpayer residents and citizens and health and welfare of your township are just as important. Council, this gravel pit, one way or another, will be your legacy. We urge you to stand up for your residents, protect their quality lifestyle, and the turtles too, and property investment and your idyllic township. It's a township that is most charming, historic, idyllic, and where dairy and horse farms, cardiac clinics, exclusive schools, golf courses, local businesses are all dependent on not having this that you self-inflict yourselves with an oozing continuous wound of a gravel pit and all the hazard it brings. I thank you very much for this. I hope that you are able to stand up and say, no, not on my watch. I thank you for this consideration and I yield back. Okay, Bob?
Can you see me there?
Yes, and we can hear you.
Okay. My name is Bob McCorkindale. I'm 85 years old. I note my age because it illustrates the point I was to make. At age 85, I would not be here at all today if not for the clinic and Dr. John Shaman. Shaman, by the way, is easy to remember. It translates appropriately as medicine man. In 2005, I urgently needed open heart surgery, booked with a vascular surgeon at Guelph General. This highly invasive heart surgery is risky with a 7% fatality rate and has a lengthy recovery time of 1 year or more. And the resulting improvements only last 5 to 10 years. In response to an article in the Guelph Mercury highlighting the outstanding cardiac rehabilitation provided by Dr. Shaman, we booked an appointment. Under Dr. Shaman's care, within 3 months of a strict regimen of exercise and diet, tests verified an 82% improvement. 82% is astounding. By mid-September, the surgeon canceled the surgery entirely. It was no longer needed, thanks to the cardiac clinic. I've been a patient at the Breslau Clinic for over 15 years, living a life of quality as do thousands of others who attend. It is because of this Canadian medical pioneer, Dr. Shaman, and his heart disease reversal program. An integral component to the rehab is a 200-meter outdoor year-round track in the restorative clean air park-like setting. Dr. Shaman's cardiac rehabilitation should not be curtailed in any way. It should be allowed to operate in its natural environment. This heart disease reversal program must continue. During the past 40 years, this clinic has treated over 56,000 patients. Many will have huge success, such as mine. How many lives have been saved over these years? Literally thousands. Many, many more lives will be saved if this clinic is allowed to continue to operate in its current peaceful surroundings. Thank you.
Council, are there any questions? Then we'll go to Boyd and Brian. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. I don't know if Boyd is going to go first.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay. Start video. There we go. Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Great. Will I go forward then? Is that all right if I go forward?
Go ahead.
All right. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this issue. I have 2 points to make. The first about my own personal health, but due to the time factor, I'm going to skip over a number of those comments. But I just would like to say that Dr. Shaman is a scientist and a humanist. He speaks with vast knowledge and he deserves your respect. I'd like to address the issue of resource development and its impact on small communities. In Canada, we have a history of expropriating land with little consideration for how this affects the quality of life of people living in those areas. I'm talking about highways through agricultural land, even through caribou migration routes, which affect the food source of many thousands of northern people. I'm talking about mines, oil drilling, housing developments, pipelines, river diversions and dams, transmission lines, wind farms, airports, military bases, even golf courses. I'm sure some of you remember the Oka crisis in Quebec in 1990. I'm not suggesting that economic development doesn't have value. It generates wealth and it creates jobs. But if it always takes precedence over human rights and environmental priorities, such as clean water, food production, and carbon sequestration, we will incur serious, mostly healthcare costs down the road, because commercial companies whose bottom line objective is profit do not pay for these impacts. A good example is companies that create pollution causing asthma, resulting in escalating healthcare costs that we all pay for. However, it does happen that occasionally development projects are canceled. Mackenzie Valley Natural Gas Pipeline through the Northwest Territories in 1977. The hydroelectric project on the Great Whale River in Quebec in 1994. The East Energy Pipeline in 2017. And recently this year, the TransCanada Keystone XL Pipeline. Canada did not and will not go bankrupt because these projects were canceled. If huge projects such as the ones I just mentioned, which would have generated huge profits and created thousands of jobs, can be canceled due to human and environmental considerations, then surely our economy can survive without this gravel pit. I must also remind councillors sitting here, who I have no doubt have great respect for the rule of law, that Canada has internationally recognized legal nation-to-nation agreements called treaties with the 634 First Nations. Both share the land and share responsibility for the stewardship of the land. If you're not aware of this, it's not too late to learn about it. I have been working with First Nations organizations for 25 years. This includes working with Indigenous teachers, and band councils on 31 reserves, 9 in Quebec, 22 in Ontario. I don't claim to be an expert. 31 reserves is only 5% of the total. But what I have learned is that from their perspective, land is not a resource. It is not real estate. It is a life support system, the most important and most cost-effective life support system we have. The traditional Indian way may seem to be irrelevant, but if a farmer who relies on water from an aquifer sees it drying up because of a commercial industry down the road is draining it, the sustainable Indigenous way starts to make sense. Have you considered the water source Capital Paving would need for its project? I wish to point out that when places are threatened, people are threatened. They are literally dislocated. They are adrift. What, you may ask, does this have to do with Capital Paving's proposal to develop a gravel pit? I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future, but I do have experience. I witnessed the devastating impact the resource extraction industry and hydroelectric development projects on remote northern communities, most notably in northern Quebec, where the elders referred to the James Bay project as a scar on the land and the work of the devil. And on reserves in northern Manitoba I visited, where one band councillor, one of your counterparts, referred to hydroelectric power projects as, I quote, feeding off the sores of Mother Earth. In this time when we have all become increasingly aware of the importance and need for reconciliation with Indigenous people for the human rights violations they have suffered, perhaps we might pay more than lip service to the process of consultation and rethink our priorities. We can't have it all. We must make choices that benefit the common good, not just listen to interest groups with powerful lobbies and political influence. I want to make one final point. Canada is big, 9,984,670 square kilometers of land. 89% of this is Crown land, 8,886,356 square kilometers. Only the remaining 11% is privately owned. There are companies that do get temporary licenses for developing projects on Crown land. It is possible. Gravel pits can be developed in places that do not affect community life. My question is, aren't there possible alternative locations for this gravel pit? Do we need a gravel pit that will use a road 100 meters from Dr. Shaman's clinic? Do we need a gravel pit that will run trucks 700 meters from the local school? When you consider all of the pros and cons, the pluses and minuses, how can you not come to the conclusion that people are more important than profit? Dr. Shaman and his staff provide an important public service. Capital Paving doesn't, and it won't. And if by any chance you approve this project, and I hope you don't, I will be sitting on the road in front of those trucks. I know I won't be alone, and the media coverage you get will not reflect favorably on your administration. Thank you, Mayor Shawn. Thank you, councillors. I respect your position as community leaders, and I understand that your responsibilities and obligations are complex. You are probably not paid enough to make these kinds of difficult decisions. If in fact you're paid at all, I'm not sure. But I believe your reward will be sleeping well tonight after weighing carefully the motives, I repeat, the motives of all the people making presentations here at this important meeting, and then deciding to do the right thing. In conclusion, what is your vision? If there is no safe future for John Shaman's clinic, there is no safe future for the communities that would be affected by granting a license to Capital Paving. I repeat the question. What is your vision? Thank you.
Council, any questions? Have we heard from Boyd? Is he going to speak? Then we'll go to Jimmy. Jim, are you with us? We can see you. Can we hear you? I think you're muted. Can you connect?
Hello? Can you hear
Hello,
me?
I hear you now. We hear you. Can see you.
Wow. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Shantz, honorable councilors. My name is Jimmy Prevo, and I've been a patient of Dr. Shaman's for 39 years. Some of Dr. Shaman's early patients approached him suggesting that he charge a yearly fee for the program in order to install equipment and technology he dreamed of. He wasn't happy with the idea of charging patients, as he was familiar with the difficult financial circumstances some of his patients were dealing with. And he wanted the clinic to be available for everyone, not just the rich. I'm a producer of live theater, and over the years, I've held several fundraisers for the Cardiac Fitness Association. The first fundraiser was held at the Center in the Square, and the money raised from that show was used to purchase the world's first outdoor digital ECG telemetry equipment. In the year 2000, Health Minister, the Honorable Elizabeth Whitmer, was invited to cut the ribbon at the unveiling of our new telemetry system and was amazed to learn that it was a world first. The antennas for this telemetry equipment are hidden under birdhouses. And I personally think that if the gravel pit were to go through, these birds will be packing their little birdie suitcases and leaving. In 2002, with the biggest expansion rather of the clinic's history, the minister once again cut the ribbon in the presence of many dignitaries, including Regional Chairman Ken Sealing and various members of Parliament. She called the clinic Ontario's best kept secret. For our 30th anniversary, we erected a large outdoor stage behind the clinic. And while the Rolling Stones and Dean Martin entertained us, Minister Whitmer and several MPPs gave their official congratulations. Annual fundraising and special events have allowed us to operate with many groundbreaking technologies and the best cardiac rehabilitation program in the world for over 40 years. Now, heart disease is often accompanied by stress and fear. I certainly had my share of it when I joined 39 years ago. Since most of our exercise therapy and stress relief treatment at the clinic is held outdoors among the birds and the trees and soothing environment, I can only imagine what devastating effect this noisy, dusty, polluting trucks will have on the environment. I'm asking you to make the courageous decision and vote against this gravel pit. Thank you very much.
Council members, have any questions? Lisa, are you with us?
I'm here.
I see you and I can hear you.
I'm just going to share my screen. I hope you see my screen now. Chair Martin, Mayor Shantz, councillors, my name is Lisa Hodgkinson. I live here at 1090 Forester Road, across from the proposed zone change application. Oh, I was hoping you would see the red circle, but I'm having some trouble. I'm fifth generation Cleffer clan from the group of Alsace Catholics who settled in Maryhill in the 1800s. The Klepfer clan were once custodians of most of the addresses on what is now Forester Road, including 1175 and 1195. For me, it's truly a blessing to look out of my office window, over the fields worked by my ancestors and onto the steeple of our St. Boniface Church. To lose that sense of connection to a gravel pit would be an immeasurable emotional loss for me, and we know the impact of emotion on mental health. Today, though, I speak not for me, but on behalf of my mother, Teresa, my father, Dave, who are the residents of 1057, and my uncle, Fred Drexler, the resident of 1065. Both these addresses are immediately adjacent on the eastern side to the lands currently subject to the zone change. You can see all of us here inside the primary study area of MHBC's agricultural map. From the 1195 plot, the waters flow down below our lands to the Hopewell Creek, and the winds blow in our direction too. Of interest, 1195, where the Wagners live, was sold by Art Klepfer in 1973 to a German agricultural landholder named Mr. Whirl. Mr. Wagner and his wife came to this land as tenant farmers. Later, Mr. Whirl bought another 75 acres of our land, severed from 1065, when my grandfather reached an age where he could no longer work all of that land for his mixed farm. You know, in his day, my grandfather said no to a golf course before the Mary Hill existed and no to an airstrip. He said yes to this severance because it protected agricultural use of the land. It wasn't until 2017, the year after the first test hole, that Mr. Wagner purchased this land. Of course, you know intimately the many facets of this Shant Station pit proposal and have heard the objections of our Ratepayers Association to the details of the reports and reviews posted here. I speak to the hydrogeology report. Water is of grave concern, not just to our family in the context of this pit application, but of course, as you already know, to all of Ontario and to the whole world as we face changing weather patterns and increased drought. This is the MTE map of wells in the study area. Our wells are not on this map. Firstly, through you, Chair Martin, I want to thank Cummings and Gray of MTE for responding to my mother's letter to the township with both their assurance of no expected impact and their promise to include these unmapped spring-fed wells at 1057, 1065, and 1090 Forester in their domestic well monitoring program. I will point out here, though, that the details of exactly who they report having spoken to on page 4 of that May 18th, 2021 correspondence are not correct. There has not been extensive and appropriate community engagement, attested to by this fact of error in person. Mayor Shantz and Council, I approached MTE at the initial community center meeting, noting that their map did not show wells on our properties. I have subsequently realized that their map does not show wells at least 10 properties within the study area. I have circled them here in red. It has not been easy for me, a teacher, to finally uncover the reason why. These wells are all spring-fed, shallow dug wells, not drilled, and so not reported to the Water Well Management Coordinator of the Ministry of the Environment, and so not appearing on the MECP well map. Many of these spring-fed wells have been providing water to homesteads for up to 200 years. To my knowledge, the youngest one is 40 years in use. Should not a comprehensive hydrogeological study of this heritage area proactively map and account for what would make up at least 1/4 of the wells in the area of impact? We are very worried about the water. The MTE report states that shallow dug wells are susceptible to potential interferences caused by pit activity. It then states that there are 6 dug wells in the study area and goes on to explain separately for each of the 6 the different technical reasons why each one is likely to be unimpacted. These 6 wells are mapped by MECP, but what about the other 10 unmapped wells, which include our 3? Who lets all of those families know that their wells are not on the MECP maps used by MTE to study the area, and so have not been considered in the impact study? Where is the explanation to why each of these wells will or will not be impacted? And where is the promise to all of these families to include their wells on the monitoring program? If MTE hydrogeologists are correct and the water to our lands and Hopewell Creek east of the pit increases, then our well quantity might be safeguarded. But what of the water quality? And what of our septic systems? They would be flooded by increased groundwater and back up into our homes. Who will be responsible for this? And what of the contaminants that could be part of the recycled aggregate being brought in for crushing? And what of the washing pond? What dangers will it bring to our groundwater? Mr. Vink says it is not part of the same water loop. Where then does that water come from? Conversely, if Emil Frind, Professor Emeritus to Hydrogeologist, is correct, then our spring-fed shallow dug wells will be impacted, both in quantity and in water quality. It seems no matter what, if there is to be a gravel pit upslope of us, we sit in harm's way. Yet experts do not even know who we are. I would also like to correct another but offensive detail here in the agricultural report. This is not a scrapyard. This is an abandoned gravel pit from the 1970s when protections such as this process did not exist at all. Once prime agricultural land at the front of our property is now described by authors of the report as a scrapyard. In fact, we use it as a wood depot. Here is my partner Jerry making lemonade out of lemons, so to speak. On this particular day, he was joined by a fellow from the city who just wanted to come to cut wood so that he could de-stress out on the land. I will speak more of this kind of land-based reciprocity over the remaining 5 minutes. To be clear, tonight I am here on behalf of these landowners to ask you, Mayor Shantz and Council, to say no to the application to amend the zoning bylaws that protect this prime agricultural land as well as the waters that flow beneath it. On June 19th in the KW Record, Woolwich Manager of Planning Jeremy Vink stated that you can't say no just because. I would like to share with you a tiny fraction of what your no to the zone change would be protecting on our lands alone. I also ask that you consider how it is that external peer reviewers might be the experts on how to mitigate impacts and losses they are not aware exist on a piece of land. My uncle and my mother were literally bred to work this land. They don't go off to jobs somewhere else and come back here just to sleep with their windows closed up. They are out on the land all day, every day, breathing air and working with the soils. The work of their hands and their generous and constant free sharing of our space have magnified its riches for the betterment of a far-reaching common good. This is not empty, unused land. Fred's Greenhouse and Nursery is 60 years old. It's known by those who come here as a place where anyone can go to purchase or be gifted reasonably priced bedding plants, shrubs, and perennials. Even people who might otherwise not be able to afford flowers can fill their cars at Fred's. The Kitchener Horticultural Society uses one of Fred's greenhouses to grow the flowers that are then planted in the park at Rockway Gardens, where so many people go for wedding photos and for a walk. The sign at the end of the laneway is modest because any profits that Fred made always went to supporting others and to creating a healing space for family and for marginalized community. Fred was my hero when I was about 8, and he paid for this great pool, which is approximately 60 meters from the proposed pit site. Then and now, the pool became a safe space, not just for extended family, but for the LGBTQ2S+ community who started gathering here 40 years ago for what they called and still affectionately call Mary Hill Pride. Not far from the pool is my mother's garden. It's been here for generations. Since she was a little girl, she has tended this garden, growing food for the whole family and keeping canning traditions alive, something she did even during her 30-year career as a teacher. She and Fred freely share gardening knowledge with visitors to the nursery, but also with the keepers of 3 other, what you might call community gardens that they have gifted space to at 1065 Forster. This is Ticha Ona Magama. He and Tapiwa Zienge have their own garden at 1065. It and what it represents would be threatened by the certain impacts of silica dust and potential, though some hydrogeologists say certain, disruptions to our water supply. Through you, Chair Martin, while I think I understand what Mr. Vink means when he says we need gravel to build communities, I would offer that what we need to build community is protection of respectful reciprocity,
Time is up.
healthy soils, and clean flowing waters. Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. I would just like to point out that Mr. Vink did tell us we could address our problems through the Water Resources Act, but practically speaking, how, of course, would any of our family or the other people on this road access that legislation and mitigate the problem in time to take their evening bath. So thank you for your allowing me to present, and I'm sorry that I couldn't do it in the 10 minutes.
Council, are there any questions? So we'll go to our next delegates, and I'm going to blow their names, I'm sure. Tisha Ona.
Thank you. It's Teacher
I'll
Ona,
ask
but
you to introduce your other delegate.
yes, unfortunately, my partner will not be available, so I will do the presentation in the shortest amount of time possible. My name is Teacher Ona Magama, and I've been fortunate enough to be given space to work on Fred's farm. And I've been there for over the past 4 years, and upon being allowed the opportunity to grow food, we turned the space into an area where we can bring youth, especially youth of color, youth that look like myself, where they can have access to land, access to learn how to grow things, access to in a space where you can find some healing. And we use this to teach indigenous ways that we grew up with in Africa for our kids here to understand this. And this we were given a space in Mario at Fred's farm. And what we grow is purely organic, purely pesticide-free, chemical-free, and we try to give respect to the land. And this, with the gravel pit that's being proposed, becomes impossible to do that, because I don't know how you can avoid dust just being 100 meters away from the proposed site. I don't know how you can totally not affect the water that is being used when the gravel pit is just 100 meters away from where we're doing all this growing. And I don't know how it is possible to keep bringing youth to learn and to interact and to find a sense of grounding in a space where it's going to be noise from 6 to 7 every day. It's going to be dust from 6 to 7 every day. The same issues that the St. John's principle brought up are the same issues I would bring up for bringing youth to come into this space to learn and still not be in a space that is safe, because no one can guarantee that the silica dust that is going to be produced, because it will be produced, and it's over a long period of time, is not going to have some kind of impact on the children that are going to be around this space just 100 meters away. And to take it further, 1065 has created a space that has not been available elsewhere. It has created a space of growing community. We know the impact of racial misunderstandings, I would call it. But Mary Hill, Fred's greenhouses, 1065 has provided a space of healing, a space where this community can grow even more by allowing more people of color into the area, allowing these interactions to occur, allowing community to grow even more and have more impactful interactions. So just looking at the human cost, I kept hearing about how everything is on technical merit, and it's the biggest factor that determines whether the gravel pit will happen or not. But I think as much as we want economic advancement, it should be super paramount to consider the human impact, because at the end of the day, whatever the economy is supposed to do, it's supposed to do for the humans. And if the people are saying no to this kind of development, I think the council should absolutely take note and absolutely listen to those who are living within this space, who are saying this cannot be. If there is an alternative, which it has been stated there are alternatives, then those alternatives should be considered. Why should we jump out of spaces that were already set to have gravel pit done and then just move it on to spaces that we do not want this to be happening? It is very significant, at least to us, to me, that a space that seems to be open in itself to more interaction by people of color, more interaction by Black people, more interaction by these marginalized youth, all of a sudden is seeming to be taken away. Again, how do we grow community if we are already putting barriers in the growth of community? So I would implore council to say, as much as it seems there is major economic benefit, it's very limited to a very few, and the larger majority is saying, no, this will not help us. This will not impact us in the right way. And it is important always to put the human factor at the top of the list, not the money factor, not the material thing. Human factor, at the end of the day, is why we are here. Humanity. It's about our humanity. Thank you very much.
Okay, do you have another delegate?
No, that's it.
Council, any questions? So then we'll go to Anne and Stephanie.
Hello, let me just share my screen. Go, Anne.
So, well, good evening, and I appreciate that it's been a long time, but I thank you for including us in your conversations and your deliberations about this proposed gravel pit. And I think this follows very nicely right now from what Tikuanana just called us to think about. The presentations have been excellent, and I'm going to shorten mine. I'm going to go through them quite quickly because I think there's quite a lot that has already been said. My name is Anne Ehrlich, and I was one of the founding members of the Concerned Citizens of Brant. We spent many years working with our community to ensure the evidence of the health and environmental risks of the Paris pit, which was on 650 acres of prime farmland, would be addressed. And we had many challenges with that, similar to what we're hearing tonight. And thankfully, we can share some of that experience and some of the evidence that I've gathered since in the role I've played with a partnership team with McMaster University, NFU, the National Farmers Union, and Gravel Watch, and with Stephanie, who's with the Food Systems Roundtable of the Waterloo region. So we'd like to share some of the research and some of the experiences very quickly and really look at the importance right now of what it means to look at sustainability, given how fragile and interconnected our lives are. And we've been reminded of that with the pandemic. We've heard a lot about what landscapes mean, but what does it mean with respect to sustainability? And these are just two quotes from Linda Leple, who's a farmer in Wilmot Township, who's really been calling to speak to sustainability issues again with respect to the gravel pit in Wilmot. And what she saw when she saw the wounds in the landscape with gravel pits around their area. And it mirrors what happened when Carl Hebert, who many of you know well, is a celebrated photographer, and he shared this in his book, The Grand River, an aerial journey, and talked about, again, how challenging it is to see the changes in the landscape and what it means, not only to the landscape, but to our own questions about humanity and sustainability. Next. So what does that all mean in terms of costs at looking sustainability? For whom is this, and for how long are we going to see this happening? So we've been collecting data from various municipalities, and we're looking specifically, we're looking at Woolwich Township, which has 80,593 acres, and of which really the aggregate sites that we could map, and you'll see those later, you've got 265.5 acres of inactive aggregate sites right now on prime agricultural land. And what we're seeing is with that data that you'll see again, the majority of the aggregate extraction is on prime farmland, which again begs the question of sustainability, not only locally, but globally as we look at the global directions. When we were doing our work in Paris with the Paris pit, an important comment that came out when we were doing our appeal and it was addressing the risks posed with aggregate extraction on that farmland, and it was on a wellhead protection area. Basically, we heard very loudly, despite all the outcomes that the industry was trying to address, they just reminded the industry, we can't eat gravel or money when you're looking long-term at how we're going to plan our resources in our communities. Carry on, next. As you know, we do need gravel, and yet there is a real call to think about the sustainability and the management of aggregate. And so even in Alberta, they were talking a lot about what it means to look at the gravel as a non-renewable resource and what it needs to be considered when you're looking at sustainability. More recently, a researcher in Geneva spoke about how we need to look globally again at more effective planning, regulation, and management, in a sense, more like a supply management process locally and globally. And we really have to start looking at the challenges to the paradigm that these resources will go on forever. They really are finite resources. Next. We are challenged by the ongoing policies that speak to close to market, and we have to understand and look more closely at what the costs and risks are associated with that, what and who's going to pay for it. So in our experience, we were just looking at what the tax levies brought back to the municipality. And in 2014, when we were starting this research in Brant, the tax levies were approximately 12 cents per ton. I don't think they've changed too much since. Compared to, for example, $3.22 in the UK per ton. And that includes a lot more external costs than I think we include in our calculations here. And many of these costs are borne by the communities and other jurisdictions and beg a lot of questions, again, that should be considered when you're looking at these types of proposals that you're dealing with right now. Next. So one of the frameworks that I think is important for us to really think about, because we are part of the Canadian signatories to the Sustainable Development Goals. And again, many of you know these, but with it included in those goals is no poverty, zero hunger, partnerships, and many other goals that speak to what does this mean for us within Woolwich or Brant County. Next. The definition of sustainability that many of you know is meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that was in 1987. And I'm sure you've heard this, and we just heard it in one of the presentations earlier, that it also mirrors and is very similar to the Aboriginal perspective on sustainability, which really talks about embracing the concept of 7 generations, and that we must ensure decisions that provide equitable quality of life for those 7 generations to come. Next. So as I said, Canada is a signatory to those UN development goals, and it speaks to what do we locally put into our planning processes with targets for food security and sustainability. What do we put in our structures and processes, and could a sustainability committee, for example, if you don't have one, be part of your township structure as you consider all the evidence that you've heard today and some of the experts that you're considering in the proposal. Next. What we should remember is that as we look at all the data, 175 acres of farmland is lost almost every day in Ontario to non-agricultural land uses. The National Farmers Union recently put out a very, very good document called Tackling the Farm Crisis and Climate Crisis, a Transformative Strategy for Canadian Farms and Food Systems. And again, begs us to review very, very carefully the evidence about these proposed projects for aggregate extraction. Where should it happen or not? Again, when we're looking at can we just go back a second? When we're talking about rehabilitated lands, which is often what is considered the the justification for many projects. NFU really strongly says extracted aggregate land cannot be rehabilitated back to prime farmland. We still don't have very strong evidence that this can be done, and I'm not hearing it tonight in the presentations either from those who share the same concerns. Next. Next.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna, you obviously know all this stuff. We're already at almost 8 minutes, so I'm gonna let Anne continue. I'll skip over this. But topsoil is important, obviously, to agriculture.
So let's just go on to the maps. So we know that, in fact, 40% of sand and gravel is prime agricultural land when we're looking at Ontario. Next. So we did a GIS mapping project, and here you'll see where the majority of the class prime farmland is, and the green is prime farmland class 1. Just go back a minute. That's for all of Ontario, and you'll see the density. We mapped, so all the greens are the class 1 to 3 farmland. Next. And it's mostly in the southwestern Ontario. And then next you'll see the density of the aggregate sites located in the same area where you have prime farmland. Next. And again, here when we look at this Greater Golden Horseshoe, the density of aggregate sites is very high in these areas that we're talking about right here. And what does that mean in terms of prime farmland and access to it, and sustainable food systems is what we're looking at. And here again, Wilmot, Waterloo Township, same, very high activity on prime farmland. Next. So 77.3% of aggregatives are located on prime farmland, which is very comparable to recent work done by some of the government agencies, which showed about 83% of. Okay, next. Can we just finish the last one that Stephanie, just carry on with yours.
Yeah, I'm just going to, I mean, there is no point. You saw the report, council, you have the report in your hands. So really it's just looking at the future, you know, partnerships and all stuff. But right now, I guess we're looking at right now and not looking at partnerships if this is not accepted. Thank you.
Council, have any questions?
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Ronnie.
Okay, we go to Barbara Schumacher and Stephanie.
Oh my God. Yes, Camilla.
Hello, yes.
Hello, we see you, we hear you.
Thank you. I'm a 40-year resident of Woolwich and a member of 50 by 30 Waterloo Region team. On June the 1st, Woolwich Council unanimously accepted Climate Action Waterloo Region's strategic plan called Transform WR. And in addition, passed 50 by 30 WR's motion for a more ambitious goal for 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Today, I am here to highlight the critical nature of land use decisions in your efforts to meet your climate mitigation goals. With the application before you today for a sand and gravel pit in Maryhill, you are considering rezoning agricultural land for aggregate extraction. Let me break down what this decision means in terms of our carbon budget. Climate Action Waterloo Region explains that embodied carbon is the measurement used over the entire life cycle of a good or service. This includes carbon emitted into the atmosphere during the growth, mining, extraction, harvesting, transport, manufacturing, and distribution of materials. Therefore, a decision to license for aggregate extraction is a commitment to increase carbon emissions for the life of the operation. It is also a decision to decommission and degrade agricultural land, which is a valuable source of carbon storage through regenerative agricultural practices, local food security for our people, and natural environment, clean air and clean water for our health and well-being. I'm quoting from Climate Action Waterloo Region. A significant way to reduce emissions caused by the food we eat is to make more of our food close to home. A locally based food system is also more resilient, as we are less reliant on supply chains from other parts of the world and less vulnerable to changes or shocks in these systems. And a further quote, Waterloo's diverse food processing sector includes nearly 1,400 farms and more than 130 regional food manufacturers. Our strengths include crop and animal production, snack food, confectionery, bakery, beverage manufacturing, and distribution. Our community is part of the Toronto-Waterloo-Guelph Corridor, the largest food manufacturing area in Ontario and third largest in North America. Our community is just 105 kilometers from Canada's largest consumer market, Toronto, with a total of 150 million customers within 1 day's drive, end quote. So what does all of this have to do with the application for rezoning? Your decision regarding land use will impact generations into the future and will be extremely expensive and impossible to completely undo. Today, you have an opportunity to make a decision that is guided by your declaration of a climate emergency in 2019 and your endorsement of Transform Waterloo Region. You are deciding whether you will commit Woolwich to an increase in carbon emissions for the next decade, or whether you will take a significant step to reduce emissions. You have a choice before you. Protect productive prime agricultural land. Refuse expansion of aggregate extraction from designated agricultural land. There are multiple other extraction sites already permitted or operating. Going forward, extraction activity needs to be designated for land that is already degraded and of no use for food production. Your decision to deny this application will be evidence to all of us in Woolwich that you are serious about creating a safe climate future for our children. You will be stepping up to the challenge of climate breakdown with the courage and wisdom we expect from our elected representatives. Given the urgency for climate action, every decision you make as councillors needs to be through the lens of climate justice. I am making this delegation as a grandmother who joined 50 by 30 WR to fight for a safe climate future for my grandkids. I expect Woolwich Council to protect one of Waterloo Region's most important and vulnerable resource, which is our rich agricultural land, our farming community, and our heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. So before I was delegating under the Food Systems Roundtable, and also I have experience as a board member for Gravel Watch Ontario. To right now, I'm delegating as executive member for 50 by 30 with Barb, but I also have experience with a number of different environmental groups. So I'm Stephanie Gertz, and I'm not a resident of Woolwich, but I'm an organizer by 50 by 30. I'm also a resident of Wilmot Township, surrounded by aggregate pits, at least 4 within a 7-minute drive. And I can tell you the traffic makes it very hard to spend time outside to communicate with people. It is frightening how they pop up. Unless you look at aerial views, you don't realize the significant impact they have in our natural ecosystem by stripping land of vegetation and turning surface water green. Barb, who's a key organizer of 50 by 30 movement, has already spoken very eloquently, so I'll try to make this short. Now that the townships and cities in Waterloo Region have voted to move towards a goal of 50% reduction by 2030, a group has started researching how we can help. I've been personally taking a program that focuses on system thinking. Basically, this means learning more about how complex problems are connected. I as well started a program that focuses on powerful simulation model for exploring how to address global energy and climate challenges through large-scale policy, technological, and societal shifts. So we need to look at transitioning to more sustainable, resilient ways of living. But the prospect of such a transition is daunting, not only from a logistical perspective, but also because it requires new ways of thinking about and addressing complex problems. Widespread adoption of systems thinking represents one of society's best bets for making real progress towards addressing and adapting to climate change. Sustainable life depends upon sustainable, healthy habitats. This is easy to forget. Our lives depend upon health and vitality of natural habitats. Transitioning to a sustainable world will take more than just focusing on energy use and trying to preserve our current quality of life. It will require looking at ecological implications of everything we do. Many people are discussing tonight the negative impacts an aggregate pit will have in their community and the local food system. I would like to also highlight the need to plan for 10, 20, 30-year climate goals. Every piece of land is a part of the complex system for food security, as well as community health, ecological health, and climate change and mitigation. We need to stop looking at things as individual parts, but as a greater system. Currently in North America, drought occurs to some degrees, stretching across the Maritimes to central BC and Canada, and the US is stretching down southwest. The overall pattern for the continent is dry, drier than normal. Many of us have been concerned for a long time in the loss of farmland to urban sprawl and increased urban use, but some believe that a piece here and there won't make a difference, but it will. We need to also look at how ecological and farmland will be lost in the future, not just now, not only to rezoning, but as climate change makes it harder to farm. This makes agricultural land we have in Waterloo region even more precious. So one of the suggestions I have to make is not to be a boiled frog. Some systems are designed so that they can react to any change that's larger than a certain amount, but they can't respond to smaller, seemingly minor changes. As an old fable goes, if you put a frog in hot water, he will jump out immediately. But if you put him in a pan of cool water and then heat it gradually, the frog will stay in the water and be cooked. What this means is that as long as the change is slow enough, it doesn't trigger a response. In Waterloo region, we continue to lose ecological and agricultural land piece by piece. When do we start seeing that each small piece we lose will have a major repercussions if allowed to continue? Thank you.
Council, are there any questions? Then we'll go to Michael Grace. I think you're muted.
I'm muted there.
Yeah, we see you and hear you.
Okay. Greetings, Woolwich councillors. I am Michael Grace, a senior from Kitchener and a longtime cardiac patient at Dr. Shawman's Clinic on Hopewell Creek Road. I have a BA from Wilfrid Laurier University. My concern is with the pavement recycling sector of the capital paving proposal. Recycling is a nice, friendly green word denoting environmental awareness, habitat preservation. The recommended zoning bylaw report calls it the importation of recycled material for the purpose of blending it with other on-site resources as an accessory use. Reprocessing involves all of the steps necessary to disintegrate, separate, and/or sort previously used waste material to obtain a useful product by removing undesirable or toxic components to produce clean, reprocessed materials suitable for recycling uses. In many instances, safe reprocessing is a highly skilled industrial activity that can involve multiple stages and a variety of techniques. In the case of aggregates, it involves the transportation and stockpiling of demolition debris composed primarily of concrete from disparate sources, often mixed with contaminants of different types. The demolition debris must be crushed, separated, sorted, and washed and segregated into toxic and non-toxic stockpiles before safe materials may be processed and used to be blended with virgin aggregate. Extracted toxic waste materials would be stored and forwarded to specialized facilities for further handling and or disposal on an ongoing basis. However, the quality and quantity and frequency of removal is not stated in 1.2.11 of your staff report. Nothing at all. Capital paving is also allowed, capital paving is also allowed to pile the demolition debris 15 meters high with quantities of up to 50,000 tons. That's a pile higher than the rooftop of most bank barns and containing about 2,000 truckloads. Oh, and most of it could sit and be left sitting there out in the open for up to 5 years. And that's just 2 meters above your water table. Economically viable processing of demolition debris is a very large-scale industry activity involving heavy equipment producing noise, dust, and toxic elements. Safe reprocessing requires a state-of-the-art technologies, highly skilled technologists, appropriate scaled facilities, and constant monitoring of inputs and material handling processes. The recycling of used asphalt and construction debris is also included in proposal 1 to 11, but the details are scarce. They're saying truck traffic for this has not been included, except for occasional returning trucks picking up a load. No details about the processing have been forthcoming. Mountains of this material are visible around Toronto, in part due to the low demand for it. Are we to get a debris mountain also? This material can be quite toxic as it comes from the dregs of petroleum refining and then for many years absorbs all the excretions of de-icers, paints, vehicle spills and drippings, lead from old gasoline formulation, animal manure and byproducts, atmospheric gases, including nuclear releases and bomb test radiation. The old aggregate may also contain asbestos and assorted refinery and coal slag elements from the bygone days. The staff report DS25-2021 does not currently provide any specifications or provisions to ensure a clean, consistent quality supply of recyclable material, groundwater, and other site protections from toxins or other environmental hazards and products. On the downside, Woolwich residents will get natural habitat degradation, well water deterioration from the removal of 25 feet of natural filtration and the deposit of tens of thousands of tons of useless rubble, a scant 2 meters above their water table. Also included will be the constant doses of noise, dust, vibration, and belching diesel from monstrous trucks whizzing by every few minutes, 13 consecutive hours on weekdays, but only 8 hours on Saturday. Capital Paving website promotion claims access to over 2 billion tons of aggregate from 25 pits. That's an average of over 80 million tons per pit. This proposal is for a measly 3 million ton pit, strip mined over a 10-year period, or equal to the total output to build up to 2 high-rises per year, as shown on Capital's website video. Putting things in perspective, that's about 100 large gravel trucks from their sources and a 3-ton trailer loaded behind a pickup from this proposed project. Should the environment and thousands of people have to suffer for many years for such a trivial amount of an abundant resource and a dumping ground for big city construction rubble? Capital Paving has not fully addressed the waste material or been fully transparent on the recycling issues and all of the negative impacts and technical merits of this process. There are enough issues being raised this evening that the technical merits and questionable studies do not justify the project being approved. Woolwich This is your home, your responsibility. Please do not approve this application. Thank you very much.
Councilor, are there any questions? Then I'll go to Andy.
Hi there, can you see me and hear me?
I can hear you, but I cannot see you.
Okay, just a second. Can you see me now?
I can see you now.
Great. Okay, I'll bring up my and you can hear me clearly. I'll bring up my
Yes.
item here. Just a moment. I'm going to read this. Good evening, Mayor Shantz, councillors of Woolwich Township and guests. My name is Andy Houghton, and I'm speaking to you as the son of John and Eleanor Houghton, two people who were patients of Dr. Shaman at the Ontario Aerobics Center from 2007 to 2013. Two of my nieces and nephews, now aged 20 and 23, have had the opportunity to grow up with their grandparents as a loving and supporting part of their lives as a result of Dr. Shaman's clinic having saved both my parents' lives. Today, my parents are still alive at 90 and 91, happy and healthy. I would like to speak to you tonight on behalf of my family, one of 56,000 families that have been positively impacted by the existence of Dr. Shaman's clinic. When we look at the big picture, allowing this gravel pit and asphalt recycling facility to go ahead is really bad land use planning. First slide here, I have the applicant's lands in Mary Hills, and I've used Google Maps or MapQuest to draw blue lines around the land in question. You can see everything around it is otherwise beautiful farmland. May I diverge for a few minutes and show you a few slides of long-term planning, long-term, i.e. 100-year land use planning in practice? Just a moment.
I don't see anything on my screen.
Sorry, just a minute. I'm trying to figure out how to. Is that coming up?
No,
Hello, is this coming up?
I don't see anything.
No, it's not.
Okay, what's going on here? Oh, sorry. There we go. Is that coming up now?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
Okay, this is a map of Dumfries Park. This is a map of Dumfries Park in Cambridge, Ontario. You can see Dumfries Park at the bottom corner. On top, you see a red circle with Cambridge Memorial Hospital, and Dumfries Conservation Area is 180 acres above that. In 1916, yes, I said 1916, at the tender age of 30, my grandfather, not yet married, decided to begin buying farms on the outskirts of Preston, Ontario. The borders of Hespeler, Galt, and Preston were still a good distance away from these farms in 1916. Percy Hilborn's purpose in buying these farms was to establish a wilderness park. In the next 45 years, he bought more farms and in 1967, donated those lands to the people of Ontario. Today, that land is now managed by the Grand River Conservation Authority and is a gem in the center of Cambridge. I'm showing you this as an example of a beautiful legacy that can be created when elected bodies of governments work together with the private citizens they are expected to serve. I'm going to go to the next slide. This is an overhead of same Dumfries Conservation Area today, you can see that development has come right to the edges of the park, but basically there are no roads through it. It has basically been left alone as my grandfather wished it to be left 50 years ago. Next one, another wide angle. You can see Cambridge Memorial Hospital with the red H in the middle, and Dumfries Park just immediately above that. And you can see the now well-developed city of Cambridge surrounding it. This is Maryhill, which if we look at that as the complete opposite of the previous slide, we see beautiful undeveloped lands around this applicant's property, and he has decided that he wants to put a gravel pit in the middle of it. I'm going to shorten this and go on to another one. What happened here? Another one of our delegates tonight described what this proposed pit in Maryhill would look like if it were to go ahead as a asphalt recycling plant. This is 1250 Shawson Drive in Mississauga, owned by Payball Toronto. It's been there for about 40 years. The problem with this pit, you can see right here, just above the words 401 Express, and then I'm going to go close up. These piles are 30, 40, 50 feet high. The problem with these piles is that the paving company brought material on site and can't use it because it's contaminated or got oils in it or just unsuitable for other use. And there's no place else in the province for them to dump it. So it's been left on site at this location. And those piles have been there for more than 30 years. And those piles are 50 feet high. I got one last question for you as council. If you approve this, which I ask you not to, what happens if Capital Paving has a bad experience with the asphalt that they recycle from elsewhere and it turns out to be contaminated? Are they going to leave it on site? Are they going to bury it? Are they just going to leave these piles and declare bankruptcy? What are the answers here? They haven't answered those type of questions in the materials supplied. I'm asking you to turn down the application. I'm asking you to call their bluff and reject the staff report, reject their application for a gravel pit, and make them do the studies properly, make them go through the lawyer's expense. I've heard other people tonight tell you that you're worried that it's going to cost you money if you turn them down. Well, it's going to cost them a whole lot of money too. Call their bluff, turn them down, please. Thank you very much. Any questions?
Council, have any questions? Then we'll go to Tyler.
Cool.
Tyler, I did see you.
Okay, I'm just. There we go. All right, can you see that photo?
I cannot see you, but I can hear you.
Okay, can you see a photo on your screen?
No.
No. Oh, there I am. Okay.
See you now?
Okay, I'm trying to get my pictures up. How about now? Do you see anything now?
I see your picture.
Do you? Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Shantz, and Councillor. My name is Tyler Griffin, and I am a resident and business owner living less than 500 meters from the extraction point of the proposed Shawn Station pit site. In 1975, my father purchased the home in which my family and I now live. Maryhill is truly a gem of a village, beautiful, peaceful, and community-oriented. I have witnessed firsthand the negative effects that a gravel pit can have. My family and I are living proof that what happens in theoretical reports and site plans isn't always the reality of the practice. We have also experienced firsthand the impact that a gravel pit has on something that is not measured by any report or peer review, the decline of relationships and spirit within the community. Shortly after moving to Maryhill in 1975, the Schnurr-Mann gravel pit was proposed at a similar distance to the one in question now. My father and his good friend Fritz Wagner took the lead on rallying the community in opposition, citing many of the same concerns that I included in my letter to council, dated June 17, 2021. Leading the opposition with Fritz was a difficult decision for my father because Alan Schnurr, one of the men proposing the pit, was a good friend and neighbor of his at the time. It was ultimately decided that the Schnurr-Mann pit would be open, and my family lived through many years of the noise, dust, and truck traffic associated with gravel pits. Relationships became very strained as conditions related to the pit were broken. One of the conditions was that there would be no truck travel down our lane. Of course, given the more direct route to the main road, our lane was used by the trucks. Distance and depth of the pit, we believe, were also violated. Our precious water, a source of pride. It was one of the finest tasting water around, according to friends, neighbors, and visitors. As a gravel pit began operation, our plumbing fixtures became stained from a new issue of iron and sulfur. Initially, the smell of rotten eggs was predominantly in the spring of the year, but as the pit continued to operate, the smell became a year-round problem. It became so powerful that it was not uncommon for members of our family to gag as they brushed their teeth. We added a water softener, iron filter, and a reverse osmosis system at our own cost to help combat the effects. Capital Paving has indicated that well water quality and quantity will not change, but history does not lie. What assurances do we really have that our water quality and quantity won't change? What assurances do we have that Capital Paving will set things right at their own cost when water becomes an issue again? Despite living within 500 meters of the pit and it going on record that wells have already been sampled, Capital Paving has neither sampled nor monitored my well. What is the plan for the regular and frequent testing of local wells in an area already challenged with water concerns, should the proposed pit go forward? According to an article in the Record captioned Quiet Maryhill, the residents of Maryhill are not the only ones who believe that our historical village is a beautiful one. Like the covered bridge in Westmount Rose, Sittler's Bakery in Conestoga, Maryhill's charm lies in its peaceful quaintness. Protecting places like this is exactly why we have zoning laws in the first place. As residents, we should not have to be put in the position to fight to maintain these laws. As residents, we should not have to be pitted against one another to protect our properties. The Wagner family have been close family friends since we moved here, and I expect that I will now find myself in the same position that my father did with his friend Alan Schnurr, simply because I need to ensure that council knows that a gravel pit does not belong here. Maryhill has already taken our turn hosting pits several times over, especially when there is no need. There are already 101 pit/quarries within a 20-kilometer drive of Maryhill. For those of us who have lived in Maryhill for many generations, we don't like them We have already paid our gravel dues to society. Enough is enough. Now let's do a little math. According to Gravel Watch Ontario, the housing prices of residential homes within a 1 kilometer distance from a gravel pit will reduce in value by at least 15%. I count 132 homes, not including schools, commercial buildings, etc. A small bungalow on Maryhill Road a few weeks ago sold for $850,000. For argument's sake, we'll average each house at the $850,000. The depreciation total on all our 132 homes would be $16.8 million. Forget all other arguments. This gravel pit makes no financial sense, being so close to a settlement. Before I conclude, I want to also bring attention that I am the owner of a local maple syrup company aptly named Maryhill Maple. Tapping and producing maple syrup and other maple-based products is my passion. I sell it locally from my home and at our much-loved Maryhill Market, as well as globally from my online store. In 2017, I was granted the right to use the trademarked Canada 150 logo to celebrate our nation's birthday. It would be nice to have this meeting in person to allow you to taste the fruits of my labor and to help you understand the delicate balance within nature that has to occur to produce great maple syrup. Remembering that food production is considered to be a sensitive land use, it is clear that rezoning the area to be anything other than agricultural will be detrimental to those of us already in agricultural operations. Do food producers not have enough issues with gypsy moths, other invasive species, and global warming? In conclusion, this is part of your legacy as a councillor. Your predecessors on the Woolwich Council let us down when they voted to allow the Schnurman pit to operate. Don't let us down again.
Council, are there any questions? Then we'll go to Connie. Connie, are you with us?
I am. There.
We can see you and we can hear you.
Thank you. No pain, no gain. 1990. This was the prognosis of a specialist, a rheumatologist for fibromyalgia. I left the office that day and cried. First of all, let me apologize to have to tell you that I will probably be the last speaker. So, my name is Connie Cross, and I am a patient at the Cardiac Rehabilitation Center in your township. Not a cardiac patient, but a long-standing pain patient. My then doctor had diagnosed me with severe fibromyalgia, whatever that was. She referred me to a young doctor who was doing exciting research unlike anything else in our country regarding pain. His name was Dr. John Shaman, and his clinic was on the outskirts of Breslau and Maryhill. I had never heard of fibromyalgia. It impacted not only my whole life, but my family's as well. Unfortunately, from that time on, pain dictated my life. With constant physical pain in my joints, tendons, and ligaments. My skin hurt to the touch. Even my scalp hurt. Every aspect of my life has been affected by this condition, physical, emotional, psychological, social, professionally. There is no rhyme or reason to it. It seems to have a mind of its own. I have had to give up one of my greatest passions in life, my teaching career. And so my sojourn with pain has lasted now for 31 years. Throughout this time, my saving grace has been the cardiac rehabilitation program and the clinic. I have, throughout these years, left and returned to the clinic on various occasions because I didn't know who or what where to turn to when my pain overtook me. My children would say, "Mom, go back to Dr. Shaman's clinic. The program was the only thing that helped." And so the third time around in 2013, I was asked to join the board of directors. Then in 2017, I was elected as the president. It has been pointed out to me that not only was it the first time a female was elected as president of the board, but it was also the first time a pain patient, rather than a cardiac patient, was elected to the board of the Cardiac Fitness Association. One of the reasons I returned was the tremendous support system that is part of the program, which has been such a positive in my life and many other patients. The patients develop a connection and camaraderie with each other like a little family. It is such a peaceful, quiet time as we walk the track at the weekly sessions as part of the program. It is a contemplative time, a time of healing and supporting each other. This, the Cardiac Fitness Association, is the only one of its kind in Canada, if not the world. This year and a half has been an extremely trying, stressful time for everyone, for humanity. The clinic has had to remain closed due to the pandemic. However, every so often, I drive to the clinic to see that all is in order, but really it is to get my fix. It is so very Zen-like, very peaceful, reign serene, as Brian Scarrett and others, such as Megan, have pointed out, forest bathing, Shinrin Yoku, as the Japanese call it. Science has proven that time in nature can make us happier, more creative, less stressed, less depressed, and more pain-free. This is what we need now, especially during COVID. Nature, the greatest of all healers, no pills, no medication. This is what the clinic brings to pain sufferers. And we have quite a number of pain patients at the clinic. It has been an unconditional constant in our lives, a place of healing and acceptance. For a moment in time, we forget our pain and focus on something much greater, life. Mayor Shantz and councillors, you have the power and the overwhelming support of your constituents to decide against this zone change and this aggregate license for capital paving, which really makes no sense whatsoever in this location. The people who have so faithfully supported you, the farmers, the clinic, the school, the golf course, the homeowners and businesses supported you, now need your support, and thousands of others will be most grateful. Please stay safe and sleep well tonight. Thank you.
Council, are there any questions? Then I'll go to Mike Drexler. Mike, are you with us? One more time, Mike, are you with us? Okay, then we'll go to our last delegate, Carrie.
Good evening.
If your group each registered separately, you would have had 80 minutes. 76 minutes have been used up, so I'll give you 4 minutes.
I'm 3:05, sir. Here we go. Good evening, Council. My name is Carrie Gallagher. A little context before I begin. I'm a resident of Maryhill living less than 500 meters from the extraction point of the proposed pit. My husband operates an athletic therapy clinic, not to be confused with the cardiac care clinic mentioned tonight, located on Shant Station Road. He's also a volunteer firefighter in Maryhill and travels the roads in all kinds of conditions at all times of day. I'm also a 20-year employee of St. John's Kilmarnock School. But my story is not a unique one. All of those who are so connected to this village have a very deeply vested interest in Maryhill, the community, its youth, and the land that supports us all. I was going to speak today not only about the proposed gravel pit and my opposition to it, but a system that seems fundamentally flawed. I was going to list all the steps that we took as a community that we were told to follow if we wanted to be heard and if we wanted this proposed pit to be stopped. I was going to provide evidence that we followed these steps, including 262 letters to the community sent to the Environmental Registry of Ontario, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry, Mike Harris's office, and the 880 signatures on a petition that was created. One of the few tools at our disposal, given the pit's application process has been mostly under the cover of COVID restrictions, that was used to ensure that the people who lived, worked, and frequented businesses here in Maryhill could let the government know, to let you know, that a gravel pit has no place here. I was going to describe the onus that was placed on residents to become not only experts on gravel pits, but the technical language in reviewing the reports and understanding the application process. I was going to recap the inconsistencies, the gaps of information, and the areas where theory simply doesn't translate into practice within the applicant's proposal, as well as the concern that the standards put forth are based on the bare minimums as opposed to the optimal conditions for the environment, agriculture, and community of Maryhill to thrive. But in the essence of time, I've revised my presentation tonight, and I will simply state that the community has clearly communicated their opposition with substantiated reasons beyond the NIMBY approach to this proposed pit. As such, the residents of Maryhill respectfully ask council tonight that if they truly believe that they're bound by a system that puts process over people, and you can only approve or deny the pit based on a series of boxes that the applicant and the staff planner believe to be checked, then council needs to advocate for the proposed pit to be stopped altogether by contacting Premier Ford directly to intervene on our behalf, or place parameters so significant on the site plan that perhaps the applicant will not pursue the application. However, if council does feel that it's within your power to make decisions about what happens within the township, your township, our township, then please vote a resounding no to the application before you. Thank you.
Council, are there any questions? We have reached the end of our list of delegations. Thank you to all those who participated in the meeting tonight. We have now come to the end of the delegation portion of tonight's meeting. To all our delegates, please keep your video and microphones off for the remainder of the meeting to avoid disrupting the meeting. You are free to leave the meeting now, or you may stay to observe the remainder of the meeting. One additional written submission was received in the clerk's office and is attached to the meeting agenda for public reference. Now we go to council discussion. There is a recommendation in the report. Council, how would you like to deal with that? Councilor Shantz.
Thank you, Councilor Martin. If I could just make a couple of comments. I don't have any questions really. I just have some comments that I'd like to make. And I'll just start with that. First of all, I'd like to thank all the delegates for their presentations. I think they were all well done. I just want to give you a little bit of my background, along with reading the reports, emails, and listening to the constituents. I have had 2 capital paving pit tours, a couple of community tours with individuals from Hopewell Creek ratepayers. I went door knocking to 22 homes all around the Keyswetter pit just east of Maryhill, and was able to talk to 18 individuals about their experience living close to an active pit. And then most recently, I sat at a gazebo on the adjoining property in question. From what I've seen, I feel that Capital Paving has a good operation. I like the fact that they use conveyors to move the aggregate from the pit face to the crusher to keep the dust down. They wash the gravel as they are crushing, again, to keep the dust down. Their equipment has special backup alarms to mitigate the noise. However, I think 6 a.m. is too early to start work in a pit. I'm pretty sure you'll be able to hear the trucks coming and going and the loaders operating, as well as the banging of the dump truck gates. The report states that the trucks would travel to the south on Shawn Station Road, a regional road and designated truck route, to Highway 7 to send trucks to their Guelph plant and where most deliveries will be headed to. A limited amount of traffic may go north or elsewhere on regional roads, depending on specific projects or demands. But then the report also goes along and says, the provincial policy statement indicates that as much of the mineral aggregate resources as realistically possible and as close to market as possible shall be made available. So that kind of, how can we go by the provincial policy statement when these trucks are going to a different location? I'm concerned that there are issues when they need to go through the ministry and that it can be drawn out affair if there are problems and they need to be fixed in a hurry. When I was visiting the Keyswetter neighbors, I got mixed answers. Some individuals were not affected at all. Others said, I work on a farm and I'm used to the noise. Another one said, I didn't want to pit originally, but now that they're here, I'm getting used to it. But if I had a choice, I still wouldn't want it. Others that lived closer or maybe downwind said, I can't keep the dust off my patio furniture and I can't open the windows because of the dust. These comments were pulled together, not on a computer using an algorithm, they were actual comments. The Planning Act is clear that Woolwich Council's role in the process is simply to approve or deny based on whether or not the technical reports meet the provincial guidelines and if we are satisfied with the independent reviews. There is not room in the Planning Act for us to make a decision based on values, on whether or not we want a gravel pit, or what we have heard from our constituents. However, Premier Ford has said that if people don't want a development, it won't happen. So I think we should defer this decision to give our constituents a chance to take their concerns again to the Premier. And I also think we should support our residents in this effort. So I would move that we defer this decision until the meeting of April the 10th, and that Woolwich Council contact the Premier's office and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry to let them know of the concerns we have heard here tonight and previously from our constituents. So I'd like to make that motion.
Larry, did you mean the August 10th?
Yes, sorry, what did I say?
It's late. You said April.
Well, we could string it out to then, I guess. But I'll go with August.
Larry put a motion on the floor. Is somebody prepared to second it? Patrick, are you seconding? Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Whoa. Sorry, hold on.
Look, I want to know what we're going to do because it's my time to leave. I'm 15 minutes late already.
Well, there's a motion on the floor and it's seconded, and you asked if anyone would like to speak to it, and I certainly would. So if you don't mind, I would like to speak to it.
Well, speak to it.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate it through you. I want to thank Councillor Shantz for putting this forward. I agree with the sentiment that he said, and I came here tonight thinking that after reading the report that the technical boxes had been checked. I do want to acknowledge the constituents who have made an issue about dust and noise and distance to a farm, distance to a medical center, bare minimum standards and how we should exceed that. I think that there's a lot of support for that on this council, but that isn't grounds for us to deny a pit in a way that would withstand appeal. But the one technical piece that I'm worried about, and I think Councilor Merlehan mentioned it during the delegations, and I agree, is this above water application a backdoor to an underwater or below water table application or license, sorry. And the issue around the water concerns me. We've gone through this once where we've had an above water extraction license that was with no recourse for us changed to a below water table extraction. So I think on top of what Councillor Shantz said, supporting our residents to the Premier, reaching out to the Premier, asking him to stand by his commitment that developments aren't going to go where people don't want. I think that I'd like us as a council also to get more information on the water table and where that water is, because if the water is that close to the surface, we're going to end up with the exact same situation we were in Winterburn. And how would this application go if right from the start it was an application for below water extraction? We might be talking about something completely different. And this is our only chance to stop a below water extraction. So I will support the motion, absolutely. And then I don't know if we need a second motion on the water table issue. I think that's probably something that we can just direct to staff and let them know that, you know, when this comes back in August, this is an issue that we'd like to see more information about and some type of resolution, because I wouldn't be prepared to support the application the way it is now with an above water table without more information about the water table.
Thank you, Councillor McMillan. I'm chairing the meeting at the moment. I think that it would be appropriate if we're going to defer it, which I agree with motion to defer, that we give a list of the questions that we're looking to have answered on August 10th. So that would be one of the issues. I would, and in connection sort of similar to that, I was concerned about the shallow spring-fed wells that were mentioned in one of the delegations, and I don't recall seeing any reference to that in what I read. So I would be interested in some answers to that. Councillor Redekop and then Shantz.
Yeah, I'd like to have more answers or questions about the recycling that would happen on site. That seems a little bit dangerous from my perspective, and I'm going to vote in favor of the motion.
Can you be more specific at all on the
Well,
recycling question?
About the recycling question, what happens if some of the recycled material from buildings or from old roads, asphalt, is contaminated? Well, whose responsibility then is it to recycle that contaminated stuff, and or is it just left there like the delegate talked about in Toronto? So I'd like to have a little bit more clarification on the recycling part of the application, because I didn't read very much about it, so it's there's not much evidence about what would happen there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Merlehan, sorry, Councillor Shantz was first and then Councillor Merlehan. No, he's motioning to you. Go ahead, Pat.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Shantz and Councillor Shantz. Yeah, I think I learned more than I wanted to tonight, but I think the people in Maryhill and the people before them in Winterburn and Westmount Rose as residents, having to go through this process and all of a sudden become an expert in planning and aggregate and rules and all that is it's an amazing what the people tonight have accomplished. I've been quite impressed with the high caliber delegations tonight, and I think Rebecca Grutendorf said it best, that this process is not good enough. I've been the last several years on different planning things. I have been, coming to that realization more and more that it is a process that isn't set up for the residents. It's completely unfair, and I think as a council, after this, we should be doing some more advocacy about maybe getting rid of the LPAT, having it so that local councils can make local decisions based on the information that we have here. But that can be for another discussion. As far as some of the things that concern me, what I heard tonight is that the boxes aren't checked on this application. I don't even think even close. When you go back to even the golf course, I mean, I tell people, hey, we go through this process. All of the questions are supposed to be answers. If you have questions about how a planning application is going to affect your property or your community or anything, then those questions need to be answered one way or the other. If the applicant can't provide an answer, then that's not good. If you can't mitigate whatever the problem is, identify the problem, and then have a solution for it, then that's not part of the process. The golf course right off the get-go, if you read the report, everybody was talked to, and because they didn't hear anything, well, everything must be just hunky-dory. We heard that about SJK, and I think the golf course has very legitimate concern if they have if they have an option on their property to build several residences, and that will be a jeopardy if there's a gravel pit, then that is a question that needs to be resolved before anything goes ahead. That was one of their issues. As far as policies, as far as the SJK delegation, Cheryl Broughton, she brought up that the studies were based on adults. When you have 500 kids that are basically outside a good portion of the day. So none of those studies actually really took those into account. I think the studies need to look at the area, what is in the direct area, and study whether or not it's going to affect those people, not just some general cookie cutter study that is based on a provincial standard. If we want to do good land planning, then we need to plan for what is there, what we want in the future, and that's why we go through a process of having these long-term plans for the township, because we say this is what we want our future to look like, and this is what we build towards. And then if somebody wants to change that plan, then they need to be able to accommodate for what all those future plans are and the people that are living there right now. So I think a study about that would be certainly helpful. Dr. Fitzgerald brought up a lot of things, and I know this kind of came up. Some emails were sent back and forth, and it felt like whatever study that the Hopewell taxpayers kind of came up, it seemed very dismissive that, that's not even a thing or whatever, it's disproven. But I don't really, I couldn't say whether which study is better than the other, but I certainly have a lot of doubts about the study that Capital provided and that we peer reviewed because they didn't take into account 10 wells that were directly in the vicinity. And even the report states that they are likely to have some sort of effect because of the gravel pit. You know, if I'm any of those people, it's like, what, I have to dig a new well? My well water is working just great right now. I would be really concerned if I was any of those people based on just the studies that have been presented tonight. You know, to be cavalier about people's waters and to dismiss those studies, it's like, hey, why don't you come up with another study? Or let's get an independent person to come in and actually do the data themselves instead of accepting Capital's data on that. Because the more I've seen these reports and stuff, the more, you know, there needs to be a different system of how data is brought into these planning decisions, because just taking the applicant's data and then seeing if they did the math right, and that doesn't work for me. And I think we've been burned on that a number of times, and I bet you other communities have been burned on it too. So if there's something that we can do now before this goes through, then I'd like to see if we can explore those avenues. I certainly wouldn't want to vote in favor of this gravel pit and then have 10 people's water be adversely affected and then have a below water gravel pit on top of it because we accepted the study of Capital Paving. And we did that with Preston Sand and Gravel, and we have a below gravel pit, water gravel pit, that land is completely wrecked for eternity. And that is a shame. As far as sensitive land uses, there was a nursery there right beside the property that I had no idea even existed, Fred's Greenhouse. Sounds like they got a pretty amazing program that they're running out of there. You know, and it's a kind of a farmer teaching the kids. That sounds amazing. That wasn't in the study. You know, Lisa Hodgkinson, representing her parents, had an amazing delegation, identified a lot of different things that, you know, news to me, wasn't in the report. You know, a lot of sensitive areas. I mean, we heard from a lot of Dr. Shaman's patients. You know, I would classify that land as more of a retreat rather than, you know, just a health clinic. And I think extra sensitivity to those areas, a school, the cattle barn is, you know, we heard from a vet that was a PhD in studying stress on cows. I now know more about cows than I ever thought I would. But you know, those are kinds of things, you know, not in here. Oh, you know, we can take Capital's word that they have a gravel pit with a small dairy farm on it, and those cows, you know, are apparently fine for the owner. But this is a pretty significant, sensitive land use right beside there that would be catastrophic to many of these places. You know, that those uses weren't really touched on much in the report. There wasn't any kind of mitigation factors, and a lot of the report seemed to shy away from dealing specifically with those reports. What else could I go on with? You know, I'd like to hear from the Waterloo, Ontario Federation of Agriculture. They took time to come to complain about some homeless people, and they told us how 5 acres of land was so important that homeless people in Breslau couldn't be on that because prime ag land has to be protected. Where are they now? I would like to hear from them. They felt like they were so compelled that they had to talk about homeless people not having access to a property that even wanted to farm. Where are they now when they're going to try and protect? Are they going to protect 98 acres of prime ag land? I would like to hear from them. So if you're part of the Federation of Agriculture, whatever, and you want to have some integrity with protecting prime agricultural land, then we need to hear your statement, or you lose 100% credibility with me and probably the rest of the people around this area. So that's a tip of the iceberg of what I got off the top of my head, but this application is far from complete. The boxes are not even close to being checked. So I don't know if we can get answers to any of this stuff by August 10th. But I'll support the motion that actually I seconded. So I will support it to talk to August 10th, but I would like answers to some of this stuff at that point. And if not, then I think we need to defer it yet again until we get those answers, because this report is, still not done.
Okay, before we finish up with this motion, I need to insert a motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock. To 11:45, that is. Scott and Larry, all those in favor? That's carried, thank you. Just one second, Councillor Shantz, if I get, I would suggest, and I guess I can't make a motion from the chair, but I would suggest that you perhaps add to the motion to contact the Premier on behalf of council. I know we haven't really made a decision on that, but if it's council's wish that we petition the Premier.
That was in Councillor Shantz's motion, right?
Was it?
Mayor
Was it
Shantz?
here? Okay, sorry, I was in transition, so I must have missed it. Perfect. Oh, Val missed it too, so. Okay, excellent. Go ahead, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. And like we told the delegates that we didn't want to hear repeat, so I won't repeat everything that Pat said, but I'm impressed on the notes that you've taken. That was very good, Pat. Thank you. I agree with all of the things that you said. A couple of things that I was really intrigued or interested in is the low and high water levels and how we come to that. And I think at one point Capital Paving said that they have monitors that they can monitor on a daily or an hourly basis. And I would like to see if that's part of the report or whether they just picked and chose certain dates that they had the water levels. So if those are available, I think they should be given to us so that we can have a look at how that fluctuates over the years that they've taken those reports. And then I also agree with the 10 wells. I find it interesting that just because they weren't in some mapped on some document somewhere, but we have 10 residents that they didn't even check their wells. I mean, you just have to drive around there and realize everybody's got a well. So if they didn't have it on a document, they should have knocked on the door and said, "Can I check your well?" I find that kind of hard to believe. So yeah, so those are the things that I'd like to see checked. And also with Dr. Fitzgerald and the wetlands and stuff like that, how that affects things, and some of those studies that he was talking about of the plants and the vegetation, the living creatures and stuff like that. So yeah, those are the types of things I'd like to hear.
Okay, Mr. Vink, are you still there? I think I see you. Well, I don't see you, but I see your name.
Yeah, I'm still here. Had to switch devices. The other one died, but I'm here.
Have you, are you able to answer many or get answers to those questions that we've outlined by August 10th, do you think, or?
Yes, to you, Madam Mayor, we will do what we can. I'll have to determine with the applicant if they can produce most of those responses. I'm assuming they will do their best to do that. If not, we will advise council in advance, but I think they can do their best. I don't know about some of the items if they are able to review the wells, but if we got the water information about high and low groundwater table, they should be able to respond to the well issues, et cetera. So I feel we could probably get most of those answers by the 10th, but if not, like I said, we'll advise council and then we can advise the public accordingly.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anything else? Councillor McMillan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. Through you, just a question of process. Councillor Shantz's motion to contact the Premier, how are we going to do that? Is that going to be a phone call? Is that going to be a letter? And then the other one is with regards to the water table. That's one where if we approve an above water pit and then that pit's approved and the water's too high, they get a below water license. There's nothing we can do. I'm not sure. Is that something that we could have an independent third party give us information on, as opposed to just asking Capital for numbers? Is that something that we could get independent information on? Because that's one we never get back. And if they go below water, the land never goes back. So those two things, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Vink. I think we're a bit gun shy because of the other pits.
Yes.
Can you can you answer Councillor McMillan's question on that?
So we could go to the region's peer reviewer was doing hydrological. We could ask them the question. It doesn't change the end implication, I guess, here is what's going to happen no matter what the end answer is from the expert on the high and low water table answer. Because ultimately, if you pass the application and approve the pit, the potential is always going to be there that they could go below water table because we can't vertically zone. And beyond the holding provision we're putting in, we can't prevent it no matter what shows up in the studies right now. So unfortunately, I can't take away that hesitancy. I can't give you a good answer to say yes. Even if somebody came in and said, yeah, based on the information they have in front of them, they're not going to go below water table, that could change. And we wouldn't have anything to suggest any reason beyond that couldn't change. And that's what we're just putting that holding provision in. That's the best we can do under the regulations given to us by the province. So that's what we're bound to by the province, and that's what they've given us for controls, and that's it. So there's not much we can do, unfortunately, Council.
Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. I understand that we can't get security in that area, but what happened in Winterburn was the company said the water table was X number of feet below the surface, and then it turned out it was 1/10 of that. And all of a sudden, the pit was no longer profitable at an above water license. So what I think we could have some assurance is that somebody could say, yes, the water table is where Capital is saying that it is. And yes, that would mean that the pit would be profitable over a 10-year period, so that they don't get in there year one and be ankle deep in water and have to go below to even make it profitable. So I understand, Mr. Vink, we can't get certainty, but what we could get is an independent opinion saying, yes, the water table is there and the pit should be profitable for, X number million of tons of aggregate. And I would feel better at that point, as opposed to year one, they walk in there and it's flooded and they have to go below.
So through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor McMillan, the peer review study that was done on hydrogeological would have assessed the groundwater table and was assessing where that was relative to the aggregate resource. That was already done. We did get a peer reviewer to do that work, and that work was done. Beyond having someone to verify the geological information above groundwater to determine the profitability, that's the only thing that hasn't been done. That would be the only peer review we wouldn't have had at the moment, was profitability above groundwater.
I believe that the studies were done over quite a period of time. At least I would hope they were. Is that correct? Do I have that right?
Yeah, yes. So the hydrogeological was started in 2017. So it's been going for a number of years where they've been doing the groundwater table. So they've got a lot of monitoring behind them. So
Okay, because it can vary quite considerably even year to year. Okay.
Thank
does
you,
that
Mr.
answer your
Vink.
question, Councillor McMillan? Yes? Good enough for
I
now?
think, yeah, I mean, it's tough, but yes.
Okay, Councillor Merlehan and then Shantz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Shantz, through you to Mr. Vink. I suppose the hesitancy about the water table, the I can't even say that word at 11,
We know
whatever
what you mean.
tonight.
Hydrogeology.
Yes, the water study. Like after tonight and hearing about the shallow wells, the Dr. Fitzgerald mentioned stuff about the Hopewell Creek water not being part of the study. If you're hesitant to say 100% this is going to be above water pit, would your opinion change in light of we are sitting on prime agricultural land that is a finite resource within southwestern Ontario, and that we should be protecting that above gravel extraction? Does your professional opinion as a planner change based on that hesitancy that you can't 100% recommend to council that this won't be a below water pit?
So in terms of that case, it is a bit of a challenge. We'd be assessing it much more substantially in terms of the groundwater implications and what that would be. There'd be a question substantially around the rehabilitation that obviously can't, they couldn't rehabilitate back to prime. So the question is does that meet the PPS and the intent behind all the policies? Is it something we would support? I don't know we'd be there just at that point to support this application going below water table. In terms of some of the stuff that Mr. Fitzgerald mentioned, I'm somewhat surprised because some of the comments, the information in the reports and information that was done and reviews done by the GRCA and the ministry and the peer reviewers spoke to Hopewell Creek and talked about Hopewell Creek and talked about interconnections and talked about a bunch of these things. So a bunch of that work was done. So I'm not quite even sure what additional information he's anticipating. I think he's asking for a lot more than what was required. It's kind of like the moving the goalpost scenario. This is the goalpost they're going for, and they're hitting and they're targeting and they're trying to answer the questions, and capital addressed all GRCA issues about water quality and flows and everything in the ministry. And now someone trying to move those goalposts to something more stringent. There were biologists involved, etc. So as much as, we summarize everything down in this planning report, a lot of hours and time and experts went in behind it. At some point, we have to determine when we kind of stop and when we got to say yes or no on did they meet what was set before them as the standards that are set before them, the policies before them, and where do we go with it?
Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple of questions to answer one of Scott's question on what we should add to the information in the Premier's office. And I think the petition that the local people have had, we should add that along with it. And my other comment is we talk about the water level and stuff like that in the peer reviews, but I'm certain that the Jigs Hollow would have been peer reviewed as well. So our peer reviewers missed that as well. So I guess maybe that's where our hesitancy is as well.
In terms of, sorry.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, if I
think
could just.
that was rhetorical unless you've got it.
I know it wasn't necessarily rhetorical. I just think I'm just I want to clarify, I'm not sure when we did when we did Jigs Hollow, we actually had the hydrogeological originally peer reviewed or not. We got much more demanding on this current application to have almost everything most of 90% of the application studies peer reviewed. So, which is not necessarily typical. This time we went with a lot more peer reviews than normal. So I'm not sure we did it the previous time.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Sorry.
Thanks. I think Councillor McMillan, you asked how the contact with the Premier would be. And I would say I would try to make a phone call, but follow it up with a letter. And if I could get Val or someone to put together and maybe it's Jeremy's department, but the letters and names and all of that, if we can have that when we go. I would also encourage the Hopewell Creek Association and other delegates to send their letters to the Premier to back us up. Councillor McMillan, did you have something else?
Yeah, I was just going to toss in there if the letter could highlight the Premier's comments that if people don't want developments, they won't get developments. That's a public comment that he made. So
yeah, for sure. Okay. I don't see any more hands. I'll call a question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. So we will defer this to August 10th, which will be a special council meeting. And I'm not sure, Val, will there be other agenda that night? Do you know? Will there be anything else on the agenda that night? Okay, I'm going to ask the clerk to just clarify the next steps and what will be happening on August 10th, please.
Thank you, Mayor Shantz. The process going forward. So tonight was a committee of the whole meeting. It's discussion oriented, and all members of council participate. Had council approved or denied a recommendation, it would have gone forward to August 10th for ratification. But what we have is this motion of deferral, which has gone through with the direction to petition the province. So the next meeting, Tuesday, August 10th, is already on council's meeting schedule. It will be by Zoom. Council has to decide a start time for that meeting if they want it to start before 7 p.m. and to give me instructions on how to handle any delegation requests. So it's a challenge to build an agenda in the face of such community passion, and the community does want to be heard, and I understand that. It's just I need some instructions from council on what to do. So should there be any delegations at that meeting? Should the applicants be on the agenda? Should I allow only new speakers? What about repeat speakers? What about prohibiting other topics? So that's Mayor Shantz's question. Will there be other topics on the agenda? Right now there is not, and I would endeavor to keep other topics off the agenda. So I need a council resolution to help me build this August 10th agenda, recognizing the strong desire of the community to be heard, your start time, your speakers. We have to carve out some time for council to discuss and deliberate and get those answers you're looking for. So I'm just looking for some instruction from you.
Okay, thank you. So I would ask council, I guess I would start with what direction would you have on delegations? I would go ahead, Councillor Shantz.
Sorry, should have let you finish.
Well,
thank you.
I can say what I was going to say if you want.
I was going to suggest, I guess without knowing what kind of information we're going to get back, we don't know whether we should allow delegations or not. With new information, there'll probably want to be some delegations, but we're going to have to limit their time a little bit to at least five minutes or less, because we don't want to go through another process like we did this evening.
I would suggest 5 minutes for delegates, and I would respectfully ask that if you've already spoken, not to. If you've got some new information for us, that's fine, but don't repeat what we've already heard. Councillor Merlihan?
Yeah, through you. I've heard a lot from the community. I think we all have. It was a pretty long evening, and it's not only this evening, it's been months that we've been hearing from residents. I would, for me, to make it helpful, I would appreciate hearing from professionals in the field, people that have examined the studies and can speak professionally about them. Those types of delegations I would invite. But more of what we heard tonight, I don't know if we need any more of that. I think it would give us more opportunity to discuss the application if we're not bogged down in 5 hours of delegations. So that would be my request of the public, whoever's listening there.
Thank you, Councillor McMillan.
The Hopewell Creek Ratepayers Association has been really good at organizing people. What if we gave them the opportunity to represent everybody and gave them 20 minutes to speak? So if there's anything new between now and then, they could have 20 minutes to delegate. If anybody else wants to delegate, we can direct them through the Hopewell Creek Ratepayers Association. They can pick the speakers, they can speak, they can choose what they want to discuss. And we give them 20 minutes to discuss whatever they want. And then we can have longer in the meeting, like others have suggested, to have professionals to have council discussion.
I see one nodding of heads.
I like that idea.
Yeah, thumbs up. Okay. Okay, is that, can you work with that? Right. Okay, Val's looking for a start time as well. She said there may be some other agenda. She's going to try to keep it clear, but there may be some other agenda from other staff as well. Do you want to start early, or is 7 o'clock good?
We can start early.
Yeah.
Start early.
I'm going to be in Alberta.
How early?
So.
Do you like the 5 o'clock start or 6 o'clock? What's your pleasure?
I would prefer 5:30. I work till 5. It gives me a little bit of time, but I mean, if we end early, I don't think anybody's going to be upset. I vote for 5:30.
5:30?
For 5:30 is good for me.
Okay. Val would like a motion, please. Moved by Councillor McMillan, seconded by Councillor Redekop, that we start at 5:30, although and everybody already put their hand up. So all those in favor, thank you. Okay. What other instruction do you need?
That's it.
Okay. Clerk is good. If there's nothing else from council, we can adjourn.
I just want to know what time it's going to be in Alberta.
So do I.
Did they change their time zone? Did I miss something? Or is it just too
Figure
late?
that out.
All right.
If we
Okay,
started at 7 p.m. in Alberta, that'd be 9 p.m. here. It's going to be a short meeting for Councillor Martin.
Okay. All right, motion to adjourn. Councillor McMillan, Councillor Merlehan, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Our meeting has concluded. I want to thank all the delegates who spoke tonight, and enjoy the rest of your summer. And we'll see probably many of you in August. Just reading my notes here. Thank you to everyone who tuned in to our YouTube live stream. Council members and staff, please stay connected quietly until we receive confirmation that the live stream has stopped. So good night.